Good morning. Here we are, Giselle. Here we are. As usual, they are late. I'm really interested in this Lauren girl. This Lauren. I really am. She seems like an interesting character to me. So I'll probably take some copious notes on her for research character analysis. All right. Well, I don't know. I emailed John and text him, so he'll pop in whenever he can. But everybody knows where to find me. Oh. It'll help if I put some sound.
I'm reading it as we speak, Judge. Okay, good morning, and may it please
Okay,
support.
here we go. Good morning.
I've had a chance to review the motion, Your Honor.
Attorney Felton, we will take up the motion that was filed this morning first. You may be heard on the motion.
Thank you, Your Honor. Maybe I misunderstood yesterday when Ms. Almeida was testifying and she was explaining what she said, and I had objected on the grounds of hearsay, and I believe that Your Honor had indicated that because she was present and able to be crossed, that it did not constitute hearsay. If there's another reason why it should be admitted because there's an exception to the hearsay rule, or it's not hearsay because of something other than the fact that she's present and able to be crossed, that I understand. But I would like to ensure that just because she is here, that does not mean anything that she had said outside of court constitutes non-hearsay.
Well, this is a motion in limine to preclude certain evidence that the defense considers hearsay. And the court is not inclined to rule in the defense's favor on a motion in limine to preclude hearsay statements, because as those statements or as those questions are proffered, the defense has an opportunity to object. The court will take up the objection when the objection is made.
Thank you, Your Honor.
Our counsel prepared to argue the motion concerning the STR mix evidence.
Yes, Judge.
Thank you. First, the court recalls that the defense had indicated that it would essentially challenge the STR mix evidence by way of a Porter hearing. First, is that the defense's position today?
I've had some opportunity to discuss this with Mr. McGinnis. I am not seeking to preclude any evidence from the STR mix program. I've had a fair amount of opportunity to research, read up about it. My claim is more narrow, that there needs to be a Porter hearing on the so-called likelihood ratio. I'll just be clear on what I'm not challenging. I'm not challenging the fact that this program does what's known as a deconvolution analysis. It takes what is essentially multiple depositors of DNA and runs a number of odds, for want of a better term. In other words, it takes mixed DNA that could be anywhere from 2 to 6, 7, 8 different depositors of DNA, touch, any kind of fluid, anything that sneeze, anything that has DNA in it. It determines, based on certain input by the lab assistant, that they determine how many contributors they estimate. This program then runs statistics, thousands, hundreds of thousands, I think in some cases, millions of scenarios, and comes up with odds. And that's why I'm challenging this part of it. What the odds are that one scenario, that is the prosecutor's theory, is more likely than the defense assumed theory. Again, they don't necessarily know what our defense theory is, but they put in a suggestion that maybe it's someone else's or it's a third party's or whatnot. So this program, which is proprietary from a New Zealand company and no one has access to, again, the only scientific studies of validity have been conducted by a team that's made up of the company's vice president. There has been no independent study. And I'll just say this. The PCAST report, that is the President's Commission on the Admission of Scientific Testing, concluded in 2000, I believe, 20, that STR mix has promise, but there are no scientific validity peer-reviewed studies. There are only studies that have been conducted by the company itself and people that they themselves have brought in. So the only portion for this hearing and for this trial that I'm challenging are the odds. In other words, this computer runs I think it's called the Markov Monte Carlo analysis algorithm. It's the same, not exact algorithm, but the same process that's used to calculate the odds of winning the lottery, the Powerball, when it's $1 billion. So the problem with that is that just because they're giving out odds doesn't mean that only 1 in a billion people could win. If that were the Powerball, if that were the case, that if it happens that 2 people guess the numbers, the misconception is that, well, someone must have cheated, someone must have gotten the numbers in advance because the odds were 1 in a billion, and here 2 people in a billion got it. So my concern has to do with these numbers. These are not these numbers do not mean that it's 100 billion or 10 billion or in one case, 250,000 to 1 that a particular DNA profile may have been the source of a mixture on a sample. Instead, what it is it's the odds that the person's DNA is on there as compared to X number of other unknown persons, even if the other people were known. And the problem with that in this case is that there are going to be, some of these tests are going to show that, for example, all of the children, all the Dulos children are included in some and are partially included in some. So we've got this problem, and that's the reason for the Porter hearing, which would require the witness to substantiate, and I would then cross-examine about the lack of peer review of the odds. We're just talking about those numbers. In the past, Your Honor, I'm sure has had cases where the DNA lab has said someone's included, someone can't be excluded, or something is inconclusive. And inconclusive, according to the laboratory, is that it's too small a quantity, or it's too many contributors, it's too convoluted, therefore there's a high risk of error. So they say it's inconclusive, has no validity. So there are those 3 potentials: included, cannot be eliminated, which I think they recently changed to consistent with the sample, but is lower than included. And inconclusive, which they say is, they can't make a determination. The thresholds are too low, too much chance for error, so and misidentification. So they call it that. I am only challenging these odds that the computer program has calculated based on this the Markov chain Monte Carlo algorithm, because it's just based on a computer program calculating odds.
Here in a second.
And I believe the only case in Connecticut is the one that this lower court case that was cited. I'm not seeking, to call experts that beyond using the laboratory personnel as the basis for that. But I'm just indicating that because there's no appellate level case in Connecticut, and the cases from elsewhere have only dealt with whether the program itself has any validity, and it has at least the program they've used. In those cases, they've used known samples, let's say lab personnel, and they've run the program and it's come out correctly. That's not the same thing as a peer review of the odds that it was correct. And that's the problem I have. It's assumptions that are programmed into it. So I don't know how the court wishes to proceed, but the state is the proffer of this evidence, and I'm suggesting that we need some evidence, maybe a half hour to an hour. I don't want to preclude the state from putting out more than that, but based on my understanding of what I intend to elicit, I don't think it's going to take more time than that.
Well, the court has this question first based on counsel's explanation. The first question is, how can you deconstruct the STR mixed software from what it produces, which is the likelihood ratio? The second question is, it appears counsel's argument is not that the STR mixed software producing the likelihood ratio predicts the right odds. It's just that the odds that counsel believes are not correct are not subject to peer review. In other words, this set of odds versus that set of odds. That's how the court understands the argument. Not that there are no odds that should be calculated at all.
So, poignant observation, Your Honor, but let me just say this. The program itself is mysterious. No one that I have consulted with or cases that have the program operates. It's proprietary, it's secret. They have refused to release it, except I think a federal judge allowed an expert to review it, but only by promising that they could not divulge to anyone else
Working hard to get
what they saw.
If you're over 50, you don't want to use traditional makeup. As we age, our skin tends to lose moisture.
In this program. That's my understanding of how this works. So to answer your question directly, I believe that because no one knows how the odds were calculated, and they're not done by the expert using a calculator or a chalkboard like I saw in the movie Oppenheimer, where they're figuring everything out on a giant chalkboard. It's just somebody punches in some numbers and the computer runs for 5 minutes and it spits out percentages and odds. What I'm not challenging here are what's called the deconvolution. That's the portion that separates out how many different people they believe are in it, and some may be a stronger than someone else. I'm challenging the numerical odds, which is all it is. It's percentages that this computer program is saying, how much more likely are the odds that the sample that's been deconvoluted as a principal or majority source, because they don't know how something got onto a particular object. we're not talking about blood here. I want to emphasize, we're talking about touch DNA, skin cells, which is my understanding is as little as 3 cells, which is approximately 22 or 21 picograms. And just for the court certification, a picogram, 6.6 picograms is 1 cell. A picogram is a trillionth of a gram. So we're talking about something that is so tiny that it would require an electron microscope even to see. So I'm not challenging any of that. It's the calculated odds that those trillionths of a gram of DNA are more, the odds, the number is more likely from one source than an unknown source. And I suggest that that's for litigation purposes. It's not a scientifically reliable calculation.
Well, as the court understands the argument at this point, the question that solves the mystery is, what equation did you use, proprietary entity, to come up with the odds that you have calculated? They know the equation that they have used.
Mm-hmm.
And the extension of that argument, as the court understands counsel's argument, if you know the equation and no one else knows the equation, how could it have been peer reviewed? Correct?
When you say, when you say you mean the company in New
entity.
Zealand. Yes, that's right. That's exactly right. It's sort of like, I'll use an analogy, an everyday analogy. Right on my screen right now is a image of looks like a desert scene with a road. That's the screensaver. That's made up of millions of pixels. I could tell you somebody obviously took a photograph, maybe in, it says North Africa in the corner, so I'll accept that as the screensaver on my
It's kind of interesting to me. I don't know
screen
why.
here on my desk, but I could not
It's working
describe
hard
the
to figure
program
out, of
on
course.
how a
Gotta get 'em
computer
there.
took 1,000,000 pixels,
Gotta get them there.
put it together so that it would show up on a screen. Someone knows how to do that, and someone could testify to that. We're not here to challenge that, but it's the same concept. It's a secret that only this company knows, and it keeps it so well protected so that no one else can copy it. And if nobody can copy it, it can't be peer reviewed whether it's accurate.
Well, isn't it possible that there can be a peer review without disclosure of certain proprietary information?
An interesting question. I don't know the answer to that. However, enough cases I've read on peer review means it was reviewed in a scientific journal that anyone in the scientific community can review, and they have a peer review group that then writes something saying, yes, we reviewed the algorithm, we tested it out, we used scientific method, and we find that it meets the standards of scientific, the scientific standard that we can substantiate it. I'm referring to the presidential commission that said, you know, it's an interesting concept, but we have not seen any independent review, and they criticize the fact that the only reviews that are out there are by a fellow named Buckleton, who's a corporate vice president of the company.
How old is it?
He came up with it, doing his own self-substantiation, which they said does not meet the standard. So that's all I'm going on. Now, if we wanted to take even more time, I could challenge the entire process because it has not yet been fully reviewed. But I'm limiting for our trial here because of the fact that there's so little DNA that's in any contest at all
That's
here.
a good argument.
In terms of whose it is or whose it might be.
So far,
And that's why I'm limiting it to the issue of the odds, which I submit. Well, because I can't cross-examine that because nobody knows, including the lab scientists, how it came to that conclusion. It will be confusing to the jury. They will, as inevitably will occur, think it has more significance, these numbers, than they do. You know, they're as high as, the odds are as high as 100 billion to 1. Even the,
sorry,
I'll
I
just
don't-
note, even the warrants
know.
that the police applied to misapplied the findings when they stated somebody was a
Sorry,
match or not a match.
I found.
That's not what it even does. But again, I'm not here to criticize what the police did, but if the police got it wrong in the warrant, in some of these warrants, the jury's going to get it wrong. And
Anyway.
that's why we need to establish, I believe under Porter, the court is a gatekeeper to decide whether it has relevance, whether it can be explained or even cross-examined, and whether or not it will be of an aid to the jury, or perhaps will be confusing, and therefore maybe the prejudice would outweigh any probative value. So that's the purpose, and it's limited to that. But I think the state as the proffer
So I think you have
has
bring
to
the
make
valid
the,
argument. There are some cases out there.
make the proffer in the first place, whether it's done partially in front of the jury and then we excuse the jury.
I'm here
That's
to
up,
help.
that's up to your honor. But the state has the burden of showing, and the fact that there's one Superior Court case by Judge
The Dabo.
Dadabo that
How old is it?
that allowed it in. That was not the challenge. It did not have to do, that was the challenge to the
I
whole
think so too.
program and whether it was
I don't know
reliable.
how old his brother.
I'm not doing that. I'm only challenging the use. If the state wants to exclude the use of these, the likelihood ratio, and I emphasize, it is not a scientific result. It's the likelihood that the state's theory is more likely than the defense, assumed defense theory to the contrary. So it's calculating odds. It's not calculating science.
Well, what the court is going to refer to is Judge Dabo's decision,
I'm guessing it's not very old. maybe
because the
5
court
years.
is not
That's just an
persuaded
indication
that
of
the
that.
likelihood
That's
ratio
evidence.
calculates the likelihood of the state's theory against the likelihood of the defense's theory. The STR mix software produces what is called a likelihood ratio. Now, a likelihood ratio expresses the probability that a match between a sample and an individual is X times more likely than coincidence would have it. The STR mix is more likely to yield a likelihood ratio favorable to including true contributors to a mixed DNA profile and favorable to excluding true non-contributors to that profile. So how does the probability description, the likelihood ratio, favor the prosecution rather than the defense, if the favoring goes to both inclusion and exclusion? That's a question for Attorney Shulman.
I learned a lot from this judge.
Let me give the court just one example. When it comes to certain samples that are of the known sample of Jennifer Dulos, they used a toothbrush, for example, from the bathroom, master bathroom in New Canaan. The STR mix calculated the odds of that being Jennifer Dulos's DNA of 1 in 100 billion to 1. So 100 billion to 1 that the contributor to that DNA sample was Jennifer Dulos versus an unknown third person that they just assume is like an unknown third person. Now, there aren't 100 billion people on Earth. So the only conclusion one could reach is that the only person who could possibly have contributed that sample is Jennifer Dulos. But that's not something I'm contesting about a toothbrush. Much of the samples are partial DNA. They don't even have a match. So the problem is the machine and the calculation is adding fake alleles and is saying, well, if we add this one, then if we add that one, if we add that one, but it's doing multiple, and I mean millions of calculations. If if we add in this allele, what are the odds? If we add in the next allele, what is it? If in a different locus on the DNA strand, we add this. So it's doing all this. And then it's calculating odds. Now, if it's less than those odds of 1 in 100 billion, there is a threshold where the lab will say, this is too low, it's too unreasonable, we may not be able to exclude somebody, but even if there's only one allele, that person may be included because of that. And the problem is it's too easy for a jury to think, well, if one allele is in there, and if the defendant, or for that matter, Fotis Dulos, is included in that, then it must be him. And the problem is there's all these issues with the children matching in some cases. In some of the children match, as I'm not objecting to all that. There's a PowerPoint that I don't know if Mr. McGinnis is going to put in. I'm not objecting to how DNA, it's how you inherit from each parent, et cetera, et cetera. So this is all science that I'm not objecting to. So there's a lot of this that's going to come in. The only thing I'm challenging is they're not going to say it's a match. They'll never say it's a match. They will say it's 100 billion to 1 more likely that it comes from that toothbrush than it is that if it was a totally random person. And again, since there aren't 100 billion people on Earth, this calculation is what's prejudicial, not the fact that they said it's a match, that they say that it's consistent with, or the DNA matches the individual. That's my point.
Well, of course, peer review is only one basis for determining whether a methodology is valid. How would you respond to the argument, Attorney Schoenhorn, that the STR mixed software, which yields a likelihood ratio, is better than the extraction amplification method?
What's interesting about that, Your Honor, is that's what Mr. Ladd testified to at that hearing, according to what I'm reading. I don't know if the court would reach the same conclusion about that. The challenge to the extraction method requires a fair amount of individual assumption and eyeballing by the scientists. There are, of course, videos, there are photographs. If one wished to challenge that process, one could, although that's been established over the years. That's going back 20, 30 years. They've had electrophoresis. The lab person will take I think it goes back to when Your Honor was practicing law. There would be a form of, they would run a sample through electrophoresis. They would determine peaks and valleys and come up with a DNA profile from that. If it was a mixture, it would be a estimate based on the particular lab assistant's proficiency as to whether that was 2 or 3 or 4 individuals. I'm not, in this case, challenging the manner in which they have extracted the DNA. They recently changed. They used one program. More recently, they just started using it. And I understand that just in the last month, they reran my client's DNA, and the numbers came out lower than in the previous one. So again, I'm not going to challenge, especially since those numbers are more favorable, but be that as it may, I'm not getting into the challenging of the extraction method that's been used for 15, 20 years. They changed from one brand, one company that they use to another. There's been a number of hearings on that over the years, a number of cases on that. So I don't know if I agree with a conclusion by a coordinate judge that that's better than the extraction method. I don't agree because other than Dr. Ladd saying that at that hearing, I don't know of any independent analysis that says that. That's my response.
Mm.
How would you respond, Attorney Schoenhorn, to the argument that the peer review doesn't go to, we will call it the exactitude of the odds? The peer review goes to whether STR mix software is just better than extraction and amplification. That's what was peer reviewed. Not the component parts of proprietary information.
Well, it's to my view,
John,
and again, I'm not a scientist, but reviewing this, I think it's apples and
John.
oranges because the
Morning, everyone.
is a completely different method, a different
give you a
program. So
rundown
if
here.
one is saying that, I don't know, a program like Photoshop is better than a PDF program that also can create photographs. I don't speak to that. The difference is, does the
The feed is a little loud for
creates
you.
photograph,
I don't know if you can.
is it better than a program that calculates the weather patterns for the next week? So I can't compare the two. The fact that Mr. Ladd likes it better, since he doesn't know, as I understand, that he doesn't know how it operates, the fact that it's more efficient for his purposes doesn't make it, quote, better, unquote. I don't know how else to answer Your Honor's questions. I mean, I understand Your Honor's concerns, and I'm trying to meet them, but I don't have that expertise. I can only go back to the fact that the state, we have a lower court opinion. It was not appealed, that case. And so therefore, if the court is just going to adopt what another judge says, at least the court needs to have reviewed the transcripts. I mean, I'll say what I want to be perfectly candid about this. The Nunez case was my case. I was there for that entire case. I don't know if Mr. McGinnis knew that.
I think that,
But,
I'm on.
that, I mean, I know that I did this like 3-4 years ago, had a hearing, but in that case, it was still brand new. I challenged the entire use of that program. There were only one or maybe two cases, and some had rejected it, one had rejected it, and one had permitted it, but never got to the issue of the putting in the numbers of the likelihood ratio. And we're talking now just about those numbers. That case was an alleged sexual assault. It resulted in acquittal. So there's no appeal, no appellate review.
Is a little loud.
But I'm just letting the court know, I'm not speaking like I'm just reviewing a decision. I was there. I spent many hours with Dr. Ladd, but the issue there wasn't the numbers. It was the program itself being convoluted, for want of a better word.
Convoluted.
Attorney McGinnis.
Huh, I have to look that up.
Convoluted.
How you spell
Good morning, Your Honor.
Good morning.
Judge, of course, we do object to the motion for an order hearing. I think that this, Your Honor, can succinctly be rejected on a couple of different grounds. The first is that at this point, STR mix, as we stand here in 2024, is generally accepted in the scientific community. And I'll rely primarily, Your Honor, on our memorandum of law or objection and opposition for a order hearing. The cases that were cited, Your Honor, extensively detailed the reliability of the STR mix. And in fact, the only case that the state was able to find in which the STR mix was initially rejected as unreliable was subsequently reversed by the Sixth Circuit. So as near as the state can tell, if this court were to find that STR mix is unreliable, you would again be the first court in the country to do so, because the one decision that found so no longer stands. So if we look at State versus Rayner, which provides the court with guidance on how to handle a motion for a proposed order hearing. Number one, if the court finds that STR mix is generally accepted in the scientific community, then the burden shifts to the defense to produce, and Rayner describes it as a heavy burden, to produce some evidence that calls into question the scientific validity of STR mix, and they haven't done so in this particular case. The PCAST report that Attorney Schoenhorn mentioned is from 2016 and was actually in front of Judge Dodavo at the time that he made the decision in the 2019 Nunez case. The court will review Judge Dodavo's decision. It was entered in as an exhibit, specifically Defense Exhibit A. So once the court finds that this is generally accepted in the scientific community, the defense fails to meet their burden. But even if the court disagreed with the state and decided that it wasn't generally accepted within the scientific community such that it's reliable enough for admissibility, Rayner gives even additional guidance which cuts against a Porter hearing in this instance. And that additional guidance says the court can take judicial notice of Judge Dodavo's opinion. You're not required to do so, but you can take judicial notice of Judge Dodavo's opinion. And one of the things the court can consider when taking judicial notice of Judge Dodavo's opinion is whether or not the defense has produced any new information which calls into question Judge Dodavo's opinion. Now, respectfully, the defense has not done so in this particular case. They haven't even admitted the actual PCAST report for purposes of this hearing that was in front of Judge Dodavo as part of their proffer. So the defense, frankly, Your Honor, has done nothing to call into question Judge Dodavo's opinion except try to distinguish Judge Dodavo's opinion and say, even though I challenged the entire software back then,
my version,
I didn't challenge the likelihood ratio portion of it. That makes no sense. If you're challenging the entire software, you're necessarily challenging
my
any
version
data
of the
that
court up
software
instead of yours.
produces. And so
Yeah.
And I'll just produce it from the background.
easily disposed of.
Better?
Because number one, the cases that we've cited to the court show that this is generally accepted to a Porter hearing, and the defense has done. Judge Dodavo has already subjected this to a Porter
Okay,
hearing,
yours was up.
and the defense has done
Or
nothing.
maybe.
I'm asking that the court.
Put mine up. I'm just going to lower the volume a little bit, and we should be okay.
Exercise its
Is that a little
discretion
bit better?
under Rayner and deny the defense's
Okay,
request
now
for
what?
Porter hearing. And let's get on with the trial.
No, I think we're good.
Okay.
Are
we good?
Yeah,
court has had an
can you hear me a little bit better over the court now?
Review.
Yeah,
Judge
we can hear you
Dodavo's
better.
decision.
Have
The court
you?
has had the opportunity
Okay,
today
so you're you got the hotkeys
listen
now.
to the arguments of
Got
counsel
hotkeys.
concerning the validity of the methodology that yields a
I am
likelihood.
probably going to have to step away around noon-ish. I'm going to try and wait
court's
until the lunch
first
break,
Consideration.
but I'll try to be
Just
back.
based on the representation
Okay.
by defense counsel. What the first concern, court to say is, the court is not clear on how the STR mix software can be valid, but a component of it not be.
Okay, wait a minute.
If A plus B plus C equals D, how can A plus B equal D without C?
He's
So
been really
the
stupid.
court is not
but
clear on that argument.
he's making kind of a good point.
Concerning the Porter factors themselves, there are a number of factors that are considered. According to the case law, the weightiest of which is acceptance, general acceptance in the science, the relevant scientific community. So the list includes general acceptance in the relevant scientific discipline. The methodology has been tested and subjected to peer review.
Okay, bye, Giselle.
There
We'll
is
see
a
you later.
known or a probable rate of error. The prestige and background of the expert testifying about the methodology, and whether that expert's opinion about the methodology is based on his or her subjective opinion or is based on verifiable objective criteria. And whether
Real quick,
the
is this
expert can
going back
explain
to
to the jury methodology well enough for
Detective, or is
the
this
jury to understand
new?
how to apply it to the facts of the
Mhm.
case.
Is this going back to the colloquy that they had
Now, the
with the
findings
detective?
in
This is
Nunia
going back to the question of the
was that the
STR
STR
program.
mixed software
Oh,
is
STR
generally
mixed
accepted in
program
the
of the
relevant
DNA
scientific
and the
and legal
variables, if they
community.
were really correct or not. What
The
kind of
finding was that the methodology
Okay.
was tested and
I
peer
thought that
reviewed,
was it. I just
He's
wasn't
and the
questioning
known or potential rate of error was low.
he's questioning the numbers they use.
Judge Dabo
He
concluded
thinks it's
that the expert witness was highly competent
And
and
he
was
found research
capable
that
of presenting the data
places that were
and
correct.
processes to the fact finder in a way in which the fact finder could reasonably use the information to make a decision. Court is relying on Rayner. New
I
information
can-
coming to this
I
court's attention was only in the form of the PCAST report, which indicated, as the court understands it today, that the calculation of the odds is a mystery and it cannot be, as a mystery, peer reviewed.
That's right.
That's how the court distilled that information.
That's
Mystery.
That is not enough information for the court to require a Porter hearing. So the court denies the request for the.
I knew you would.
good job, Judge.
Good job. I knew you would because, you know,
Are we ready to proceed with,
okay.
Good job, Judge.
Yes, Judge.
All right,
An
I'm happy to
argument
start
on
the
this
morning off on a good note.
Witness
Huh?
comes in, if
I'm
Your Honor
happy
could
that
please request
we
that
get
she
to
keep
start
her
the morning
voice
on a
up
good
so
note.
everybody can hear. I'd appreciate
Me
that.
too. I have notes on this too.
Thank you.
well, let's see if she's going to keep her voice up anyway.
Thank you, Your Honor.
Oh, we have a few minutes while the witness comes back in.
All right. So, John, just quickly, what's your take?
I'm very happy that he decided to keep that evidence out. I think that was absolutely the right decision. I admit, and the judge was right in pointing out that the case law on it is somewhat limited.
Well, first, let's bring the.
But now that we have an extra case in the mix, I'm glad that there is work being like that.
Hold the
is
witness
actually
right there
being
before the
worked.
jury comes in, please.
That is the judge. It is basically a case to first impression. There's nothing from a higher court saying one way or the other. And I think the judge reasoned it very well on the record in a way that future attorneys in this jurisdiction are going to be able to find it and make the same argument. And I think that's excellent.
Oh,
And he left enough room where if you did have an expert that was in some way maybe more competent or presented in a more evidentiarily satisfactory way, maybe it could come in. That's not what happened yesterday.
he opened the door for that. Yes.
Yeah, which I think is very smart.
Counsel
Yeah, I do
stipulate the
His
presence of
ruling
all
can be used
jurors.
by both
Yes,
sides
yes.
to argue in the future.
Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. We resume with the testimony
I
the
really like
witness
the way that he
last heard
presented it.
from yesterday evening.
I think that was good law.
I would love to hear him lecture with the law. He would just be amazing to hear.
I think he'd be a great professor.
He is. I think he is. I mean, I would just sit and just be in awe, just in privilege just to hear him speak. Oh, here we go.
You're
Here's
still on the
girls.
roll. Thank
You got her back.
We got her back.
you.
And here we go.
Morning.
Lauren.
Ms. Almeida, if I were to show you a photograph of Jennifer and another photograph of Jennifer with her children, would you recognize the individuals?
That's a stupid question.
May I have these marked?
It
up?
is.
All right. Well,
Counsel.
we're off to a good start.
I have Your Honor.
I'm handing you what's been pre-marked for identification as States Exhibit 15 and States Exhibit 14. I'm just going to ask that you please begin by looking at States Exhibit 14.
I hate his mannerisms. I think it's very rude
What is
to
that photograph
be
of?
looking away from
It's of Jennifer.
speaking to them.
And approximately how old is Jennifer in that photograph?
Well, it looks like she has Noelle next to her, so she was maybe in her late 40s, early 50s.
So Almeida, it's difficult to hear you,
Oh,
so would you
sorry.
please keep your voice up?
Yeah. I would say her late 40s or early 50s.
Judge, I move it in.
No objection.
The number again, please.
States 14.
Stage 14, admitted as a full exhibit.
Now just directing your attention to states 15. Can you tell the members what's depicted in states 15?
Yeah, this is a picture of Jennifer and the 5 kids.
And how old are the children in that photograph?
If I had to guess, I think maybe Christian and Constantine are 6 or 7, and the boys are 9 or 10, and Noel 3 or 4. And it looks like they're in a classroom.
I move it in, Judge.
No objection.
Stage 15, admitted as a full exhibit.
May I publish to the jury, Judge?
You didn't need to break that up.
I had a hots for it. I'm not even lesbian. I'm just kidding.
Well, it's going to take a long time to do it that way, Attorney McGinnis. You should hold it up and show it to the jurors.
That's fine,
Thank
Judge.
you. Thank you, Judge.
Yeah, he does have a,
Publishing states
like, don't
15 and 14.
make me work, please.
Yes, what's the relevance of the photo, by the way? They're just random family photos.
Can you identify this? Yeah, that's just like asking me, can you identify this family that you worked for 30 years ago? Well,
Yeah.
yes, I can.
Where we left off yesterday, Ms. Almeida, you had
Okay.
indicated that you were familiar with the defendant. Is that correct?
Yes,
Oh, he is
Where did you meet the
slow in
defendant?
his direct.
in Miami at the ski club,
When did you meet the defendant?
March of 2017.
How long after your arrival in Miami did you meet the defendant?
Probably like the next day or a few days after, because we went right to the ski club.
I think the jury already
Can
told
you
us.
describe the ski club for the jury?
There was like a gate that you kind of drove in, and then there was everyone's boats like kind of in like a port, and they would take out the boat to go into the water. And it was a pretty narrow like lake, and it was used for water skiing. And there was like a little outdoor area that had a tent and a table that you could hang out in if you weren't skiing.
Was it a public ski club or was it a private ski club?
Private.
She kind of does.
She does.
Did Mr. Dulos own a boat?
Yes.
When did he purchase a boat?
Did you hear that Kate Middleton was
I'm
admitted to the
not
hospital?
entirely sure the exact like
So it was
month, but I
what?
think it was like
Admitted to the
maybe
hospital for abdominal
6
surgery.
months to a year
Oh,
prior to that
I
trip in
just saw that headline.
2017.
What type of boat was it?
I don't need a ski nautique. I might be getting that wrong. It was a ski. It was made for skiing. So
Where did he keep the boat?
in Miami.
Yeah, Miami.
And would he travel to Miami?
Yeah,
Often?
often. Yeah.
And did he keep the boat at a particular place in Miami?
He kept it at the ski club.
At the ski club. That's a stupid question.
When you met the defendant, was she with anyone else?
Her daughter,
And what's her daughter's name, if you recall?
Nicole.
Approximately how old was her daughter at the time?
She's the boy's age. The 17-year-old boys now. So maybe 12, probably 11, I think, around that age.
Did Jennifer ever go to the ski club in Miami?
No.
Where would Jennifer stay if she wasn't at the ski club?
Well, her mom was visiting at the time too. So she was with her mom at the hotel or with the youngest, Noel, who would come to the ski club sometimes, but not as much as the other kids.
How many times while you were in Miami during this March 2017 trip would you say you were in the defendant's presence?
A few times.
Sorry,
Who introduced you to the defendant?
Fotis.
Did Mr. Dulos introduce his children to the defendant as well?
Yeah, I think prior to that trip.
Hmm.
You say you think prior to that trip. Can you explain to the jury what you mean?
Yeah, so when we got there, they were calling her Mitchie. And they hugged her. So like they already knew her. I believe it was just the 2 boys, so Petros and Theodore. I don't think Krishan and Constantine or Noel had met her yet.
Okay.
Would Mr. Dulos travel to Miami with the older boys, Petros and Theodore,
Yeah,
She already said that.
prior to this trip to Miami?
yeah, prior to this trip.
Can you describe your interactions with the defendant at the ski club for the jury?
Yeah, so Fotis
Yes, she did.
introduced her as a friend, and she was nice.
Yes.
Um,
I mean, I think
she
that's
was with
basically
Fotis a lot, like they'd go on the boat to ski, but there was one time I had a conversation with her when we were underneath the little tent where you can kind of just hang out. I remember the conversation. She was telling me she just got back from Colorado. She was looking at schools to go for her daughter to go to because her daughter was a very good snow skier. So she wanted her to, I think, get better or more opportunities there, I guess. But she was friendly.
Yep.
When you interacted with the defendant, what language did you speak to her in?
English.
Friend.
Did she have any trouble communicating with you in English when you
Out of
spoke?
curiosity, Moonfox, who else is covering this right now?
Did the Dulos children
I think
interact
there was
with
some
the
other-
defendant, Nicole?
Yes.
Popular dude. Like,
I
I want to direct your attention.
I thought everything else was
specifically
doing the
to
Daybell
Petros'
case.
His interaction with Nicole.
I don't
It
know
was
if we were
kind
the
of
only ones.
known that maybe Nicole was his girlfriend.
We're the fun station.
Oh, of course.
He was 11, but
You want to come here instead of there. Here you can just say anything off the cuff. We don't
Was
care.
Jennifer ever in the defendant's
This
presence
one's off the cuff is
during the Miami trip
good
in 2017?
no.
I'm off the cuff a lot.
Did Jennifer stay in Miami with the family for the entire trip?
No, she didn't.
No.
Can you
Mistress?
describe to the jury or explain to the jury why Jennifer did not stay in Miami for the entire trip?
So her mom was with us, like I mentioned, and she tripped and she ended up breaking her ankle. So they had to fly back early so she can get it taken care of. And she took Noelle with her. So they left a few days before the trip ended.
Where did her mother trip?
I'm still standing with the theory
I
that
was-
this
I think it was
guy
by the
was
pool.
cheating Playboy with
I
many
know. I am
women.
too. I am too. I am
Which
too. I'll
pool
tell
are
you why
referring to?
later.
Oh, the pool in Miami at the hotel.
And just to remind the members of the jury, what hotel were you staying at?
The W?
Okay, so we have the mistress and the nanny that
And if we
stays
can
in
be as
Miami.
precise as possible,
Yep.
approximately how many days were you in Miami before Jennifer?
That doesn't sound like a
I
problem.
think it was like 2 or 3 days. So it was towards the end of the trip.
What I don't understand is how
After
helping
Jennifer
this
left Miami, who
It's
stayed
gonna help.
behind?
It's gonna help. Just wait.
I stayed with Fotis and the other 4 kids.
I'm following this.
Did you guys ever go to the ski club again?
Yeah,
And was the defendant present?
yeah.
If I'm in offense, I just point the finger at her. They
Did
both
there
have the same
come a
motive.
point in time when you were no longer staying at the W?
Yeah.
Can you tell the jury what happened?
There was one night where Fotis said that we had to stay in a different hotel, and so we drove to the Ritz-Carlton, but it was only going to be me and the 4 kids, and so because he was going to stay with a friend, and he didn't really go into specifics. It was kind of odd, but I just agreed, and so it was the 4 kids and myself, and we stayed in
No kidding.
one room
Hey,
together
what's a friend? This gets
for that one
good.
night, and then
Even
we had to
the
get
night
up
with
at
the
like
boy
5
in
a.m.
Miami
to
led-
get
This
an
is
Uber
really
to meet him
powerful,
at
folks.
another ski club.
And when you say all of you
Whoa.
stayed in one room, how many beds were in this room?
1 bed.
One bed.
Where did everyone sleep?
Ew, right, mommy?
on the bed. I think I was with Krishan and Constantine in the bigger bed,
Ew.
and Theodore was probably sleeping. We had a cot, and then me and someone on the floor.
This is weird.
When Jennifer was in Miami, were you all sharing a room like this?
No,
This is a strange arrangement.
What were the arrangements when Jennifer was in Miami?
We hear this.
Objection relevance.
No, what is it?
Objection relevant.
Court does not know if this is preliminary to
Overrule
Hey.
it.
more
Yeah,
material
that's
matter. The
overruled.
court will overrule the objection.
Oh my God, I'm getting familiar with all these things.
What were the arrangements prior to Jennifer leaving Miami?
I told you.
we had more of like a suite
You're
room, so there was
studying
multiple
under
bedrooms, so that
tutelage
way there was
of
more
John the
space for us
lawyer.
to be, and like a common living
becoming a
space
lawyer
and
over
a
the
kitchen
course of
space
this
also.
I'm gonna write this movie. It was, yeah.
Did you ever see the defendant outside of the Miami Ski Club?
Yes.
Oh,
Where did you see her?
We went to laser tag one day.
laser tag.
Okay.
Approximately what time did you go to laser tag?
It was after the ski club, so it was probably like later afternoon into the evening.
That's fun.
And
I love
what type of
back in the 90s. It's a little
facility was this?
odd in 2017, but
It was like one of those places that had an arcade and pizza and laser tag. I don't remember the name.
Michelle
friends.
and Lauren went together at a laser
When
tag.
you got to the
There's a relationship
facility,
is
can you
being
describe the jury what
established
happened?
between the two.
Yeah, so I went in and I just kind of went right to the register to like pay for everyone. And Fotis kind of ran in after and he's like, no, you can't, like, he wanted to like make sure that he was the one paying. It was just kind of odd, or have Michelle it was just a weird interaction. And I just told him, I don't want to do laser tag because I was tired and I didn't want to play laser tag. And laser tag with that many kids is very tiring. But he really pushing me to play laser tag, which was just kind of
Pushing
weird.
her to play.
I ended up having to play laser tag while Michelle and Fotis hung out outside of the laser tag room.
so you
I
mean
just
you
want to be
wanted
clear about this.
from
When you say he was pushing you to play laser tag, who are you referring to?
Fotis.
so he wanted her to be part
Yes.
of the laser tag game with
It was-
his kids.
Where-
Yeah, he's pushing her to play.
You indicated that they did not play laser tag, they being the defendant and Mr. Dulos.
I'm gonna write the
Where did
movie.
they,
So he wanted the
So
nanny
why
to
you
watch
wanted
the
laser tag?
kids. Shit,
Well,
that's
because it was like
I-
that arcade kind of space. There were tables and
Yeah,
stuff that you can
yeah.
kind of hang out on while the kids were in laser tag.
was
So
anyone
you
else,
wanted the nanny
present
to watch
besides you
the
and
kids
children?
during the laser tag match so he can
Mr.
hang
Dulos
out with
and
his wife.
Michelle Troconis?
Okay,
I
Yeah,
think
with
Nicole was
Michelle,
there
so
also.
they can,
that sounds perfectly reasonable
Yeah.
to me.
so they can do the nookie.
Well, I don't think they're actually getting down and dirty
You
in an
indicated earlier
arcade
that
or off-brand.
Mr.
You never
Dulos
know.
did not spend
You're young. I've seen it before.
the night
but
with you at the hotel when you were with the children after Jennifer had left, is that correct?
Yes.
Did Mr. Dulos strike that?
Good move.
Good
There was
move.
no
Where
way
did you
to
end up
end that
meeting with
question.
Mr. Dulos after spending the night at the hotel with the children?
We went to a different ski club.
Okay, I won't
Boca.
judge the kink, I promise.
So we took an Uber there to meet him there in the morning.
And was the defendant present at that ski club?
No.
When did you leave Miami?
Shortly after that, we took like an evening flight because we got in around 11 and we weren't back to their house in Farmington until about midnight.
Who was on the flight with you?
Myself and the 4 kids.
Mr. Dulos did not travel back with the family?
No, he extended his trip.
How did you get back from the airport to, I assume, Fort Jefferson Crossing?
We took an Uber
Yeah, okay,
And
everybody
what time
does.
did you arrive?
around midnight.
I gotta be honest, so far everything sounds
When you
relatively
arrived, what did the children do?
Everything sounds
They were all
fine.
tired, so they like ran
Relatively
upstairs
normal.
and like got into
Yeah.
bed. So
The nanny's
Do you recall
watching
what
the
day of
kids
the week this was?
Well,
I
he
know.
goes in.
and does
Was
whatever he
Jennifer awake?
yeah, she greeted us.
I can judge kinks, but yeah.
And did you speak with Jennifer?
I did.
Did you spend the night at the hotel?
No, I went back to my home.
Did Jennifer discuss with you the beliefs you had about Mr. Dulos?
Oh,
What did she say to you?
stop
She
it.
told
You're
me
bringing
he
back.
is having an affair and I have proof.
We did
What
it.
was her proof?
Oh, no.
I think
Don't
through
say it.
email
You're
and
gonna get clipped.
receipts, she found out that he went on a trip to Utah with Michelle and a friend of his and his girlfriend.
What was her demeanor like as she said this?
She was, I think she just was just like, I knew it. And she's again, very soft spoken. So she seemed sad, but also just kind of like she was trying to figure out what to do.
Did she indicate to you whether or not she was going to be confronting Mr. Dulos about the affair?
She told me that she was going to talk to him about it. And
All right, this is
she
where I
asked if
object.
I not mention
Objection,
anything.
hearsay.
Thank you.
Well,
Yes.
the court's concern
Overruled. Not overruled. No.
is relevance.
Did Jennifer talk about leaving him?
So this
Jennifer
appears
talked about
just to be
confronting him about.
a series of events
Yeah,
that, of course, the jury is hearing this testimony, but it just appears to be a series of events. And the court is
No.
going to keep a short leash on this chronology
Okay.
because it has to lead somewhere.
Okay.
So the objection is overruled.
Morning, Loria.
As far as hearsay is
I agree with
concerned,
him.
what concern is relevant.
He's asking her. It's not like she was going to ask it outside of the.
Overruled.
Okay. I get it.
I
You can
don't.
answer the question.
I
Can you
do.
repeat the question?
I will try.
Okay. Here.
Did she indicate to you whether or not she planned to confront Mr. Dulos about the affair?
Oh yeah, she asked me, well, she told me that she was going to, and she asked me not to mention anything to him or to anyone.
Yeah, that's.
And did
that's
you eventually
absolutely
speak
hearsay.
with
That isn't
Jennifer
hearsay.
about her intentions regarding the future of their marriage?
Not that night, no.
When did you?
It kind of changed throughout time, what her intentions were.
Okay, can you describe to the jury what you mean by that?
This is speculation.
So I was in the house the next day and when Fotis arrived too. And so when I got to the house, she pulled me aside and told me that she spoke to Fotis and he admitted to the affair.
Whoa. We've got double hearsay now. She told the witness that she had talked to Fotis and he said X.
What?
Now we have double hearsay.
Oh, wait a minute. Say that again.
We have double hearsay right now.
Okay.
And when Fotis arrived too.
Oh,
And so
All of
when I got to the house, she pulled me aside and told me that she spoke to Fotis and he admitted to the affair.
right.
Okay, so why is the nanny involved with the conversations?
She shouldn't be one, but that's set that aside. Just
I was the nanny. I don't know anything about their marriage, okay? I didn't give a rat's ass. So my job was to take care of the children.
Yeah, I mean, you also weren't sleeping with your boss.
Oh, for God's sakes. Ooh.
But no, from just to
That's
do,
disgusting.
to do the legal thing, this is now what we call double hearsay. You have the witness testifying about what somebody else said. So you need to have an exception for both of those in order for that to be admissible. That's why it's double hearsay. And
Okay,
you can find exceptions for each of them.
okay, so the wife and the nanny talks about her marriage. Oh, this is weird.
Yeah.
You can't make this shit up because I know a lot of nannies and nobody's ever said it. Or anyway, so she talked about. Ooh, this is good.
The wife told the nanny that the husband told her that he was having an affair.
All right, yeah, you're right.
That's 2 levels of hearsay.
Because that's outside the scope, right?
The wife's statement is outside of court. The husband's statement is absolutely outside of court. I don't know how you get past that one from just the pure rules of evidence.
But it is really okay. Before you go on, I just want to tell everybody it is really weird that a nanny knows about the
Love life of her boss.
love life of the household of the couple. It is none of her business. If I was a nanny and a mother would talk about her relationship with her husband, I would be very uncomfortable. Okay.
If I'll put it this way, if I had hired a nanny to watch over my kids and I found out she was talking to my wife about my, potential indiscretions, she'd be fired immediately.
Or yeah, that too. Because this is not.
And that she was going to try
It's
and
not normal.
have this be as civil as possible. Because she opened up more saying that she was no longer in love with Fotis, but she had 5 kids.
You need they
If you're
need to
paying
cut this off.
over $80
This
a
is-
month
this
for car
is
insurance and you
absolutely
don't
not
know this,
appropriate
I
testimony.
guarantee you're losing money.
This is not appropriate testimony.
And directing your attention now to April 2017, did Jennifer make any requests of you as to whether or not you would stay on?
No,
as a nanny?
objection.
Okay,
Yeah,
wait a minute.
over the next few weeks, things were changing. And so her plan changed. And she asked me to go with her when she was planning to move. And I
Oh,
agreed.
Where did this conversation take place?
At a coffee shop in Avon, which is the town right next to Farmington.
Were you still employed by Group at this time?
Yes.
yeah.
Why did you decide to go with her?
Because she was my friend and I trusted her.
A friend.
And
No.
I wanted to help her.
You're not friends with the family you work.
Did you ever talk to Mr. Dulos about your future with Group?
Yeah, at that time, I've been working for Group for a few years and I just had no interest in it at all. And so I didn't see a future with Group anymore.
Did you do anything voluntarily?
Did you
She
give your
doesn't have
notice?
a future in what?
I did. It was going to be for the end of May.
Oh, okay. She was gonna quit.
So March, April,
I
May.
want to direct your attention now to April and May of 2017. Was Jennifer still living at 4 Jefferson Crossing?
Yes.
Was Mr. Dulos still living at 4 Jefferson Crossing?
Yes.
Were they still sleeping in the same bedroom?
No.
Where were they sleeping?
With me.
Jennifer was in their master bedroom and they had a third floor office, but also bedroom. And so Fotis was up there.
With you. Sorry.
Describe the dynamic between Mr. Dulos and Jennifer in April of 2017.
It started to become very tense and uncomfortable being in the presence of both of them. They were arguing a lot. It was, again, just very uncomfortable.
But I thought
Were
she
you
was
still
your
working
friend and you
for Group
trusted
at
her.
this time?
Didn't you
I
just
was.
say that?
Yeah, how do you come to be friend and then intense?
You had mentioned that you witnessed arguments between Mr. Dulos and Jennifer.
Yes.
I want to direct your attention now to an argument that involved a piece of paper.
Mhm.
What did this guy do for a living?
Can you
No.
describe for the jury
A lot of mouths to feed.
what you saw between Jennifer and Mr. Dulos and their interaction?
Objection, Your Honor, prior bad acts, relevance as to Michelle Troconis.
That's true.
Well,
Good objection.
describe what you saw. But we don't know what the testimony is going to be.
Yes, but we know what he's
So-
asking the question for.
The jury has heard testimony that there was a lot of arguing. That's not
They shouldn't have, but
at the level of a prior bad act. We do not know what this testimony will be. The question is, can you describe what you saw? Overruled.
I don't like it, but the judge is right.
You may answer the question.
So one day I drove their family car often. It was a Suburban and I was driving through their garage. There's kind of this like little, I don't know, I guess like a bridge. There's a garage and then you drive through. And so I was driving through and pulling into the garage. And as I was doing that in their backyard patio, I saw Fotis kind of chasing Jennifer with this piece of paper.
Objection, Your Honor.
Mhm.
Same grounds, Your Honor, prior bad acts related to Fotis Dulos, relevance as to Michelle Troconis.
Well, the grounds has to be, you're stating two grounds. You're stating
Yes, she is.
prior bad acts. And you're stating relevance.
Yes, Your Honor.
Overruled on relevance. Concerning prior bad acts. Counsel, do you wish to be heard?
Well,
Yeah.
Judge, I would just indicate that.
Outside of the jury. No, excuse
I
the
can
jury.
proffer now if the court wants, or we can do it at sidebar.
Yes.
Okay,
Well,
John.
Prior bad acts are not admissible. To prove
Prior bad act,
conformity therewith on a particular occasion.
Yes.
Absolutely. And that's, I will tell the court that that's not the offer from the state. Obviously, everything that we are about to discuss as part of the offer yesterday goes to the tension in their marriage during that time period. So that's the purpose.
No,
of this
that's
offer.
not the purpose. That you're lying to the court
Wish
right
to be
now.
heard, counsel?
Your Honor, this was heard outside the presence of the jury, and this is one of the things that we discussed, and my objections based on that.
The jury's still there.
Yes.
This is not
Or
appropriate.
prior bad acts are
It's
not
not
admissible
appropriate.
to show bad character.
Move
criminal
the jury.
It's going to character evidence. That's wrong.
To show other things. And so
She's
what
going
are
to
you
talk about
offering
seeing
us
a
to
photo of
Your Honor, we're offering
dead
to
with
show Mr.
consent.
Doulos'
Exactly.
the growing tension in their marriage and what his intent and motivation was in this particular case.
So intent and malice
This should not be happening in front of the jury.
are grounds on which prior bad acts can be admitted unless the probative value is outweighed by the danger of unfair prejudice.
Correct. The judge is absolutely right. None
What
of
is your
it is
argument,
happening in front
counsel,
of the
on
jury.
unfair prejudice?
Your Honor, these incidents that are going to be described and that are being described right now involve a very short period of time in 2017. The incident for which we are here today is one that is alleged to have occurred in 2019. The incidents that are being discussed here today involve marital discord, involving yelling and disagreements in the context of an impending dissolution of marriage. The charges for which are being brought today involve a conspiracy murder.
So,
Right.
in other words, your argument, counsel, appears to the court is that
I'm
these incidents are too remote in time to essentially give life to intent and malice.
Correct.
Similar in nature, Your Honor.
Yes.
Well, at this point, the testimony is that Fotis
Come on,
was
Judge.
chasing around Jennifer with a piece of paper. So the description of that act as a prior bad act is not evident to the court.
Okay.
Cross-examination is available on what chasing around means. So it's overruled.
Thank you.
He's gonna let it in?
I think that he
You
was.
let the prior act in?
I don't remember the exact.
I think that was a bad ruling.
I do too. I do too. Oh, well, what's his decision?
Mhm.
He just
It-
described the
Honestly,
jury
it
saw
genuinely annoys me.
So after I pulled into the garage,
Look this real quick.
they saw me pull in.
Well, it genuinely annoys me when judges say, well, you can always cross-examine on it, as opposed to following the rule.
I don't think, I thought prior acts were not supposed to be in the court.
They're not. The issue is that he's arguing that it's not prior acts. That her chasing around with a piece of paper doesn't necessarily implicate something illegal or malicious. Doesn't necessarily. But it's you can't unring a bell problem where, it's like, well, you can always cross-examine her on it. It's like, yeah, but then why do we have the rules of evidence?
And they both went inside. And so I had some of the kids in the car. I don't remember where we were coming back from, but we walked in through the garage to the mudroom, to the kitchen. And I just kind of like focused on the kids, getting them to where they needed to be. And it was later on that Jennifer told me what Fotis was saying.
Well, it was later
You're
on with
saying-
Jennifer, and then the court did not hear the balance of the.
Okay, I'm
Testimony.
starting to turn on this judge a little bit.
If the objection is, well, first, the objection has to be timely. If it's not timely, you have to move to strike.
So
Your Honor, I heard Jennifer told me it's a hearsay objection.
Yes, she's
You don't
right.
object
I
to the
heard.
question.
Thank
Didn't
you.
you drill me? Didn't you drill me on this
You have a
before?
response.
Remember?
Yes.
I heard. Those
What's
those
the
were the
question?
words. I
Well, the
heard.
question was for her to.
That's a
describe
timely
what
objection.
I'm not claiming.
I mean, you don't even have to have a
counsel's
law
objecting
degree
to,
to
so
figure
perhaps
that
I
out.
just ask another question and we can move this objection out.
Like, so the last sentence, Jennifer told me, that's non-responsive to the question. So the
That's a
objection
really weaselly
is
way
essentially
of
moves into
dealing
an
with the evidence
area
very
that's not
significant.
responsive, the court will strike that answer.
Thank you, Your Honor.
Don't tell me what Jennifer said to you about the interaction. I want
Okay.
you, though, to describe Jennifer's demeanor as you saw her being chased with a piece of paper.
She looked scared and worried.
And can you describe Mr. Dulos' demeanor for the jury during that same interaction?
He looked angry.
Okay. That's actually a good cure for the problem.
Did you ever witness Mr. Dulos make any threats about the children?
Yeah.
And did he make these threats in Jennifer's presence?
Yes.
Oh, poor
What
kid.
type of threat did he make to Jennifer?
That he would take the kids to Greece and not come back.
And did Jennifer ever express her fear to you that that would happen?
Yeah, a lot.
When was this threat made?
Through those couple months, so April, May 2017.
Did there come a time when Jennifer made a decision to leave Fort Jefferson Crossing?
Yes.
Did she ask for your help in doing so?
Yes.
Can you describe for the jury what you did for Jennifer?
We were slowly moving things out of her Fort Jefferson house to a property that her parents owned in Pound Ridge, New York, and to a friend's house in Farmington. Things that Fotis wouldn't really notice being gone.
Did she tell you why she believed she needed to secretly move out of the house?
Yes.
No, yeah,
Did she
good
tell you-
objection.
In other words, it calls for what Jennifer told her. The
Yeah,
answer is yes or no. It's the next question that may run into the objection.
I disagree.
Did she tell you why she believed she needed to
Okay.
secretly move out of the house?
Yes.
What,
Objection, Your Honor.
Because the question,
It's probably what did she say?
what did she tell you?
Yes.
Objection is hearsay. Counsel.
yes, Your Honor, this is a statement of then existing belief under 8.3 subsection 4, and I do claim this.
Well, a statement of belief is not the same as a statement of then existing mental or emotional
Yes.
condition.
If I could be
Absolutely
more
right.
specific, Your Honor, it's a statement of fear, which I think undoubtedly meets the hearsay exception.
So if the testimony is she was afraid, if
Yeah.
that's the testimony,
If.
what's your response? Afraid of Farber Dulos.
Her specific statement is
Speculation.
not being presented for anything other than the
Objection.
truth of the matter asserted by the decedent.
What did she tell you about why she felt she needed to secretly move out of the house?
Because she was afraid of what Fotis would do to her
Objection,
or with the
speculation, call
kids
for a
if
question of
she
it
filed
in
for
the mind of
divorce.
another person.
while they were living under the same roof.
During this time period where Jennifer was moving out of the home secretly, can you describe her emotional state for the jury?
No,
At first she
you
was really
can't.
calm.
Objection.
So when she first found out about the affair, she
No,
was calm
no,
and she really
no,
wanted to try
no.
and make it work. Which I thought was really good of her because I wouldn't have
That's
been that calm.
speculation,
But
isn't it,
she was very
John?
calm.
Yes.
But then
you're
over the
calling for
weeks
it
from
specifically
after we got back from that
somebody
speech,
other than you.
until
Emotion.
we left in June,
You can't know what
she
somebody's
was
thinking.
increasingly getting more afraid.
You don't
Her
know that.
anxiety was really
I
bad.
couldn't object this.
What
You
is
could
that?
tell that
Connecticut not have
she
speculation
lost weight.
objections?
Like she was just afraid and expressed that a lot.
You're letting it in.
They're not objecting.
And did there actually come a point in time when Jennifer was involved in a car accident?
This is what I start to
Yes.
get mad.
How did you become aware of the car accident?
Jennifer called me because she was in Pound Ridge where she was bringing stuff to the house that she was moving from Fort Jefferson. And she called me to tell me about the accident because she needed someone to come pick her up. And she didn't want Fotis to know because she didn't want Fotis to know that she was moving things into another house.
This is what
Describe her demeanor when you picked her up.
Dividing her words without
Like
explicitly
terrified,
letting her
like
work.
shaking, like he's gonna find out. She was really worried.
I want to direct your attention now to May.
I'll give them this.
2017.
This is a well-coached
From the point in
witness.
time when Mr. Dulos had family members visit Fort Jefferson Crossing?
Yes.
Who visited Fort Jefferson Crossing?
It was his niece Clea and her, I don't know if it was her boyfriend or fiance at the time, Nacho.
And where were they from?
They were living in Madrid,
You said Madrid?
I believe. Yeah, it was Spain, I think.
Oh,
And
boy.
while they were visiting, did you
Never mind.
witness another argument between Mr. Dulos and Jennifer?
Yes.
Can you describe to the jury what happened?
Yeah. I was in one of the kids'
You're on
rooms.
your same grounds.
Can you describe what happened? Not a hearsay objection overruled.
Yeah, you're describing what happened. You
There's
saw
nothing.
it.
So I was in one of the kids' rooms and we were just doing a puzzle together where all of a sudden, like, we
That's
started to
not
hear
common.
screaming and Jennifer ran through the bedroom door. I don't believe that she knew that we were in there, but she ran through the door. Fotis was yelling. I'm not sure what he was yelling. And she closed the door behind her and pushed her body up against the door. And he was trying to get in. And she, I mean, her face was just, she was terrified. And she saw that myself and her daughter were there. And to be honest, I kind of froze because I didn't know what to do. And then when he pushed the door more, he saw that his daughter and myself were in there. And his demeanor totally changed. He went from yelling to like, Jennifer, I just want to talk, like very soft spoken. It was so weird. And so eventually he walked away because myself and her daughter were there. She told me she needed to get out of the house. And so she
This
left
is
me with the
nitpicky,
kids and she just got in the car and I
but
think she just went down the street.
technically you
really
should
just,
not
kind
be
of catch her
able
breath.
to introduce what somebody else saw or did not see.
What we'll do at this point,
I heard he was violent.
because we started late with the jury, we will take our morning recess and come back in at 11:40. Please do not discuss the case.
All right. So I guess you said you had some thoughts that you wanted to catch me up on. This has been
I don't know.
a little
So-
frustrating.
There's a lot of thoughts.
Rise. This Honorable Superior Court now stands in recess. You may exit the courtroom.
I think let's chat it over for a minute or two, and then if they're doing the morning recess right now, maybe I have enough time to take care of the errands that I have on my list.
11:40. So you have
That's only 10 minutes. That's not gonna be enough.
no.
Well, then I might have to just leave it running and come back after the lunch break, if that's okay with you.
Well, yeah. Well, do you want to go to your channel? We can just like do part 1 and part 2.
Let's talk about it at the lunch break. For now, let's just keep it running here.
Yeah, that way we wouldn't have to move the
Hey, that's easier because if I'm not around, you can take off my feed and put up yours if something gets.
No, your feed is running better than mine. Okay, so here we have it, you guys. My question is, do you still think she was involved with Fotis?
Yes.
Because she was in there taking stuff out. She was like trying to keep him out of there. And then he was yelling at her. He saw the kids and he saw her. And then all of a sudden he had a soft voice. He didn't realize she and the kids were actually there. You know, he's a monster doing all this in front of the children. They both.
I can agree with that 100%.
What?
That he's absolutely a deranged lunatic.
Well,
Which I had asked briefly. Do we know what he did for a living?
he was a development real estater.
Okay, because that's a lot of mouths to feed.
Well, that's why he owed his in-laws $2 million plus, and he had to go to court for it.
Okay, that would do it. Genuinely, I still think that this witness was involved with him.
Was?
Yes.
Okay.
Maybe only for that brief period of time where he was sleeping in the office and Jennifer was in the master bedroom. Maybe it only happened once or twice, but I think that that is part of what made it such an uncomfortable situation for her.
Yeah.
Because she could have been the one that got disappeared.
I don't understand why the cops didn't question her. If I was a state,
I don't either.
If I was a state, okay, if I were, you know me, I got the prosecution state mentality brain for some reason.
Yeah, I know.
I would, what?
I know. That's why we're a good duo, because I have the defense mentality.
Right. So anyway, I would be like, you guys, I think we should take a look at Lauren the nanny's involvement a little closer.
I would agree with you. I think part of it, I guess we're going back.
I got questions.
Almost 5 years.
I got questions.
I think part of it, and this does happen occasionally, and I want to be very careful with how I phrase this. Sometimes the state has an idea of what happened early on, and they don't want to ask questions that they don't want the right answers to.
Okay. So you would not give the right answers?
I think that it's not helpful to the state for there to be a romantic involvement between the nanny.
I don't mean necessarily romantic involvement, John.
No, I understand, but you could start asking questions and that comes out, and then they have to turn that over to the defense under Brady.
I wouldn't walk into the situation questioning Lauren off the bat of that. I would say when somebody lives in somebody's home, they're going to know a lot more than you could, because the staff knows a lot more than you can imagine. I have seen too many movies and crimes and everything else.
Absolutely.
These people that work underneath somebody else's home, like one thing, I suspicious of the man that I worked for with his children having an affair with his, had an affair. Okay. But you keep your mouth shut.
And I get exactly what you're saying.
I wouldn't really, here's how I would go into it.
Nancy, there's a reason why I am suspect of the situation, because they're not asking questions about necessarily what she observed. They elicited evidence that the two women talked to each other.
Right.
That's what makes me suspicious. If it were just a matter of, yes, the help does happen to know what goes on in the household, why would it have to be conversations between Jennifer and Lauren?
Right. And that's why
what did you notice?
If I was the state, I would have to wonder, what is Lauren's connection? Because I would question her relationship with Fotis, not romantically, but why with the mother. This is what I would do as a state.
Okay.
This is what I would do. I would go to my team and I say, hey, you guys, why would the person that she works for confide in her with all of these concerns about her husband? This isn't normal.
I agree with you. I think that what they're potentially afraid of, and this is total speculation on my part, is that they were afraid that she would say that he was basically a woman batterer, and the two of them basically confided in each other because they were both on the wrong end of his ire at times. Okay. And that is not a particularly helpful fact when they're trying to bring down who they think is ultimately the culprit.
Michelle.
Yeah, that would not be a particularly helpful thing.
Okay, so I see the connection, but also she did have some kind of relationship with Michelle.
Clearly. Although she is definitely downplaying it, if you notice. It's like, oh, we met a couple.
So my team would say,
you know, about
Nancy,
it.
the team would say, Nancy, you made a good point, but this is why we're not going to do that.
Yeah. Because
And I would be like,
here's
well,
the problem is that if, as the state, if you're following the rules, if I ask a question and I get a bad answer, I have to tell the other side.
right.
So sometimes the better choice is just don't ask the question.
But why would you put her on the stand if you're going to get a bad answer?
Because I think that she was heavily coached.
Is that legal? Yeah.
Yes.
Yeah, it's legal. Oh, so she was coached instead of doing it blindly.
Correct.
You would, yeah, okay, I get it.
When
But
you,
still,
there are two ways to interrogate people. You could ask them questions, which the state has to do in court.
right. Because if they put her in the interrogation room, they're going to have to tell the defense exactly what everything went on.
Correct. The
And
other
that could shoot themselves in the foot.
The other option is you sit there and say, all right, this is the story that I think makes sense. Do you agree with it? And so then it becomes on her to bring up a bad fact, which she has no incentive to do. So she'd be like, yeah, that's pretty much what happened. All right, so when we go into court, you're just going to say that. Cool? Cool.
Well, maybe this is, let me pop this up. Maybe the police did think she was involved with the whole thing. They might have seen how terrified she was of him.
Maybe.
Maybe.
It's not I think they're trying to do right now.
But still, I think if that was the case, they would have a question that they would have answers that would shoot them in the foot.
And that's a danger because, like I said, under Brady, if they have answers that shoot them in the foot, they have to turn that over to the other side. And that just makes her a useless witness because cross-examination is just going to destroy her.
Oh.
I mean, if I'm the defense, I want to insinuate that they had a romantic relationship and that this was, again, I want to point all the fingers.
Now.
I want to point all the fingers at Laura and Jennifer because
picture.
That dude.
I see the entire picture.
Yeah. That's the picture that I want to paint if I'm the defense, because that keeps my client
out of the romance. And let's focus on this Michelle.
Yeah. Let's make her the story.
And not the nanny?
Let's make the nanny the story. And Michelle is just kind of an ancillary character.
God, this would be great for a novel.
I mean, I agree with you. Look, honestly,
this is why I'm doing these. Because what's going to happen is I'm going to take all my notes together and I'm going to come up with something that's going to be.
I'm sure it's going to be amazing.
But it's going to take a while. Don't you guys do not think I'm not working on this, because I am. This is why I'm doing all this.
But seriously, I think that I could easily point the finger and say, how do we know that the nanny's not the one who's behind all of this? She seems to have been.
Depends on how much involvement she had with Fotis. I think what happened was she did do some hanky-panky maybe a couple times, okay? And this is just my theory. And because I don't anyway, and what happened was her and Michelle, I don't know if Michelle knew about the, I don't know.
Let me put it this way.
I don't know. Now I lost my theory.
If the whole point is we're trying to find reasonable doubt here, right?
Right.
So clearly there was a conspiracy with somebody and Fotis to take out Jennifer. Okay. Why is there any less reason to believe that it was this woman as opposed to my client? Maybe she was just a false friend and she was actually, in some ways, in a better position to help disappear Jennifer because of that friendship that they shared.
Well, because in the beginning, she did say to Jennifer that she didn't think he was having an affair.
I know. How does that, I mean, look.
Yes, she did. She did report. The nanny was the one who reported her missing. You're correct, Mommy.
Sure.
Everybody calls her Wombat, but I call her Mommy. Yeah.
And
yeah, so that's it. Well, you could still be involved in a crime and report somebody missing.
honestly, I think that's more likely the case because that would try to shift suspicion off of you.
I think she knows more than everybody else believes.
I know.
She knows more than anybody else can imagine. I really think so. Because she's trying to
this is what happens in a lot of DV cases is, you know, the husband kills the spouse or vice versa, whatever. And they're the ones that report them missing because that's, in our minds, takes suspicion off of us because why would I report them missing? I mean, that's a very, very, certainly it's a trope in media, but it's also.
Well, I have heard cases in the past where they actually did, oh my gosh, my wife's missing. Meanwhile, he's digging her grave in her backyard or, you know. Anyway,
that does genuinely happen.
Your Honor, I'd like to be heard before the jury comes in.
Yes.
Your Honor, yesterday we had a
and then I'm probably
hearing on a motion in limine, and it involved all of these
okay,
while
you're
bad
grab
acts.
some hot coffee.
And we had made arguments on it, and Your Honor had
Excuse
determined
me,
that we would address them as they came in. The purpose of having the hearing on the motion in limine is so that it did not need to be litigated in front of a jury each time one of these acts were proposed to be admitted and heard before the jury. I would move to strike the testimony that came in regarding the prior bad acts that came in already. I'd like to be heard about the fact that the ones that have come in are remote in time, do not go to intent. And if Your Honor has found that they are not too remote in time, and they do in fact go to intent 2 years later, that they are not relevant as to Michelle Troconis based on any evidence that's coming up till now. Your Honor, if you are inclined to continue to allow this, I would ask at the end of direct that you give the court a limiting instruction.
Thank you.
Excellent.
What the court is not inclined to do is call the game before pitches are thrown. The court is not inclined to give a limiting instruction at this point because the pitches haven't been thrown.
I think you're mistaken.
Motion's denied. Bring the jury in, please.
I think you're absolutely wrong, Judge. Fine. Oh. You're just absolutely wrong.
Counsel stipulate.
Yes, Judge.
Yes, Your Honor.
Thank you. The witness can be brought back in.
Yes, Judge. And just before we begin, I did indicate to the court at the break, I had transposed exhibits 14 and 15. 15 was actually 14 and 14 was 15. I apologize. I just wanted to make the members aware of that.
Thank you.
Okay. Did I miss anything? Well, we'll fill you in.
Good morning again.
Morning.
May I proceed, Your Honor?
Yes.
Ms. Almeida, you had indicated that. you
Did
had
John
driven the
leave?
Family's Chevy Suburban, is that right?
Yes.
How many vehicles did the Dulos family have in the spring of 2017?
So they had the Chevy Suburban. Fotis had a Porsche Cayenne. Jennifer had a Range Rover. And they had a Jeep, but I don't know if that was it was a Florida car. I don't know if it came to.
I know.
I
Yes.
haven't run away yet. I have about 5
Direct your
before my car
attention
gets here.
to the
Okay.
Cayenne, if I could. First of all, what type of vehicle is that?
It's like a small SUV, I guess.
Giselle, you really
Oh,
did not miss
Did you ever
a whole
witness
lot.
What?
an argument between Jennifer and Mr.
Giselle, I don't
Dulos?
think missed a whole lot.
No,
Yes.
she really didn't. I mean, just
Describe that
series
argument
of
for
our
the jury.
rant and raves.
Objection, Your Honor.
Well, the question is, can you describe the argument over the Porsche Cayenne?
Without using their words.
What's the relevance, counsel?
So the relevance, Your Honor, is that once again, this goes to the antagonistic relationship that was developing between Mr. Dulos and Jennifer Dulos during the spring
so
months of
motion was denied.
2017. And specifically that this particular incident involved the Dulos children.
The judge is basically
and the
just
fact
letting
that
all the
Jennifer was
character
greatly
over
upset based on something that Mr. Dulos was doing.
Well, if this is testimony about what happened in 2017, every incident that occurred during the course of a strained marriage is cumulative.
Good. Okay.
So at this point, the court is going to sustain the objection.
Good job, Judge. It was on different grounds than they actually objected, but still
I
valid.
want to direct your attention now to June 19th, 2017. Can you tell the jury what happened that day?
That was the day that Jennifer planned for us to leave for Jefferson.
When you say Jennifer planned for us to leave Fort Jefferson, who are you referring to?
The 5 kids, Jennifer and I was helping her along.
Was Mr. Dulos aware that you were going to be leaving?
Giselle, I agree with you. I think this
No.
judge has been trying to do his best. It doesn't mean I always agree with him, but
What
that's
was the
the nature of the game.
plan to leave Fort Jefferson without Mr. Dulos becoming aware?
The plan was she told him that we were all going to be visiting her father's grave and we were going to New York. We went to New York often because that's where Jennifer's parents were. And we left like that afternoon, I believe. And we just got in the car and the plan was to stay at a hotel that we've never stayed in before. So we stayed at the Mandarin Oriental in the city. And Jennifer hired an armed bodyguard to be outside of her room because she was afraid, because her plan was to file for divorce
Okay, this is an objection.
once we were in the city in the hotel.
Please object.
Did you ever hear from Mr. Dulos on June 19th, 2017?
Yes,
How did you hear from him?
he called me a bunch that evening.
Did you ever answer the phone?
No, I didn't.
Did he leave any voicemails?
Yes.
What did he say on the voicemail?
And Giselle, I agree
he
with
accused
you.
me of
Yeah, I
kidnapping their
really
kids
like that he reads
and
through his
that he was going to call the
position
police.
one way or the
which he
other.
did.
And how long did you stay at the hotel?
I stayed for like half a week, but they stayed for a full week.
Where did Jennifer end up residing after leaving Fort Jefferson Crossing?
She rented a home in New Canaan, Connecticut.
What was the address, if you recall?
153 Chichester Road, I believe.
So not 69 Wells Lane initially?
No.
Directing your attention now to approximately 8 days later, was there a family case pending between Mr. Dulos and Jennifer at that point?
Yeah.
And did you testify in the family case?
Yes, I did.
Was that in this building?
Yes.
Did you see Mr. Dulos in this building prior to testifying?
Yes, outside in the hallway.
Was he with anyone?
He was with his lawyers.
Did he approach you?
Yes.
Can you describe his demeanor as he approached you?
He came at me, yelling at me, again, accusing me of kidnapping his kids. And then I just walked away. And then he tried to approach me later with his lawyer in a different demeanor, just apologizing, saying that he's just really upset. But I just walked away.
And did you testify on Jennifer's behalf in the custody case?
Yes.
Okay.
Going forward from June 27th, 2019, did you continue to work as a nanny for Jennifer?
Yes.
Well, counsel, you said June 27th, 2019.
Sorry, strike that. Let me rephrase the question. June 27th, 2017, did you continue to work as a nanny for Jennifer?
Yes.
And were you still working for 4 Group?
No.
Did your responsibilities change with the kids given the new location?
Yes. I think I became more, it was only myself and Jennifer. So there was no other babysitters or anything, other than she met some people in her time in New Canaan. So there'd be a babysitter on a day I couldn't go, or she needed an extra hand, but it was mostly just Jennifer and I. So my responsibilities became more.
And were you ever tasked with the responsibility of dropping the children off at 4 Jefferson Crossing for visitation with Mr. Dulos?
Yes, I was in the beginning.
Approximately for how long were you tasked with that responsibility?
Just a few times, and I told Jennifer that I no longer wanted to do it.
I want to direct your attention now to September 20th, 2017. Did you drop the children off at 4 Jefferson Crossing that day?
Yes.
Did you see Mr. Dulos on that day?
Yes.
Did Mr. Dulos approach you on that day?
Yes.
Can you describe his demeanor when he approached you?
He was angry and yelled at me, and again is accusing me of kidnapping his kids and telling me that the only reason why I
Hearsay.
was there for Jennifer was because she paid off my student loan, which is an absolute lie, and that he was going to make sure that I never see his kids again, but yelling in front of the kids.
Please object.
So it was very uncomfortable.
Did you ever do a drop off with the children again?
After that time, no. I told her I no longer wanted to be around him.
Did Jennifer and Mr. Dulos ever officially finalize their
All right,
divorce?
car's here. I'll be
No,
back.
they did not.
Okay.
Was their divorce ongoing in May of 2019?
Yes.
In May of 2019, how often was Mr. Dulos permitted to see his children?
He had supervised visitations, so he had to have someone from the court along with his visitations, which was every Wednesday for a few hours. And with that visitation, it needed to be agreed upon with the supervisor and Jennifer through something I believe was called the Family Wizard, for them to communicate, because they no longer could communicate through text or through phone. Everything needed to be recorded. So it was supervised visitations once a week.
I want to direct your attention now to the week of May 20th, 2019.
Mm-hmm.
Were you working as a nanny for Jennifer during that week?
Yes.
And I want to begin with May 21st, Tuesday, 2019.
Okay.
Where were Jennifer and the children living at that point?
So they now have moved to 69 Wells Lane in New Canaan.
Did Jennifer own that home?
No, she was renting.
In addition to yourself as the nanny, were there any other individuals who were frequently in the home besides the family itself?
There was a cleaning person that would come often. Her name was Edie. I don't know if it was like once or twice a week.
And how often were you working for Jennifer in May of 2019?
So the weekends were less, but it was usually Monday through Thursday and Sunday most of the time. But I would always have Friday and Saturdays off.
Had you had any contact with Mr. Dulos from September 2017 until May of 2019?
He was emailing me back and forth.
But other than that,
Other than that, no contact.
how did you typically get into the house at 69 Wells Lane?
So they had a 3-car garage, and I would enter through the middle because they had a keypad, and that's what the keypad would open. And I would enter through the garage, and then there was a door that led to the mudroom, and that's how I would get in the house.
What types of vehicles did Jennifer own?
So she had a Suburban and she had a Range Rover.
Where would she typically keep the Suburban and the Range Rover?
So the Suburban was on the left side of the garage, and in the middle was the Range Rover. And then the third and last bay we had a bunch of shelves for sporting equipment and the garbage can, so that was typically left open.
Are you familiar with something known as WeatherTech lining?
I think that's like a Suburban or line your cars with. Maybe not. I don't know. I think yes.
Well, let me ask it this way. Did Jennifer have lining in her Suburban?
Yes.
Where was the lining?
It was in the car, so it was like the mats and then the trunk because the kids would throw their sports stuff in there all the time. So it was like, I think, a way to protect the car.
And had you actually seen the lining in the trunk of the Suburban?
Yeah, it never came out of the car unless she brought it to a car wash and they took it out to clean it, but they always put it back in.
What type of material was this made out of?
Like rubber.
When you would enter through the garage, you indicated that you accessed a mudroom, is that correct?
Yes.
Was the door to the mudroom ever locked?
No, that was kept open.
When would it be locked?
The door leading into the garage,
Yes.
that door was never really kept locked. It was kind of just open.
Now, I want to direct your attention to that day, Tuesday, May 21st, 2019. Was there a basketball hoop being installed at the residence?
Yeah, so the boys got a basketball hoop as a gift from their grandmother. So they were getting it installed in their driveway. It was one that you had to dig a hole for and put it in that way.
And were you present when that was taking place, the basketball hoop being built?
No, I showed up after, so it happened earlier that morning.
Did you have a conversation with Jennifer about the garage that day?
Yeah, so she went to show me the basketball hoop because she was like really proud of it. So we were on our way outside and just in passing, she's like, this is a mess.
So the hearsay came in at the end of the question. What is the question?
Whether or not she'd had a conversation with Jennifer about the garage?
So the answer was yes. And then the response was, she said, hearsay.
Well, my response, Your Honor, is that I'm not offering this for the truth of the matter asserted, and so I'm not offering it for a hearsay purpose. It's meant to explain why this witness took subsequent action in the garage.
The counsel approach, please.
First of all, Fotis was a mentor to her. Then things became ugly. So, what happened to the relationship? She sure is pretty, though. I gotta give her that. Kimber loves her. Seriously. She said he was a mentor. And
What
now,
did Jennifer say about the garage?
She said the garage was a mess. And
oh,
that was it. So I decided to clean it that day.
Garage of them.
What area of the garage did you clean?
I cleaned that third open bay that had all their sports equipment in it.
And how did you clean the area?
I guess it was just more like organizing the shelves and organizing what was on the floor and just putting things in certain spots.
You
Was there any
came
cleaning supplies in
violent
the garage?
towards
Yeah, there was a bucket of cleaning supplies.
What color was the bucket?
To be honest, I don't remember. I believe it to be
her.
white or red.
With Jennifer.
Can you describe the bucket for the jury? I mean, is it one of these 5-gallon buckets or?
Yeah, it was one like, I guess it's 5-gallon. I don't know, but it would just have things like Windex and cleaning solutions, sponges, things like that, that the cleaner would use, like grab on into when she would enter the house to clean the rest of the house.
And while you were cleaning the garage, did you notice any camping pillows?
Yeah, so the kids would go on a day-night trip with their school where they had to bring camping supplies, like a camping pillow and sleeping bag. So I kind of put that in the corner. That it just kind of lived in the garage.
So the camping pillows were in the garage.
Yes.
I want to direct your attention now to the next day, Wednesday, May 22nd, 2019. Were you working that day?
Yes.
And what time did you arrive at work?
I usually arrive around 12-ish. It depends. Sometimes I come in earlier.
Do you remember what you did upon your arrival at work that day?
On Wednesday? Well, Jennifer, there was a visitation that day, so I usually go to the house first and kind of like pick up after the kids or their rooms and stuff. So probably like made the beds.
You mentioned that there was a visitation that day. Who had visitation?
Fotis had visitation.
And what time would Fotis arrive for visitation?
4:30.
And what time did he arrive on this day?
This day he arrived at 4.
Was this unusual?
Unbelievably unusual. Fotis was notoriously late to everything, including supervised visitation.
Did you see him arrive at the house?
I didn't see him arrive at the house until Jennifer noticed him through the window because he pulled in up the driveway, and part of their agreement was that he had to wait at the bottom of the driveway for the supervisor to arrive, and then together they would drive up the driveway and get the kids for the supervised visit. So it was strange that he drove his car all the way up the driveway with nobody noticing. So Jennifer saw that he came down and got me and said, she just said, I'm going to go talk to him and see what's going on. And he said he was confused. And so he just went back down the driveway and waited for the supervisor to arrive.
Now, at some point, did you leave did you leave 69 Wells Lane?
Yeah,
Why did you leave 69 Wells Lane?
I didn't want to be around Fotis.
Mm.
So what did you do?
I went into town with one of the kids. I think we grabbed lunch. I believe she had, they did horseback riding. And so we were going to that right after. So we just grabbed something to eat. And then I took her to where she needed to be.
And how long did that last where you took her out on to, what was it again?
I think it was horseback riding.
Okay.
Yeah,
How
we
long
did
did that
this.
last?
It's usually like, I believe it was like an hour and a half or so.
And at some point, did you message with Jennifer?
Yes.
And what was the purpose of messaging with Jennifer?
I wanted to make sure that Fotis left the house before I came back. So she was just letting me know if he'd left or not.
I can have this marked, Your Honor.
I think this is the day of the murder,
Yes,
right?
this
Am
is
I correct?
been,
Bombing?
marked by Madam Clerk as State's Exhibit 16. We did have an opportunity to show Attorney Felsen what was on State 16 yesterday. I don't know if there's any objection.
No, Your Honor.
State 16 will be admitted as a full exhibit.
So Amanda, there is a gigantic TV behind you
Yep.
that we're going to turn on and we're going to show you some things.
Okay.
Is Your Honor's TV on?
Yes.
So within
Probably.
State's Exhibit 16,
Maybe.
there is a file entitled Number 1 Text with Jennifer. I'm just going to ask if my colleague can pull that up. And we're displaying page 1 of Text with Jennifer at this point. Ms. Almeida, do you recognize this text message exchange?
Yeah.
Well, firstly, can you just explain to the jury what this is?
These are texts between Jennifer and I that Wednesday, going back and forth on what to do that evening of Wednesday, because I was just checking in to see if Fotis was there and how I could essentially waste time if he was still there, so I didn't have to be at the house.
And were these screenshots that were taken from your cellular phone at the time?
Yes,
And did you provide those screenshots to police?
yes,
And many of us have iPhones, but just for the record, is this an iPhone text message exchange?
yeah, so I was in the blue and Jennifer was in the white.
And so Jennifer writes, Fotis is still here. I know you were going to do Noel's braids. Petros is picked up by 8:30. I think he should wrap it up, ... I'll let you know when he goes.
3:56 p.m.
And Jennifer wrote that to you?
Yes,
And what is the message about Noel's braids and Petros being picked up? Can you explain to the jury what she meant by that?
yeah, Noelle had she had like a colony day or something at school, so she had a little outfit and she had a dress and she just wanted to wear braids. And Jennifer had many talents, but hair was not one of them. So I did her hair the night before. And
Oh,
Petros was at lacrosse, so it was a practice to get picked up from.
And you write, I'll just go out in gas to waste some time.
Yeah.
And then you continue, Constantine wants Dunkin'. I assume that means Dunkin' Donuts.
Yes, that does.
So maybe we do that, get gas, and then get Petros. And then she replies, okay, great, but he left so you can bring him home. Is that right?
Yep.
So she was letting you know that it was okay to return?
Yes.
Now, did there come a point in time where Fotis actually returned to 69 Wellesley on May 22nd?
Was that Wednesday?
Yes.
okay. So it wasn't
Um,
the murder day.
Yes, actually, in between his visit or
Okay.
during his visit. Yes.
And were these text messages before or after he returned?
I think it was after. I'd have to look at the time, but I believe it was after.
Okay. Did there come a point in time where Mr. Dulos ate dinner on the back patio of 69 Wells Lane?
Yes.
Objection, Your Honor.
Wow.
Personal knowledge.
We do not know. if this witness was there. So that predicate question can be asked.
Well, let me ask it this way. Did you become aware that Mr. Dulos was going to be returning to 69 Wells Lane to have dinner?
Yes,
How did you become aware of that?
because Jennifer talked about it.
Same objection.
Well,
Did you become aware that the Dulos was going to go back to 69 Wells Lane to have dinner? Response, yes. How did you become aware of that? Because Jennifer,
I'm sorry, Mr. Clerk.
because Jennifer told her.
Yes.
And the objection is essentially hearsay.
Yes, sir.
Overruled.
Jennifer told you this in person?
Yes,
And when would she have told you this in person? Was it after you had taken Noel or?
yeah, it was when so I dropped Noel off, and then by that time he had left with the kids. And so I went back to the house, and I was then taking Constantine to his lacrosse practice. So it was in between that time before I left with Constantine, or to go, to his practice.
Did you and Jennifer do anything to prepare for Mr. Dulos's visit?
Yes,
What did you do?
we locked all the doors
Why did you lock the doors?
because she did not want him entering the house at all. And in their living room at 69 Wells, it was all opened windows with doors, and so you could enter. And so we made sure all of those, including the mudroom door, was all locked.
And after you assisted her in locking the doors, what did you do next?
We were preparing the food that was going to be eaten on the patio. That way they didn't need anything coming in. So they had all the cups, utensils, napkins, plates, everything was out there on the patio.
The food as well, or that came later?
No, the food as well, because he came with the food and gave it to Jennifer. And so she had it in the fridge. So we just put it out.
Now, I want to direct your attention now to May 23rd, 2019, which is the next day.
Mhm.
Did you work that day?
Yes.
What types of things did you do at work that day?
I don't remember exactly, but I'm sure the kids had practice or horseback riding or something. I usually pick the kids up from school, or I'll pick Noel and the other 4 kids. They had different times in which they were out of school. So I would usually or Jennifer would hang out with Noel until the other kids were picked up. And I would also cook dinner, and I did like tidying when the cleaner wasn't there. I did the tidying around the house.
So let me sharpen my question a little bit. Did you do something with paper towels?
Yes.
Okay. Can you tell the jury what you did with paper towels?
Yeah, so we buy in bulk, and so we were running out of paper towels that we keep in the pantry. And so I went down in the basement to get a 12-pack of paper towels, and I unloaded it in the pantry before I left that evening.
Where was the pantry located at 69 Wells Lane?
It was to the left of the kitchen.
And did you have any conversations with Jennifer about what she would be doing the next day?
Yes.
Were you going to be working that Friday?
Yes.
And specifically Friday, May 24th, 2019?
Yes.
Why were you going to be working that Friday if you didn't ordinarily work on Fridays?
So she asked me originally to maybe stay over on Thursday night because she had appointments in New York City to go to. She still kept her doctors here, and she had an early morning appointment on Friday. And so doing overnights was something that I would often do. It wasn't abnormal. And so the plan was for me to spend the night Thursday and then be there Friday. And I was going to take 4 of the kids and drive them up to New York to meet Jennifer at her mom's because they had an orthodontist appointment that was also located in the city.
When you say the city, you're referring to
To New York City.
Manhattan.
Yeah, Manhattan.
And where did the children attend school?
New Canaan Country Day.
And you may have said this, I apologize, but what time were you supposed to be picking them up on Friday, May 24th?
So on Friday, I was picking them up like 12:15, 12:30. They had a half day that day, which they usually don't. It's usually they have half days, but it's on Wednesdays. But that day it was on a Friday.
On May 23rd, did Jennifer tell you which vehicle she planned to take to the city the next day?
Yeah, so ultimately she decided that she was just gonna spend the night Thursday, so I didn't need to sleep over. And she told me she was gonna take the Range Rover because she'd only have 4 of the kids, and the Suburban is very difficult to park in Manhattan.
What time did you leave on May 23rd?
So I picked them up and we came back to the house to have Subway sandwiches that I bought them. And I think,
I'm sorry, on May 23rd.
oh, May 23rd, sorry. I left my usual time, probably like around 9-ish.
Directing your attention now to Friday, May 24th, 2019. Did you receive any text messages from Jennifer's phone on the morning of May 24th?
Yeah.
I'm just gonna ask that we and actually, I'm just gonna
I'm gonna see the dress she was wearing.
there. I want to just button up. Okay, can you? Those are difficult to read. This is where we, I think, left off. If we can just continue on to the next page. This is page 2 of folder 1, text message from Jennifer. So this is now page 2. And directing your attention to Wednesday, May 22nd at approximately 4:59 p.m. You indicated okay to come back. She responds, yes, we'll be back about 6:15, 6:20. I'll explain. And you responded, okay. Was that in between when you took Noel and then returned to take Constantine to practice?
Yes.
Now, directing your attention to page 3. You had indicated to the jury that you had received text messages from Jennifer's phone in the morning. And I want to just direct you to the top, Friday, May 24th at 7:14 a.m. Can you just indicate to the jury what she wrote to you?
Yeah, she said, I took Instagram off so you could use it for a car ride. Petros's iPad is in my bathroom. Petros is bringing Lax sick. He has to bring home.
Okay. And so, first of all, just for the record, what is Instagram?
Well, it's a social media app.
Okay. And who had Instagram?
Petros had it when he was not allowed to have it because he downloaded it.
Okay. And so when she's saying I took Instagram off, she's referring to some tablet or computer that
Yes.
Petros had?
Yes.
Okay. And she's indicating he's allowed to have it now?
Yes.
Okay. And what does this mean? Petros is bringing Lax sticks he has to bring home.
Yeah, so Petros played lacrosse, so he was bringing the lacrosse stick to school because I think he was playing after school.
So you received these messages in the morning.
Mhm.
What time did you arrive at 69 Wells Lane that day?
I got there, I think it was close to 11.
When you say 11 in the morning,
11 in the morning, yeah.
how did you get there?
Yeah.
I drove my car.
Hi, Lorianne.
Did you make any stops prior to getting to 69 Wells Lane?
Yes.
Where did you stop?
I stopped at the restaurant chain Subway to get sandwiches for everybody.
And when you got to 69 Wells Lane, how did you enter the home?
Like I always do. So I typed in the code to the middle garage and went through the middle bay.
And then through the mudroom door?
Yes, and through the mudroom door.
Did you notice anything unusual when you went into the garage?
When I went into the garage, yes, the Range Rover was still there and the Suburban was gone when she told me she would be taking the Range Rover.
Did you see any blood-like substances in the garage or on the floor?
No.
After you walked in the garage, where did you go?
So I enter through the mudroom and I usually put my stuff. She had these cubbies and I put my stuff in the cubby and then I go to the kitchen. So I went in the kitchen.
When you got to the kitchen, did you notice anything unusual?
A couple things, yes.
Tell the jury what you noticed.
So first, her purse was on the floor. It was between the mudroom and the kitchen, like the doorway. It was a big, like, structured purse. And I thought it was just a little odd because it was a really nice handbag and it was on the floor. But I didn't look in the bag, so I just kind of figured she took her phone and her wallet with her to New York. And then when I entered the kitchen, she always had a tea, like in this certain cup with her, and a granola bar. She ate it every morning. It was just part of her routine, and it was there. The tea was still full, and the granola bar was still there. So I thought it was a little strange, but I just figured she was in a rush because I knew she had to get to the city. So I just cleaned the cup of tea and I put the granola bar away.
As you were cleaning the cup of tea, did you notice the paper towel roll on the countertop near the sink?
Yeah, so the paper towel roll was empty, so I went in the pantry to go grab another one and noticed that there were only 2 rolls of paper towels left, which was odd to me because the night before I just put 12 rolls in there. But again, I thought maybe the kids spilled something and they used a lot of paper towels.
Did you do anything else when you were inside the house?
Yeah, so usually I would go in and I would go in the kids' room and like fix up their beds or put away some clothes. And then after I left to pick the kids up from school.
What time did you pick the children up from school?
I think it was around 12:30,
I'm sorry.
like 12:30.
And where did you pick them up?
A New Canaan Country Day.
Which children did you pick up from school?
I picked up Petros, Theodore, Constantine, and Noel because Christian was going to go home on the bus with a friend and spend the afternoon there because she didn't need to go to the orthodontist.
Where did you take the children once you picked them up?
So we went back to 69 Wells and had lunch.
Did you notice any blood-like substances inside the home while you were having lunch or prior to picking up the children?
No.
Approximately how long did it take to eat lunch?
Like 20-ish minutes, or pretty fast.
After you were finished eating lunch, what did you do?
The kids went and like got their iPads for the car ride, and I just like cleaned up quickly, put everything away, and then I texted Jennifer because Noelle couldn't find hers, and so I asked. We had like a family iPad, and so I asked if she could take that instead. And then we got in the car and headed to New York.
Did Jennifer respond to your text message?
No,
So what did you decide to do without her having responded?
I just took the iPad. It was a long car ride.
During the car ride, did you try to communicate with Jennifer?
So right before we left the driveway, I texted her our ETA and that we would be at Gloria's. And then I just started driving. And then I texted her when we got to Gloria's.
Did you ever try to call Jennifer?
Yes, after we got to Gloria's around 2:30 and she wasn't there. And I was supposed to meet Jennifer at Gloria's. I wasn't supposed to go to the orthodontist. I was going to be heading back home, but she wasn't there. And so I called her around 4 o'clock.
And when you say Gloria, is just to refresh everyone's memory, Gloria is Jennifer's mom, is that correct?
Yes,
And she resides in Manhattan?
yes,
And she has an apartment in Manhattan?
yes.
And that's where you were supposed to meet Jennifer?
Yep.
Had Jennifer replied to either of your text messages
No,
prior to trying to call her?
no, none of them.
If I can just pull those up. So, beginning Friday, May 24th at 12:43 p.m. Hello, we're home and eating. Noelle can't find her iPad. Is it okay to take the iPod? Is it okay to take the iPad? And she does not respond, correct?
Yeah.
And then you texted her again, leaving now. ETA is 2:30. And she does not respond, correct?
Yes.
And at 2:30 exactly, you text, just got to Gloria's. Approximately how long after sending that text message did you try to call Jennifer?
I don't remember. I think it was close to that other text message, will we meet you at the dentist?
And why did you send that message?
Because I hadn't heard from her. So I didn't know if I've been to their orthodontist. It says dentist, but it's orthodontist. I've been to the orthodontist before, so I knew where it was and I've brought them. So maybe I was gonna meet there because maybe her appointments ran longer. I didn't know.
Did you go to the orthodontist with the children?
Yes, I did.
How did you get there?
We took a taxi.
Did Jennifer meet you at the orthodontist?
No, she didn't.
How were you feeling at this time?
Really bad. The second I called Jennifer, it's like my stomach just sank because she never not answered her phone. So I was really hopeful that she just got caught up with meetings and she was going to be there. And so when she wasn't there, I was shocked, but also like, okay, I have the 4 kids in front of me. I don't know what to do. So I just put them into their appointments and I I just walked outside and I started to call people that could have heard from Jennifer.
Who did you call?
Well, I called my mom, who was trying to calm me down and tell me all these things that I needed to call the hospitals because maybe she was in a car accident. And then I called her friends.
And based on those conversations, what did you do next?
Based on those conversations, I got the kids, they finished their appointment. I got them in the cab and I had Noelle bring Jennifer's iPad or the family iPad, but it was connected to her Google and her Apple ID. And so I decided to bring the kids back to their grandmother's. I went in the cab and I went to her appointment because I was able to pull up her Google Calendar and what appointment she had that day. So I went to one of her appointments.
And were you able to make contact with someone at the appointment or at the location of the appointment, I should say?
Yeah, they were able to tell me, I just needed to know if she made it. And they were able to tell me that she didn't.
What did you do next?
I called her friends again, letting them know what was happening. And then I decided to take a cab back to Gloria's. And it was from there that myself and Jennifer's friend Laurel called the police.
Which police department did you call?
New Canaan.
Excuse me. And what information did you give to the police?
What information did this witness give to the police? Overrule.
Your Honor, I'd like to be heard outside the presence of the jury.
Overrule.
Excuse me, Your Honor, I apologize. You can answer the question.
We told the police that a mother of 5 is missing and that she was in a very contentious divorce. And I knew that he had purchased a gun, and so I was afraid. And they were on it right away.
I don't claim that part.
Ladies and gentlemen of the jury, the portion of the testimony that this witness knew Fotis Dulos purchased a gun is stricken. You may not consider it for any reason.
Mm-hmm. She knew, but yeah. I agree. That needs to be strict.
Did you ever receive any communications from Mr. Dulos that night?
Yes.
What type of communication?
He called me in the evening.
And did you answer the phone?
No,
Why not?
I was afraid.
Did you eventually speak with him?
Yes.
And can you describe that conversation for the jury?
Yeah. So he called me and I called the police because I wasn't sure what to do. And they told me that he's not a suspect, so you should talk to him because I have his kids. And so I decided just to call him back because I didn't want to like anticipate waiting for the phone call. And so I spoke to him and it was a very weird conversation. He asked how the kids were doing, but like didn't talk about Jennifer or really what was going on, just like saying, oh, this is really weird. And immediately went into that he had a supervised visitation that Saturday. I think because it was Memorial Day weekend. So he had a day, it was like a special thing, and that I needed to make sure that I left New York early enough that I got the kids to him to New Canaan for his supervised visit. And he was just very adamant, like, Lauren, you have to make sure that they're there. They need me. You need to bring them to me, like, be early. And then the conversation ended.
And did you also exchange text messages with Mr. Dulos that night?
Yeah.
If I could just pull them up, that's folder 2. And once again, were these screenshots from your phone that you shared with the police department?
Yes.
And you indicated to Mr. Dulos at 9:49 p.m. on May 24th, hello, no updates so far. Laurel is at the police station right now keeping me updated, but they don't have anything yet. They looked around the house, but it all seemed fine. I'm trying to get the kids to get some sleep. You sent that message, correct?
And meanwhile, the mother is
This one
missing
responded, okay, thank you. Please call me first thing in the
because he
morning.
just killed her.
And then you responded, yes, I will. If I hear anything tonight, I'll let you know. Is that correct?
Yes.
And he responds, okay. Other than the phone conversation that you had with him on May 24th that you've already described for the jury, was your additional communication with Mr. Dulos done strictly through text message?
I didn't have any at that time other than that evening. I didn't talk to Fotis at all.
Okay,
I'm
after that,
referring
we
to
never talked to him.
these messages here that
Yeah.
you're seeing. This was after your telephone conversation with him, correct?
Yeah, it was only through text messaging.
And if we could just continue on to Friday, May 24th at 11:38 p.m., he asked you, still up, any news? And you responded, no news, they're still searching though, got kids to sleep, is that correct?
Yep.
And then, I'm sorry, could you scroll just there? Okay. Looks like there's part of a message that's cut off. It says, thank you, are they okay? Are they worried? And you responded, they're doing okay. They're worried, but I'm trying to just keep them updated as much as I can to keep them at ease. I'm happy they got to bed. So presumably the children had fallen asleep at this point?
I think I was referring to the night before that they got to sleep.
Okay. And then he responds, okay, I will see you guys tomorrow. And you respond, okay, good night. Is that right?
Yeah.
So when he says see you tomorrow, he's referring to Saturday, May 25th, correct?
Yes.
Okay. And that was for his visitation?
Yes.
Were you intending on bringing the children for visitation?
No.
Why not?
I was afraid and I wanted to keep the kids with myself and Gloria.
I am
Now,
beginning to
on
feel that
Saturday,
way.
May
too,
25th at
now.
5:39 a.m., he texts you GM, which I
My
assume
story's
stands for
changing. I don't know, but her
Yeah.
mom. it
Lauren,
was-
any news? And you replied, called them at 2:30 and 5:30. No news. They just told me that they're
That's why I
still
got to hear the whole
searching.
thing before I make it a
And he
judge.
replies, I spoke to an
I'm not going
officer
to do that
at 1
anymore.
a.m. as
That's what I
well.
used to
Is
do.
that correct?
I'm not going to say anything anymore. I'm
And
just
then at
let's
10
go.
a.m., he texts you GM Lauren, again, driving down to NC, which I assume stands for New Canaan.
True. Yes. Did she still have any involvement with him
And then he
physically?
continues, spoke to Officer Patton. He had no update.
Not sure.
How are the children? Children, and you respond, children are doing well, just ate breakfast. And then he asks, are you guys driving to New Canaan? Is that correct?
Yes.
Did you indicate one way or the other whether or not you were driving to New Canaan?
No.
Directing your attention now to the next page. The title is Fotis New Phone. At some point, had he reached out to you from a different phone number
Yes.
and you programmed it in as Fotis New Phone?
Yes.
And so this is him with, I guess, the initial reach out saying, Lauren, it's Fotis, how are the children doing?
Yep.
And you said kids are doing okay, getting ready to sleep. He responds, okay, any updates? You said, no, not yet. Is that right?
Yeah.
Directing your attention now to Sunday, May 26th at 10:59 a.m. Farber Dulos' new phone texts you, GM Lauren, how are the children? You respond, they're doing fine. And he asks, is Christiane with you or is she still with friends? And you replied, she's with us. Christiane was the child that you had mentioned you had a sleepover, is that correct?
Yeah.
And how did Christiane come to be with you if she was in New Canaan
Jennifer's friends picked her up.
and brought her to Gloria's?
Yeah.
And then he asks, okay, good, somebody brought her to you. And you replied, yes. He asks, is she okay? You respond, all are fine. He says, okay, thanks. Any update on Jennifer? You didn't respond to that message. Why not?
I just didn't want to.
Now, on Sunday, May 26th, did you see Mr. Dulos in New York?
Yes.
Where did you see him in New York?
He came to Gloria's apartment in Manhattan
How did you see him?
through the window. We saw his car pull up.
And were the police called?
Yes, they were.
Which department responded?
I think it was some precinct, but I don't remember.
The New York Police Department?
Yeah, it was the New York Police Department.
And did you speak with the police?
No, I didn't. Well, in the original phone call to the police.
No, I'm referring to the NYPD.
Oh, when they came to the house, I spoke to them.
Okay, in Gloria's apartment?
Yes.
And did Mr. Dulos ever see the children in your presence that day?
No.
Did there come a point in time when you were asked to review photographs of the garage at 69 Wells Lane?
Yes.
Can you tell the jury when that was?
It was, I believe it was that weekend in Gloria's apartment. The New Canaan police, they came to New York to meet with me and show me pictures.
And I'm just going to show, these were pictures that were taken by the police department. Is that right, Ms. Almeida?
Yes.
Okay. So this is, for the record, this is within State's Exhibit 16. Specifically, this is item number 3. What are we looking at here?
So this would be like where the open bay was, where all their sports stuff was. This shelf in particular was where I kept like their camping stuff and Nerf guns and stuff like that.
Okay. And you had indicated that on Tuesday, May 21st, you had cleaned the garage.
Yes.
Is there anything not visible in this photo that was visible to you on the 21st in this location?
Yeah.
Can you tell the jury what that is?
Those were the camping pillows that they had for their trips.
And where would they have been in this photograph?
They would have been next to the sleeping bags on that second shelf.
Okay. So, and just for the record, there is a shelf and there's 2 sleeping bags underneath on the second level, and they would have been next to those.
Yes.
And if we could pull up item number 4. Oh, What color were the camping pillows?
They were white.
I'm sorry, I didn't interpret it.
They were white.
So what are we looking at here in item number 4 on that disc?
So these are just more shelves in that third bay where we kept like their sports equipment and stuff.
And is there anything not visible in this exhibit that you had seen on the 21st?
Yeah, there was a cleaning bucket that I put on that third shelf, so on the bottom.
And was this the cleaning bucket that you described earlier, the red or white bucket?
Yes.
And directing your attention to the sponge in the photograph, was that on the floor when you cleaned the garage on May 21st, 2019?
No, it was in the cleaning bucket.
Now, did there come a point in time where you and the children were asked to provide DNA samples to the state police as well as fingerprints?
Yes.
Do you recall approximately when that was?
I would say it was like a week or so after we all went to New Canaan. They had an event at their school that day because they didn't go back to school. We stayed in New York this whole time. But we went to New Canaan so they could be a part of this event, and then went to the police station to give our fingerprints and DNA.
And have you continued to be the nanny for the Dulos children since May 24, 2019 to the present day?
Yes.
And I think you indicated yesterday that you still live with them?
Yep.
Are you their primary caregiver?
Gloria is their primary caregiver. Their grandmother.
Have you seen Jennifer Dulos since May 23rd, 2019?
No.
Have you heard from Jennifer Dulos since those text messages that we saw earlier on May 24th, 2019?
No.
Have you said a moment, Your Honor? I have nothing additional.
Cross-examination.
Well,
Yeah.
I have a total new outlook on this whole entire thing. I'm ready for lunch. Am I the only one here?
Good morning, Ms. Almeida.
Morning.
It's actually afternoon. Good afternoon.
Good afternoon.
So you started working for the Dulos family in 2012?
Yep.
And then you started working for Four Group in 2013?
Yes.
And that was Fotis's company?
Yes.
Fotis hired you?
Yes.
And the company consisted of home construction.
Yes.
And you worked there in the mornings, either 8:30, 9 o'clock?
Yep.
Until about 2 o'clock?
Yeah. Depending on when the kids came out of school.
And during the weekday?
During the weekday, yeah.
And after that, you went to work caring for the Dulos children?
Yes.
The work that you did for Fotis, for Four Group, at first was administrative work?
Yeah.
You'd go to the bank?
Yep.
Sometimes run errands?
Yep.
And at some point, I think you said it came to you doing some punch lists.
Yep.
Oh,
And
that's
that involved you going to people's houses
Mhm.
where you would look at some things that were left undone
Yes.
or needed to be fixed.
Yes.
And sometimes you would be responsible for fixing them.
No, not myself.
Okay.
I would be responsible for getting the right person to fix.
And was Pavel Gumienier one of those people who would help you fix those things?
Yeah, but it was mostly like the subcontractors. Like if it was something with the paint, the painter would need to come back in. It was something with the roofer would need to be come back.
Did Pavel ever go with you?
Yeah.
Pavel worked for Four Group?
Yeah.
Pavel was an employee of Four Group before you had gotten there in 2013?
Yeah.
And you left in 2017?
Yep.
Pavel still worked for Ford Group after you left?
Yeah.
And when you weren't going to the houses to look at what needed to be done or running administrative tasks, you would work at the office?
Yes.
The office was at Fort Jefferson,
Yes.
and that's also the Dulos home.
Yeah.
So that the office was in the home.
Mhm.
Can you call up what will be marked defendants C? I believe there's no objection, Your Honor. If this can be solicited.
have a copy of the.
Yep. May I have a moment, please, Your Honor?
Yes.
Back. I'm eating lunch. I'm sorry. Starving. I just got back. I don't know.
So Judge Attorney Felson is kind enough to show me the thumbnails of what she intends on offering. I guess I have no objection to what she's identified for me as defense exhibits C, D, and E, and F and G. So with that.
So is the offer for all of those at this time?
Yes, Your
C,
Honor.
D, E, F, and G?
Yes, Your Honor.
So defense C, D, E, F, G admitted as full.
Can you call up what's number one on yours? And Ms. Almeida, if you could turn around, is this Fort Jefferson?
Yes.
And the office, can you show, do you mind getting up? Can you show the jury where the office is at Fort Jefferson?
Wow, what a beautiful home.
This whole space up here.
Okay. All right, thank you. And can the record reflect that the witness is pointing to the right side of the image of Fort Jefferson above the garage? So it's all the way at one side. The office is all the way at one side of the house,
Yeah.
and it has its own separate entrance.
Yeah, it does. It would
Thank
be
you,
underneath,
Giselle.
like where you pull the car in.
Okay, so you can basically go in through the garage.
Yes.
And Bob, can you pull up what's number 2? This is Defense Exhibit D. Can you tell the jury what that is?
Yeah, so that's the other side of the garage. So
Okay,
once you drive through, that's what you would be facing.
okay. And did people who worked at Ford
Not
Group,
that I
Ford
know of.
employees, did they in fact park in that back area that you're looking at?
Yes.
And did you also park in that back area that we're looking at?
Yeah, I did.
Bob, can you pull up number 3, which is Defense Exhibit E? And this
That was a good
view, can you
question.
tell the jury, is this in fact looking from the vantage point at where the Ford Group employees would park in the back of Fort Jefferson?
Yep. Yeah, I was right behind the house. There was a little stone area where you pull up to park.
And Bob, can you pull up 4, which is Defense Exhibit F? And do you recognize this picture?
Yeah.
Is it one of the rooms of Ford Group, one of the office rooms?
Yeah.
All right, and that's above the garage?
Yep.
With its own separate entrance. And did you work in this office?
Yes, I did.
Did you actually work at this table or something similar to it at the time back in 2013?
Yeah, I usually sat at that table and there was a table on this side that I would sometimes sit as well.
And other employees worked there as well?
Yeah.
About 4 or 5, you said?
Yeah.
Was Mr. Dulos, Fotis Dulos, was sometimes there at the office with you?
Oh, yeah.
All right. And he sat at that desk with you?
Yep.
And you worked with him side by side?
Yep.
And you saw him almost daily?
Yeah.
And you had an opportunity to observe him with other employees?
Yes.
Can you call up number 5? Showing you defense exhibit G. Is this another room upstairs in Ford Group's office?
Yeah, so this is past the room that you just showed.
Okay. And would you also work in this room?
Not usually, because usually that's the room where, like, if he had clients come in, he would use the table there to sit with people and go over things.
So clients would meet at the Ford Group office?
Yeah.
And people would come in and out of the office?
Yeah.
Pretty regularly?
Yeah.
And they would enter through the garage?
So it wasn't like inside the garage. You could get to the office that way, but there was an outside door that you could get. There
An
was a
outside door
stairwell.
that's separate from the
That's separate from the
house,
house.
right?
Yes.
People would just go to the office, but wouldn't necessarily walk through the house.
Yeah. Yeah.
So people could be there in and out all during the day, but wouldn't at all interact with the people who are inside the home.
Yeah.
You can take that down. Thank you. You talked about some other people who had worked at Four, and you said that Pavel was one of them,
Mhm.
and he helped you sometimes.
Yeah.
And there were other people who worked there when you were there from between 2013 to 2017?
Mhm.
I have one moment, please, Your Honor. Your Honor, I'd ask that Defense Exhibit H be moved in as an exhibit. I don't believe there's any objection.
I know, right? Huh? I mean, the house.
H could be
Wow.
admitted at court.
Can you call up number 6? Ms. Almeida, do you recognize some of the people in this photo?
Yeah.
All right. And on the bottom left, is that a photo of Pavel Gamianian?
Yes.
And he was the worker we just talked about who worked at Ford Group from before you started in
Yeah.
2013, who remained at Ford Group working with Fotis.
Yes.
He worked for Fotis?
Yeah, I think at first he was a subcontractor, and then eventually I moved us to employee.
Okay, did he become a project manager?
Yeah.
All right. And he worked closely with Fotis from what you could observe?
Yeah.
And he interacted with him daily?
Yeah.
All right. How about next, obviously the top left, is that a picture of Fotis Dulos?
Yes.
All right, and you recognize him?
Yeah.
All right, and that's how he appeared to you at times between 2013 and 2017?
Yeah.
And next to Fotis Dulos is Guillaume, is it Vitale?
I think.
I'm not sure either. Are you familiar with him?
Yeah.
All right, did he work at Ford Group at the time that you worked there?
Yeah.
And between 2013 to 2017, was he there during that entire period of time?
Yes.
How about Stefan Reich?
Right. Yeah.
Reich.
Mhm.
He worked at Ford Group.
Yes.
What did Mr. Reich do at Ford Group? when
He was
working?
real estate, so he was an agent. So.
Did
showing
he
places.
work with Ford Group from 2013 through 2017, to your knowledge?
No, I think he left the company when I was there, but I don't recall when.
Okay.
But I think that they still maybe consulted with each other.
You think they kept in touch
I think so, yeah.
from a business point of view?
Yeah.
Okay. And how about Matt Byrne?
Yeah.
When to when did Matt Byrne work for Ford Group?
So Matt came in after me. But I don't remember the times.
Was he there when you left in 2017? Was he still working for Ford Group?
I think so.
How about on the bottom right, that Ben Corbett? Did he work for Ford Group?
He did.
All right. And did he work for Ford Group in 2013 when you were working there?
Yeah, but he was younger. He was still in college. So he's finishing college and he would come back for like summers and breaks and he was helping not so much like project managing, but like tasks around the company or things like that.
Okay.
And then I think when he graduated, Fotis offered him a position.
And do you know whether he took it?
He did, yeah.
Okay. And did he also help around with the kids?
Ben, yeah,
All right. Did he also go on vacations?
yes.
All right. How about Mr. Vitale? Did he also go on vacations with the family ever?
Yeah,
All right. So you can take that down. Thank you. Mr. Dulos had a good relationship with most of his employees, it sounds like.
yeah.
And he was close with them
Some of them, yeah.
and spoke to them pretty regularly?
Yeah.
And socialized with them?
Yeah.
For a time, you had a good relationship with him.
I did.
You considered him a mentor?
I did.
All right, so when you left working for Ford Group at the end of your workday, you went and cared for the Dulos children.
Yes.
And while doing that, in that capacity, you had an opportunity to observe Fotis Dulos's and Jennifer Dulos's relationship.
Yes.
Yeah, no kidding, makes
And
no
you were
sense.
able to
at all.
observe it from when you
None.
started in 2012.
I'm sorry, guys, I had to
Yep.
eat lunch.
And
Well,
you
watch.
always thought that the dynamic between Fotis and Jennifer was odd.
Yeah.
Early on in your employment.
Yeah.
From 2012.
Yeah.
And it wasn't a
I'll be
typical
right back.
relationship.
I mean, I'm going based on what I grew up with. So to me, no, it wasn't.
Not like anything you've seen before or dealt with before.
Yeah.
In your experience.
In my experience, yeah.
And early on, we're talking 2012, 2013, he took a lot of vacations.
Early on and throughout.
Early on and throughout.
Yeah.
He took vacations with the family.
Yep.
And he took vacations with you as well as the family.
Yep.
And then he took vacations with just you and the kids.
Yep.
Did he ever take vacations with just the kids?
The two older boys.
Okay. And he also went away quite a bit on his own
Yes.
from early on.
Yes.
And you didn't know where he was going.
No, early on, no, I had no idea.
You didn't know if it was for business.
Nope.
You didn't know if it was a vacation.
No,
You didn't know if it was a ski competition.
no, I didn't know.
And you didn't know if he went with anybody.
Early on, no.
And you didn't know if he met anybody when he was on vacation.
No.
All right. And you don't know where he went.
No.
And as part of your observation of their relationship, Jennifer seemed to be totally fine with that.
Yeah, it didn't seem to like bother her so much. And again, I was coming from what I believed. He was away a lot. If that was me, I would probably be like, why are you away a lot? But at that time, again, I was just starting and I was there just once a week and I wasn't as close with them as I became to be.
Understood. And you said you went on vacations with the Dulos family.
Yep.
And sometimes you traveled with Fotis alone.
Yep.
Did you go with Fotis, not alone, but alone
With
and
the kids. Yeah, with the kids.
Did you go with Fotis alone and with the kids to Greece?
I did.
And did Fotis introduce you to some women friends of his in Greece?
Yes.
And did you ever go alone with Fotis to Miami?
Yes.
And was that prior to or after March of 2017?
Well, so it was March 2017 was the first time that I was like alone with him and the kids. He would take trips with the two older boys to Miami just by himself.
But March 2017 was the first time you went with Fotis and the kids to the Miami Ski Club?
Yeah.
And you went several times that week that you were there to the Miami Ski Club?
Yeah.
That's a private club?
Yeah.
Members only?
Yeah.
Do you know if Fotis was a member?
He was.
You said he had a boat?
Yeah.
And all the times that you went with Fotis, the kids also went,
Yeah, I was always with the kids.
but Jennifer never went.
Jennifer never went.
It's about 1 o'clock, Attorney Felson. You can pick up the direct cross-examination after the lunch and recess. We'll take the lunch and recess, ladies and gentlemen, until 2 o'clock. Please do not discuss the case.
Thank you, Your Honor.
Well, I took my lunch. Sorry. Well, after this part of her testimony really gives me a different outlook on what really did happen.
All rise.
To be honest,
This honorable Superior Court now. Until 2.
do I still think her and Fotis? Well, maybe. In the beginning. Yeah, about time. I'm okay, so what do you guys want to do? Do you want to just go ahead and do lunchy and just come back? John is doing a few errands. I don't know. Because I have thoughts, new thoughts. Okay, lunch would be good. So why don't everybody go ahead and take a lunchy break and come back whenever you want. Who cares? Well, I care. I'm sorry. You know what I mean. But if you want to talk about the case still while they're at lunch, that's fine. I'll be here hanging out. But anyway, yeah, I do have some different views now. And what we'll do is we'll take a lunch, and even though I just ate mine in front of everybody, and we'll just regroup. Yeah, he was sleeping with everybody around the world. I think maybe her relationship was good, and then it just turned sour. But there's definitely things with it, different views that I have. So, okay, well, I'll see everybody soon. What time the court's coming back? It's 12:05 here, so it's 1:04 there, but I'm assuming around 2 their time. Anyway, okay, well, everybody, take a break, and we'll be back with more to be revealed. 2 o'clock. All right. 1 o'clock my time and 2 o'clock their time, whatever you are in. That's what time. All right, you guys. See you soon. Oh, yeah. All right, I'm back. Not muted. Back. So I see one person here. I'm cold. Another one here. Okay. I think I'll just do some housekeeping in my area while I'm waiting for everybody and to come up. My desk is a mess. Yeah, Lorianne, if you're in here and it could just say that he's gotten away with it, but he may gotten away with it on Earth, but we don't know about the power of bees up above. Just saying. What has he really gotten away with if he committed suicide? I don't know. Killed himself because he was coward. He didn't want to face his demons. It's too much for the coward. Way too much for the coward. So he had to shoot himself. Or whatever he did. I don't think he shot himself. I think it was in the garage or something like that. Yeah. Probably in the garage. I think somewhere it said that. I think I probably read that somewhere. Probably. Yes. Okay, we got 8 minutes until the court starts again. So who's still here with me? Am I all alone in the YouTube world? Oh. Welcome back.
Honorable Judge Randolph presiding. Good afternoon, Your Honor. Get in? Okay. We're now opening back in session. Good afternoon, Your Honor.
Good afternoon. Please be seated. Thank you. Well, we are not bringing a jury in right now.
Your Honor, if I may, just
Yes.
put something on the record.
Yes.
If I can, Your Honor, when I was en route, myself and Attorney Moran, who is sitting with us from our office assisting in this case, we're en route upstairs. We were on the elevator banks as one of the marshals was bringing two of the alternate jurors back upstairs. When the elevator doors opened, Attorney Moran and myself, when we realized who was inside the elevator, we turned around and immediately walked away. We did not say anything. And the marshal escorting the jurors leaned out and said, "Thanks, Liz, we love you." And the elevator doors closed. So at that point, I immediately came upstairs and informed Attorney Felsen and Attorney Schohorn, as well as the marshal's service. And I'm bringing that on the record now that that exchange happened. No one from the state said anything back. In fact, we walked away quickly when we realized who was in the elevator bank.
Attorney Felsen.
We had some
Attorney Schoenhauer.
discussion about that. I don't think we need to put a lot on the record. I think it was inadvertent. I understand that the marshals are just going to switch. And I think that the only thing that maybe the court should do is at least advise the jury that any comments they hear in the hallway or the elevators about anybody connected to the case should be disregarded. And I think that that probably would take care of it. I'm not seeking anything more important than that. I'm certain it was inadvertent.
Thank you. First, the court will address the supervising marshal in the courtroom. No marshal is to comment at any time on the case or any individuals involved in the case, or comment on the court. And no marshal is to have any conversation
Hi, Laurie.
with individuals, specifically counsel
I think there was two jurors in
the
the
staff of the
elevator
state's
plus
attorney's
one
office.
attorney.
or the
I'm trying to get the pieces of this.
staff or counsel for the defense in the presence of any juror. Now, what has happened today is the court agrees with Attorney Schoenhorn, inadvertent. Attorney Moran is not conducting any cross-examination or direct examination. She is assisting counsel in the presentation of the exhibits. The court is not convinced that the comment from the marshal
Okay, comments from the
will
marshal.
lead the jury to, or those jurors who heard it, to opine about the nature of the state's case or the nature of the defense. If the comments had concerned perhaps Attorney McGinnis or Attorney Manning and had been of the tenor, "We love you, you're doing a great job, keep it up," that's a different story. But as of right now, the court thinks any opinion
Somebody in
formed
the other
by
chat room said the marshal said we
alternate
love you,
jurors
Liz.
based on the comment to Attorney Moran is of little effect. But the court will address the jury when they come in.
There is one other matter, Judge, that I need to raise at this time, and I'm doing it at the earliest moment before the jury comes in. One of the reasons we file our motions in limine is so that issues that are potentially prejudicial and require some deliberation on the court are heard in advance outside the jury's presence. So when the current witness, Ms. Almeida, was on the stand, we were aware of, we had listened to the 911 calls. We were aware of the highly prejudicial nature of some of her comments that were clearly hearsay. And I note specifically that we were aware, and the state was aware of our concern about the issue of a mention that at some point, Mr. Dulos had purchased a firearm that he then disposed of years ago as part of a divorce case. So when that was said, Your Honor, we tried, Attorney Felsen tried to get this decided so that the witness would be admonished outside the presence of the jury. There were cases such as State versus Onofrio in 179 Connecticut.
Just found out it
State
was a
versus
female.
Gerolamo, GIR,
I don't know.
LAMO in 197 Connecticut. State versus Williams in 182 Connecticut, where those cases say that evidence about guns, where firearms is not a part of the case, is particularly inflammatory and can have an effect on the jury's judgment. It awakens sympathy, passions, and influences the judgment of the jury and cannot be considered harmless. Based on that, Your Honor, and I'm reluctant to do this, but I'm making a motion for this.
Motion's denied. The court received a motion in limine this morning. If the defense had indicated in the motion in limine exactly what this witness may say that was prejudicial concerning guns or the purchase of guns, it should have appeared in the motion. That would have alerted the court to the nature of the hearsay. But a general motion in limine to preclude hearsay is not enough for this court to grant a blanket motion without having some roadmap as to what the highly prejudicial nature of the testimony would be.
Your Honor, it had to do with the motion yesterday regarding marital discord. That was where the court would not entertain a proffer about what issues would or would not be allowed in and would hear them as they arose. And that's
Hello, good
more
afternoon.
so than the fact that this witness was allowed to testify about her conversations to the police, which is also, I note, testimonial in nature.
Well, a general motion in limine about marital discord does not lead to this court considering testimony about a gun. And so motion for marital discord generally may involve contention, arguments, physical assaults, but not the purchase of a gun. So the court is not on notice from a motion to preclude testimony about marital discord that there may be evidence of a gun. And again, the motion in limine filed today mentions nothing about a firearm or a purchase of a firearm. So the court has no idea as to what the prejudicial, unfairly prejudicial nature of the testimony would be. Bring the jury in.
Bring the jury in. That was brought up during the testimony. I believe the nanny said that she knew that Otis bought a gun. Let me look at my notes. I believe that's what it was. I'm trying to look through my notes.
Would counsel stipulate to the presence of all of the jurors?
Yes, Judge.
Yes.
Ladies and gentlemen, it was brought to the court's attention.
Okay,
There may have been a number of you, perhaps, court should say, a few of the alternate jurors who may have overheard a comment from one of the marshals who have been assigned to this case. And that comment was directed towards Attorney Moran, who is sitting behind counsel table, sitting behind attorneys Manning and McGinnis. And that comment was directed towards her, but it was probably overheard by one or more of the alternate jurors. And that comment was essentially a complimentary comment to Attorney Moran. It was brought to the court's attention that that comment may in some way be perceived as an opinion by one of the marshals as to the strength of the state's case. The court is not convinced that that comment was an endorsement of the strength of the state's case. Nevertheless, what the court will do is indicate to you that if you hear any comment from any of the court staff concerning any other participant in the trial, or the nature of the state's case, or the nature of the defense case, first, if you overhear it and you think it needs to be brought to the attention of the court, it should be brought to the attention of the court. Secondly, if you think it probably means very little or has little effect, just ignore it. However, any comment that would suggest that the strength of the state's case or the strength of the defense case is being articulated in your hearing, that should be brought to the attention of the court. Thank you. We can bring the witness back in.
all right, business as usual. Nothing to me. In my opinion. Usually is. Let's make a drama out of it.
You may proceed, Counsel.
Thank you, Your Honor.
Where's she
Afternoon
at?
again. We were talking about the Miami Ski Club, I think, when we were last here. The Miami Ski Club is a water ski club.
Yeah.
And it's members only,
Yes,
private,
yes,
and Fotis had a membership there.
yes.
Do you know for how long Fotis had that membership?
I'm not exactly sure.
But Fotis had been traveling down to Miami for some time,
Yes,
alone
yes,
and with the kids,
yes.
for years.
Yeah,
And Fotis water skied
yes,
competitively.
yes,
You describe him as very competitive,
yes.
and not just in water skiing,
With everything.
everything. Had he been water skiing since when you first met him?
Yeah,
And he taught the kids to water ski?
Yeah.
And they all water skied,
they all water ski. Yes,
some of them competitively?
yes,
They had won medals.
yes.
Did he teach you to water ski too?
He did.
And I think he also taught you how to drive the boat?
Yep.
When you went to the Miami Ski Club in March of 2017, and you met Michelle
Yes,
for the first time,
yes,
and you met her daughter as well. Her daughter was there.
yes.
Your Honor, I'd move into evidence, defendants. I changed the numbers a little bit. It's I-1 through I-4, I believe, without the state's objection.
That's correct, Judge.
The defendants I-1 through 4 admitted as full exhibits.
And can you pull up Bob I-4, please? Thank you. Ms. Almeida, do you recognize some of the people in this picture?
Oh,
Yes,
Is Fotis in this picture?
yes,
Is Michelle in this picture?
yes.
And the Dulos children?
Not all of them.
Okay, but some of the Dulos children are in the picture?
It looks like 2 of them.
Okay. And do you recognize Michelle's daughter in that picture?
Yes.
oh, well, this is
And
obvious.
is that at the Miami Ski Club?
All right, that
think
piece
so.
is starting to maybe
Kinda
take
hard to tell.
place.
Do you
Take
remember
shape,
if
I
you took
mean,
the
into
picture or not?
picture.
No, I don't remember.
Where is
But you had been at
Jennifer?
the Miami Ski Club before?
Yes,
All right. And you recognize Fotis and Michelle in this picture?
yes,
All right. And at least 2 of the Dulos children and Michelle's daughter?
yes.
All right. Thank you. Thank you.
Oh, she's fitting to me, mommy.
Was Michelle at the ski club every time that you were there when you went there in March of 2017?
No, I don't think so.
All right. How many times did you go there that week?
To be honest, I don't really remember.
But you went frequently?
Yeah, the reason for that trip was so that they could water ski.
Okay, so I'm assuming you went every day.
Yeah, we probably went mostly every day.
All right, and you were there for lengthy periods of time?
Yeah.
And Michelle was there several of the times at least?
Yeah.
All right, and she was interacting with Fotis
Yep,
and the kids?
Yeah.
And they seemed familiar with her?
some of the kids.
All right, and you observed that? It was in front of you?
Yes.
It wasn't being done in private or in secret?
No.
And I think you mentioned you spoke to Michelle?
Yep.
And she told you that she intended to move to Vail, Colorado with her daughter?
Yes.
Do you know, in fact, whether she did that at any point in time?
I don't know.
Did Fotis water ski a lot?
Yes.
All right. Did you go with him sometimes down to the pond?
With the kids, yes.
There was a pond in Avon, Connecticut?
Yeah, in Avon.
All right, and he would go down there?
Yep.
All right, and would you ever go with him when he competed?
Yes.
All right, and would the kids go with him and with you when he competed?
Anytime I went with Fotis, it was always with the kids to watch him compete or the kids compete.
Okay. Bob, can you pull up I-1? Do you recognize the people in this picture?
Yes.
All right, and is that Fotis?
Yes.
And is he with one of his children?
Yes.
Was this picture, you did not take this picture, did you?
No, but I know where that picture was taken.
All right, do you know, can you tell the jury when this picture was taken?
Yeah, so we were coming back from a trip, a ski trip. It was around Christmas time, and some of us got on a plane. There was a lot of cancellations and stuff like that, and I wanted to be home for Christmas. So Jennifer, myself, and 4 of the kids were able to get on a different flight because ours got canceled to be back home, and there was only enough seats for all the amount of that was there. And so there were Fotis and Theodore stayed back, and I think it was like maybe a day.
Was it Christmas time of 2015, 16, 17, 18? What year was it?
To be honest, I don't remember, to be honest.
All right, but it was prior to 2019.
Prior to 2019.
Okay. And in this picture, Fotis has very short hair, correct?
Yeah.
All right. Had you ever shaved Fotis's hair?
No.
All right. But you do recognize him in this picture?
Yes.
All right. Bob, can you pull up I-2? This is also a picture of Fotis
Yes.
with one of his children?
Yes.
And even though the date's on there, can you tell or give a sense to the jury if in fact that seems like a picture taken of Fotis and one of his children in 2016?
Yeah, it's probably at the pond, it looks like, maybe, and the one in Avon. I don't know.
But about that year? Does that
Yeah.
year seem right?
The way Petros looks. Yeah.
All right. And Bob, can you please pull up I-3?
Ooh.
Do you recognize Fotis in this picture?
Yes,
and with his children?
yes.
Was this also at the pond?
I can't really tell.
But was this prior to 2019?
Yes,
Bob, you can take that down. Thank you. You told the jury that you stayed behind in Miami in March of 2017 for a little while?
when Jennifer went back home?
Yes.
Yes,
And then you returned at some point
yes,
without Fotis.
without photos.
And Jennifer told you that she confirmed that Fotis was having an affair,
Yes,
and she didn't seem surprised.
no,
And she said she wasn't in love with him and hadn't been for a long time.
yeah,
Jennifer also told you when you were in Florida that she suspected Fotis was having an affair,
yes, she did.
and you didn't believe her at first.
No,
And you had worked with him for several years before,
yes,
side by side,
yep,
and you thought you knew him.
I thought I knew him.
Did you know that Fotis had been married before Jennifer?
At that time in 2017, yes, but it took me some time to find that out.
All right, but you eventually learned
Yes,
that he in fact was married before,
yes,
and he was dating Jennifer while he was still married.
I didn't know the details.
Did you learn that at some point?
No, I didn't.
Yeah, me
So,
too.
Before you proceed, counsel, the court has to take a brief recess, not based on anything other than something has been brought to the court's attention. So,
Oh,
is not the
boy,
afternoon
John's missing some drama today. So yeah, mommy.
immediately. So we ask that you return to the deliberation room. Please do not discuss the case.
Oh, boy. Here we go. Can everybody hear okay? Oh,
And we'll take, everyone needs to leave the courtroom.
All rise. This honorable Superior Court now stands.
yeah, he has a history of cheating and trying to get rid of his wife. And yes, I believe Michelle was involved in it. I'm seeing the picture. I'm seeing that puzzle is going to fit somehow. That piece of the puzzle is going to fit into the picture somewhere. Let's see what they have now. Oh, are we going to be able to hear it? Don't rob me with this. I'm covering this thing for like 8 hours a day, and this is what you're going to do to me? Oh. Okay. So, where do I begin with this story? Where do I begin? Yes, it was. So, I have learned that Michelle was with him during the trips to Miami and without his wife at times. There's pictures of him and Michelle, her daughter's there, his kids are there. But did I miss something? Was Michelle in that one photo? I with this witness is really educating me with some of the facts that are going on. At first, there was something about her I didn't trust, but now there's something I'm going into the different side of the fence, thinking that this is a good witness. No, she wasn't. Her daughter was. So am I getting it straightened out that Jennifer was not there in that photo? Somebody, I think I missed something, and I was just saying, yeah, exactly. She's hurting their case right now. She is really hurting their case, in my opinion, because she's given me some information that I just think, yes, it was her daughter and two of his kids, but we do not see Jennifer in this photo, do we, or do we not? No, because this is important to me. And this is important to the case, because if we don't see Jennifer in that photo, yeah, there's hanky panky. No Jennifer in that photo. None whatsoever. Bam. Shazam. Yeah, there was a trip, was with Michelle. I think Michelle was there more than Jennifer was there on all their trips. And then she was talking about how she wanted to move her kids to Vail, Colorado. And it was asked of her if that ever happened, and she said no. So, I'm seeing Michelle more and more in this picture than I saw before. Yes, he was already removing her. He was slowly getting her out of the way. Michelle, in my gut feeling, knew about the entire murder. And this is why, ladies and gentlemen, like Mommy said, they do not want her to testify. All right, there's 6 of you in here. So what do you guys think? I don't want to be doing all the talking. I want you guys to give me some input. Yes. Yes, Fotis owed $2 million to his in-laws. So then we have the father. So we have Fotis owing money to Jennifer's parents. That's just not walking around change. Well, maybe to billionaires, but yeah, $2 million. That's a lot of money. Well, yeah, he couldn't divorce her because he would lose everything, correct? Because I think somebody, okay, do not hold me to this truth. I heard that Jennifer, never mind, I'm not going to say that. That's just something I saw in a chat room, so it's really not the truth. I don't know. I better not say that. I don't know. Gee, everything is just starting to come to play. Yeah, at first it was really, really boring. It was really dry and slow, but now we are picking up, aren't we? Now we are seeing it. So So Lauren is going to spill the beans. She's turned out to be one heck of a witness, don't you think? Oh, Mommy, we're the only ones who really are commenting on all this. Wow. A lot. A lot of them. You know, the true crime mysteries with a husband killing a wife, usually he wants to get rid of her for money and he doesn't want her in the way of his mistress because they want the whole enchilada. And I don't understand why they do it because it's proven time after time they can't get away with it. Yeah, they're taking a break to look at something else. I'm not really sure exactly what it is, to be honest. Hi, Lori. Yeah, I don't know. Yeah, they're taking a break to look at something else, but we don't know what it is. Hmm. Well, yeah, because they always leave the phone and the purse and the keys. No. Yeah, they do. And you know what really cracks me up about these people? Not cracks me up, but just like, oh, come on, really? They bring their phone with them when they're going to commit a murder. How stupid can you get? And then they use their own vehicle or they rent a vehicle. You know what? I don't know what was in the dumpsters. I think everything is allegedly what was in the dumpsters. I mean, I don't know. Yeah, leave your phone and take their phone, but you're still gonna, yeah, but you're, hey, who was it that said, why don't you just go into um, in a secluded country road, drive 50 miles or 60 miles per hour and just throw the evidence out the window like Murdoch did? Yeah, all they said was blood on them. But you know what? He did clean it up pretty good. I got to give him that. Yeah. God, you just can't make this stuff up, can you? Who knows is right. But I am starting to lean towards Michelle didn't know and she was part of it, and I'm seeing a little bit of pieces might fit into the puzzle. The house was pretty clean. Well, yeah, because I am almost positive that she was helping him. She wore gloves, she was protected. I don't know. Maybe she had a full suit on so nothing would be caught in a DNA anywhere. All right.
be seated. Thank you.
Here we go.
I think the doors are still locked, Judge.
Yes, yes. No, you can. I have it airplane mode right now.
Switch it back to airplane mode
Yep.
or-
Yep.
John will be back in 10 minutes. I'm going to fill him in on all this stuff. Wait till he has a little earful. We want to fill him in all this stuff. Yeah. 1 second. Okay. Okay. I'm just really hooked on this trial. I'm mad that I am. I'll be here even if I have nobody.
Are we on the record, Madam Monitor? The court indicated before it took that brief recess that it had to address a matter. And the court has to address that matter at this time, which has nothing to do with the merits of the case. The court was informed previously that one of the marshals had, in the presence of two of the jurors, rendered a complimentary remark to Attorney Liz Moran outside of one of the elevator banks. And that complimentary remark was that, according to what was reported to the court, we love you. But the attribution to the marshal was an incorrect attribution. The court has now learned that it was not the marshal who said, we love you to Attorney Moran, but it was one of the jurors. That is cause for the court to have to bring in that juror to determine whether those remarks were made. And if those remarks were made, then that juror may have to be dismissed. But first, we will ask Mr. Christian Alvarado to just take the stand so that we can understand what the nature of those comments were as he heard them. The court should also indicate that when the juror is brought in, there will be no video coverage of that, no still photo coverage of that. And we would ask both the videographer and the photographer to wait outside of the courtroom.
Oh, so we're not going to hear this?
That juror is brought in.
Oh, no.
Please raise your right hand. Do you solemnly swear or solemnly and sincerely affirm as the case may be that the evidence you shall give was the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God, or upon penalty of perjury?
I do.
Just state your name.
Christian Alvarado.
Thank you. Marshal Alvarado, you may be seated. Marshal Alvarado, the court will just draw your attention to the time before we took our lunch and recess, and you were in the presence of at least two jurors after the court had recessed. Can you?
The juror member said this to the.
What happened and what you heard?
I was on the elevator coming back from lunch with the two jurors, and it made a stop on the second floor. Attorneys Moran and Manning tried to get on the elevator. They turned back around. And in the midst of that, I said, thanks, Liz, and The juror ultimately kind of stuck his head out and said, "We love you." The door closed, and then we went on our way.
Now, was that juror's comment directed towards Attorney Moran?
I believe so, yes.
And how many other jurors were present when that comment was made?
Other than him, just one more.
And was there any other marshal with you when those comments were made?
Just me.
Was there anyone who was not a marshal or a juror?
Yeah, really.
Enough to hear those comments?
Not that I could see from my point of view.
What does that have to make any difference?
You may step down.
Oh, well, I can see a little bit of difference. Oh, for goodness sake.
Yes. Now, what the court is going to do at this point is call that juror in. The cameras need to go off.
Yeah.
And we ask the videographer and the photographer to step out of the courtroom.
Okay. Okay. All right. So now we have a juror that was in the elevator who kind of puts his head into the, probably stopped it and said, "We love you, Liz." And then just now we're here. Now we have the juror is now going to be questioned by the judge. And of course, we can't hear that because, confidential privilege, where the jury nobody will know who the jury is. The juror is. So I want to get out of jury duty. I love you, attorney. Mm-hmm. Yep. I don't know. What do you guys think? Some input. Okay, who's ever here, we are on a break because there is some issue with the jury member. Excuse me. They're on their way. Okay, he said that he was in the elevator, this marshal, and he was on elevator with two attorneys. I think I catched it was Moran and Manning. Correct me if I'm wrong. And they were on a elevator with two of the jurors, two juries. Yeah, I think so. And one of them poked their head, kind of like, "We love you, Liz." And then here we are. Am I right? Did I get this right? That's a good question. Two of the juries. And was the lawyer going to disclose what was said if the marshal wasn't there? I don't know. If this trial can't get any more interesting, yeah. Said about right, thanks. Yeah. So here we are. You know, at this rate, this trial will be long. Man. Yeah, it'll be some really. Yeah, John missed a big one, but John is in a car on the way here, and he's about 3 blocks away, so he'll be here shortly. So we'll fill them all in, okay? Let's all do this as a group, and if I miss out something, I want somebody else to join in me and fill in what I missed, because sometimes you miss some points. But he will be in shortly. So, I don't know. All talk at once. Yeah. Well, you guys can talk at once. Yeah. I'll talk. I'll read you guys. You know, I'm really good at reading you guys' chats. I would say I'm good at that. Because when I'm in somebody's chat room, I hate it when they don't address the chat. Because, I don't know. The host always knows who her audience or his audience are saying. Just saying. That's how I feel about it. I'm a little channel. I'm a little fish in a big pond. I like it that way. Yeah, because you can't really talk and get really, oh, yeah, let's get into it, you know? I mean, all could be friends and have a great conversation. And I'm drinking vanilla coffee right now. Vanilla flavor coffee. French vanilla. Yummy. Yes, it's good. Yeah, I don't like big chats either. You just can't really get involved. Oh, look what just came on, you guys. Yeah, but I go in, you guys, while we're watching. And to be honest, I'll see what the other guys are saying. But for the most part, some people say some really weird stuff. That's why we don't have to have a mods in here. I don't like that. That's too. We don't need mods. We'll give everybody a wrench. I was in a channel one time when somebody actually did give everybody a wrench. It was like a self-governor. Or it's like, citizen arrest. Oh, I can see me doing that. The only really rules I have in my chat room is to respect. Well, there's rules in there. Is respect one another, and that's really important to me. And it should be for everybody else. And another rule I have is we agree to disagree in my chat rooms. My chat room, we do. We agree to disagree. And if anybody gets out of hand, well, then we have to say goodbye to the person. So long. We don't tolerate it because we are a small group and we're just a big family. Oh, thank you, Moonfog. Yeah. And it's just, that's how I conduct this. I mean, this is just my thoughts. At first I was just going to be a no frills. I mean, that was going to be my channel's name, because it's not no frills. It's not the frilly things, you know? Yeah, bad words do look bad in print. But you know what, though? Regarding bad words, and you know, I know I have a sailor mouth once in a while, but I got to learn to watch that. But I think it's really out of hand. Everything is like, you know, hey, John, okay, we're going to fill you in, dude.
I heard you a little bit in the background. It sounds like 3 hours and everything went to hell.
Well, everything did go to hell. Should we start again and tell you?
Please, if you don't mind.
No. We always like to help out our good friend John. Okay, everybody. So let's tell John. Everybody talk at once.
Yeah, Nancy knew in the background. I was taken away by another case.
But you're back. That's what we like. We're glad you're back. We're always glad to see you.
All right. So what garbage happened while I was away? Because it sounds like after 3 hours, everything just basically went to shit.
Pretty much.
So talk to me. What do we got?
Okay, here. Well, there was an incident with 2 juries. The jury, okay.
All right.
Oh, do you want the jury or the witness? What do you mean the witness?
Can we start with the witness? Because that's the one that makes the most sense to me at the moment. And then we can talk about the juror issues.
Well, the witness, I'm lost at that one. To be honest, Mommy, the witness is the nanny, right?
Yes.
Okay. So are you talking about the issue with the witness and what we discover with the witness? Because I was going to talk about the jury witness. Let's just hurry up and get on with this, because then they'll come back.
You know,
okay.
you choose whichever.
I'm going to choose the marshal, and I'm going to have Mommy put in some notes for me. Okay. So, the marshal, okay, they just got back from lunch, okay? The marshal went into an elevator with 2 other attorneys, and I believe their names were Morin, Attorney Morin and Manning, and 2 other juries, okay?
All right.
And he was like, the jury saw Liz. I think Liz was like the prosecutor, right? Anyway, he stopped the elevator and said, "We love you, Liz." This is one of the jurors said to an attorney.
And Liz is on which side of the aisle?
Oh, I think all right, chat, correct me if I'm wrong. Isn't she part of the prosecution side?
That's not good.
I have to check, me. If I think I'm wrong, I have to fact check me.
Okay.
I think the state. Okay, I was right. The state. Oh my gosh.
Juror screamed, "I love you" to one of the state's prosecutors.
Pretty much.
Mistrial right now, I'd move. I'd actually move for a mistrial right based on that. Okay, but you clearly have more to go.
So now we get the witness on. I listened to more of the nanny's testimony, right? And
Is she still on director that they hand over the witness and cross started? Because I really want to see her cross.
We're getting there, John.
Okay, go ahead. Sorry, I'll stop interrupting.
Well, that's all right. You can interrupt all you want. I'm used to. So anyway, oh gosh, where do we begin? He crossed. Yeah, it was a good cross. It really was. And they asked him, there were some things that was just really interesting about the photos. They showed a photo of Lotus. I think it was like his 2 kids, his daughter, and Michelle. Kind of sets this, yeah. So we're missing Jennifer in there. And yes, that's the look I got. And Michelle's daughter, Michelle's daughter. And which is kind of interesting because when they went on their skiing trips, and that's jet skis, it's really weird how Jennifer was never hardly ever with them.
Okay.
It was mainly Michelle.
My question there then becomes, what is the theory of the defense? Is it that he preferred Michelle? How does that help the defense?
It doesn't help the defense.
So why are they the one eliciting that? Why are they the ones eliciting that testimony?
Well, they're listening. That's why they don't want her in there in the beginning with the nanny.
I know.
Because she's damaging.
Well, I've given a theory as to why the defense could actually make this work. Yeah.
Mommy, thank you.
No, you're absolutely right, Mommy. 100% it puts the...
Oh, yeah. That's why I was trying to spit out, but thank you very much. Because to me, it looks a little suspicious.
Yeah. I mean, from where I started this morning, I would say let's point the finger at the nanny.
I'm not pointing the finger at the nanny anymore.
I'm just saying if you want to raise reasonable doubt.
This is why the state didn't ask her questions during the host discovery period, right?
Isn't that exactly what we talked about? Is
That's
that
exactly right.
Answers, if we don't ask the question, we don't have to hand it over under Brady.
That's right. Yeah, here we go.
So isn't that part of the reason why you don't ask the question?
Exactly.
Yes. That's probably true. I don't know that for a fact, obviously, but I think this guy was sleeping with anybody who had a, female genitalia and was within his distance.
He had a type. He used types.
You could argue that.
He did. Because, look how beautiful the nanny is. Look how, allegedly the other one's beautiful. I can't see. I don't know. She's attractive. I got to give her that. But, it's just, it looks like a certain type he likes.
Sure.
Everybody has a type. Of course, I married somebody that wasn't my type. He became my type.
I mean, look.
I love him, and I love my little nerdy husband. Really. I love my husband more than ever. Each year.
I've dated people that are not necessarily my type per se, but because they have other aspects that are more important than necessarily physical ones.
Here's your type.
What? Yeah, it's the one that wears a turtleneck. Yeah, that sounds bad.
Oh, it's a crazy argument, but it's actually not unreasonable.
I love you, Giselle. Boy, she just comes right in like Chesapeake Cat. Also, here's.
Here you go. Look, again, everybody does have a type.
Yeah, everybody does. Okay, so here's this guy.
But sometimes you find the right other that doesn't necessarily check all the boxes, but that's okay.
Yeah. And somebody has a more of a base than you want, or
you're going a little deeper than I was intending to, but yeah.
Sorry.
I mean, look, if I'm going to be 100% honest with everyone, I like blonde-haired, blue eyes, big tits bimbos. But that's not the person that I believe is my person. That would be my sexual type. There's a difference between a sexual type and
a partnership.
Oh, yeah, you bet. John, we know your type.
But there is a difference between just a pure lust type and somebody that you actually want to be with in your future endeavors.
Well, the thing is, like for instance, over the years, I have learned that the ones that you don't take home to mother are the ones you should not marry.
That's a good point. I don't disagree with that at all.
Like Jesse was the only one that I took to visit my mother at all.
Good for you.
He proposed.
We're secured his marriage right now.
Oh, should I just? Oh, here's my love life. Oh my gosh, I'm talking about my marriage.
I'm telling stories that I probably shouldn't be either.
This is why we're a small channel.
That's okay.
That's why I love it, because we're small. Because oh my gosh, oh, I'm not gonna post that one up. Oh, no, mommy, no.
And yeah, mommy, yeah.
Okay, let's go right along with this trial. Okay, all right, we're doing it now. You think this is going to be a mistrial?
No. I think the judge was clear enough in terms of how he explains the basis of his rulings that it would be very difficult to find a grounds for appeal. This is one thing that I really appreciate about this judge.
He's fair.
He goes, beyond being fair, I mean, set aside being fair, he goes out of his way to say why he's making the determination that he's making. And that makes it very difficult for an appellate lawyer to go to a higher court and overrule him. And yes, on that, mommy, I do have a certain proclivity toward.
We're still on that topic with the
judge.
Oh, but past that topic, please.
I mean,
yes,
lie to you?
This is why we're a small channel. Come in at your own risk with hot coffee chats.
I'm sorry, honest to God, do you think that any guy that does not like a well-endowed woman is lying to you?
That's right. Or with some guys like a little bit more of a, bass than most,
Sure. And that's okay too.
There's a good song that says
you can have one or the other. As
you like Barbie, you like the stick figure, well then go away with my body, because I'm all about the bass.
Again, it's just a matter of nature.
I can't let that song play because it would be copyright. It's not a good look for a YouTube.
That would probably have YouTube get a little angry at you.
I don't want them angry. They're on the borderline as it is.
Yeah, well, they're on the borderline on a lot of things. So
they're probably like, oh, well, hot coffee's, I don't know, let's let her go. She's only having 5 people watching.
You know how many cases that I could probably bring against YouTube that people have reached out to me about?
Thanks. What?
The amount of we're
small bananas. Who cares?
YouTube has gotten to the point where they just want to scorched earth everything.
Yeah.
I told you a story. We're not going to say her name or go into any specifics. But I told you about how I told Google to go F off because somebody was going after her channel. And we put it together.
And Google's like, yeah, you know what? You're right. We probably should not be providing any of our information. But Google's still scared enough that they sent the letter threatening to turn over all of our information. You know the one I'm talking about. I'm not going to go into specifics because it's attorney-client matter. I didn't go into specifics when I talked to you about it. But I basically told Google, go fuck off. And you have no right at all to turn over my client's information. And they were like, you know what? I think you're right about that.
But you know, it's kind of nice to be the little fish in a big pond.
It can be.
You know, because you know why? Because they're mostly looking at all these people that have a whole bunch of people and they're in there for the cash. Well,
Yeah.
here I am. I'm not in it for the cash. I'm in it because this is just a hobby. And I get to talk to people. I'm having fun. I'm having good laughs. You know? I mean, yeah. I mean, everybody can just
That's the joy of it is when it becomes a business, it's
forget it. Forget it.
Fun.
Forget it. You know, if I had to have mods, I'll never have mods anyway.
I mean, I have no problem having mods on my channel.
Well, I'm too little to have them.
It's because I trust them and I know that they're going to do the right thing. It's not.
No, you can't say the stuff you'd say on a bigger channel.
No, you can't.
You know what? Make everybody a mod.
Nancy, isn't there a lot of things that this is what's kind of the freeing aspect is there are a lot of things that I have said over the course of even the last 2 days of this trial that I don't think I could say on mine because the next thing I know, I'm going to get an email from YouTube. And then I have to do it.
They're not looking at me.
They're looking at me. And I'm not big.
Not yet. I mean, you know what happens with people like me though, do you? What if people like me, they catch on to what I'm all about and I grow on them and they'll probably come in and say, God, this is a fun channel. I'm just going to let it all loose. And before you know it.
Yeah, they find some lunatic.
So maybe we should make somebody a mod in here. Just my little catcher.
Let's give Wombat a wrench.
Well, how do I do that? Can you do it?
No, because I don't know your channel.
How do I do it?
You have to go over to the actual YouTube feed.
Oh, okay. All right. Can I do that while I'm here?
Sure.
All right. Hey, do you want to be a mod? I guess
I'll be a mod.
Yeah, I have you too. Too racket? What do you mean? Like you're too what?
It's like a little wrench symbol.
We're not looking at me, Mommy. I'm too little. In a big fish pond. I'm too little. All right, let me see how. Okay, you want to take over?
No.
No, I mean I'm going to go in.
Yeah.
I'm going to go into my channel through YouTube, and I'm going to make her my mod.
There you go. It's basically like a right click, and it's offered them mod status. Has a little blue wrench next to it.
Okay, so I'm on the left side. So where do I find all my people?
Lord, it's been a long time since I've actually done this. Give me one moment.
Oh, wait a minute. See all. I don't see Wombat in here. Oh shit. I mean shoot.
It's okay.
Oh God.
All right. Maybe it's easier if you go into your studio.
Yeah. I am in my studio.
Okay. So, hang on. Channel. No, not right. Permissions. That's one way to do it, I suppose.
Permission.
If you go to permission, you can add somebody as.
Where do I see permission at, though?
That's not what we want to do. Community. Sorry, guys. I know this is not the most fantastic discussion on earth. It would be so much easier if this were on my stream as opposed to trying to figure out how to do it for you.
Oh,
But I don't want to switch over.
I don't either because we have everybody here today.
Exactly. So
we don't want our viewers to. Okay, recent subscribers. See all. I'm seeing all. I only see a few.
all right. So if you go into over.
Oh, Giselle, you subscribe to me. Oh, Giselle, you're not subscribed to me.
That's them offering money. That's different.
Oh, never mind. It's okay. You're here anyway. I don't care.
The subscribers are people that pay you money every month.
Oh, shoot. I don't want anybody paying me money. We're here for fun.
So if you go to your studio page and you go to settings, in community, there's standard moderators, and you can add them there. Otherwise, there is literally, you can right click on their comments on the YouTube panel.
Oh, okay. I'll just go on that. I'll go on that. That's easier.
Probably your best bet.
Yeah.
It was brought to the court's attention
We'll hear this. We'll fix that later.
when we began our afternoon session that there were some comments made by what was believed to be a marshal that was heard by some jurors who were sitting on the case. It was later discovered that it was not the marshal that made those comments. It was one of the jurors who made the comment. Now, the comment was directed towards, as the court understands it, at least one person, Attorney Elizabeth Moran, who is one of the assistant state's attorneys who was assisting the state in the presentation of exhibits. The comment made by one of the elevator banks in the presence of another juror and one of the marshals, or the marshal that was involved, was that we love you, directed at least to Attorney Moran. Upon learning that the comment was made and that it was made by one of the jurors, the court conducted an inquiry calling that juror to the courtroom and having that juror sit in the jury box. And the court asked the juror if he made such comments, and the tenor of the response was yes. The comment was directed at both Attorney Moran and Attorney Manning. The court indicated to the juror that it can easily be perceived.
Yes.
That the comment made to at least Attorney Moran can be an endorsement, an opinion about the strength of the state's case.
When the defense hasn't had an opportunity.
And that he, at this time, was favoring the state's case. The court explained to the juror that the appearance that there was a favorable opinion of the state's case indicates to this court at this time that it would be difficult to proceed with him seated as a juror because the
Is he gonna shot
impartiality and fairness of that juror can reasonably be questioned. That was juror number 420. The court dismissed the juror.
Oh my God! I'm going back to the office with balloon confetti.
The juror who was in the presence of that juror, who also heard the comments, to be seated in the jury box. Court asked that juror if those comments were discussed with anyone else, that is anyone on the jury. And the response was no, and the court asked if those comments were heard by anyone other than himself, juror 399, and of course, juror 420, and the response was no. Because the inquiry involved an inquiry of jurors, the court maintained its supervisory authority not to have that portion of the proceeding recorded.
You're right.
By video or by audio other than the court reporters taking of the audio of the proceeding.
That's fair.
Are we ready to proceed?
Ooh.
Yes, Judge.
I'm going back to the
Let's
office.
bring the jury back in. Well, we can bring the witness in first, and then we'll bring the jury in.
Did you think this was a good one?
We just tossed a prejudicial juror.
That was a good thing, right?
Yes.
Yeah, good thing.
It's administratively difficult, but I just got a juror that was against my client thrown off. I'm going back to my office with balloons and confetti. Mommy, I agree with you. I am actually surprised that they didn't decide to call it today. Because throwing a juror off is such a major decision to have been made. You don't usually do that.
Your Honor, I have to wait for the jury.
Sorry. Please bring the jury in.
I should be going back to my office at the defense firm and having a drink and throwing a pizza party for everybody. They just had an anti-defense juror thrown off the jury. That is one of the most extraordinary remedies that you could possibly have.
Counsel stipulate.
Yes, Judge.
Yes, Your Honor.
John, I'm going to make you as a mod too. So,
Good afternoon again.
Say something in my chat room so I can click in.
Let's deal with that later.
Okay, I just said mommy.
Close something out, and if I had asked you already,
Yeah,
then
well, that
I
mommy got the wrench.
apologize, but maybe I
Yeah,
missed it.
okay.
I think you said at some point in time
That is one
you
of the
did
most
not know that
extraordinary
Fotis had been
remedies
married previously.
that a court can possibly give.
Did at some point you learn that?
I learned it at some point.
Okay. Do you remember when you learned that?
It was a few years after working for Jennifer and Fotis.
Okay. It was before 2017?
Yes.
All right. And did you learn that he was still married when he was with Jennifer?
I'm just going to object, Your Honor. Ask and answer calls for hearsay.
Well, the question was, did you, what heard the word believe, that he was still married?
Mom, you're the best one to be a little watchdog.
So the court did not catch the phrasing. Attorney Felsen, would you?
Y'all are really.
Question again as you stated it?
I really
At some
like
point,
this
did
judge really
you learn
trying to be fair
that
to both sides.
Fotis was
Yeah.
still married while he was dating Jennifer?
Same objection, Judge.
Well, did you learn that Fotis was still married?
While he was dating
while he was
Jennifer?
Dating Jennifer.
Correct.
And the objection is?
Well, it's twofold. One is that she's already answered this question, so it's asked and answered. And then my second
Wrong.
objection is that it calls for hearsay information.
Wrong.
Well,
You're gonna,
The
this
objection's
state's
over.
gonna make a hearsay objection now?
You can answer.
No.
Okay.
How about go to hell?
He does have a pattern.
After
don't
you
get
came
to-
back up
yes,
to Miami and
But you don't
Jennifer
get
had
to
told you
sit there and
that
elicit
she was going
hearsay
to leave.
evidence for
She asked
the
you
entire
to
morning
go with her?
and then try to object to
It wasn't
defense
right.
on cross.
It wasn't that night when I got back. No.
Okay, but it was shortly
I'm
after
sorry,
that.
no.
A few weeks after.
And you said yes?
Yes.
And you gave notice to Fotis that you were quitting for group?
Yes, I did.
Quickly, what was her answer? Did she knew? It was.
She was not allowed to answer the question.
But you
Okay,
didn't
so
tell
thrown out.
Fotis that,
He did
Why
not
you quitting,
explicitly
right?
sustain the objection, but he just said move.
and the plan was for Jennifer to move out of Fort Jefferson?
The plan with
Whoa.
myself or the plan with like that? her
Just
and
with
Fotis?
Jennifer to move out?
Yeah, her plan was to no longer live at Fort Jefferson.
Okay.
How do you
And
know
to
her
leave
plan is?
without Fotis knowing that she was going to leave?
Yeah.
She was gonna let him know after she left. So
How is
So
none
she was
of
going
this
to leave
object?
without
Like,
him
seriously,
knowing.
is speculation
And
not
she
an
was going to
objection
take
in
the
the state of
children without
Connecticut?
him knowing that she was going to take the children.
yes.
And she told you
It's
not to tell,
called for
obviously.
speculation,
right?
not an objection in the state of Connecticut.
You had testified to some, there was tension in the house, right?
Yeah.
Between, I would say, when you got back from Miami and then when Jennifer moved out.
Bad
Yeah,
question.
so like the months prior to her leaving.
All right. And there was also some tension between you and Fotis, where Fotis had yelled at you
Yes.
in 2017.
Well, the tension with Fotis and myself didn't really start until after, well, the day I left with Jennifer.
Okay.
Move to strike.
So from about June of 2017, for at least that month, there was some tension.
Oh, shoot. I'm
Probably a few
sorry,
months
John.
after that.
All right. And you had testified that you saw him here in court.
I did.
It was in this courthouse
Yes,
and he approached you
he did.
and he was angry.
Yes.
And then his personality shifted and he appeared to be reasonable.
Yes.
And he also had approached you once at the pond, I think, and had been yelling at you.
Yes.
Yeah.
And then suddenly switched and became very reasonable.
There were several times in which he yelled at me, different occasions of drop-offs.
And then his personality just shifted.
Yeah.
And those were in 2017.
Yes.
And because of that,
Well, you
you
don't
had
know.
indicated
You
to
can
Jennifer that you
break
no longer wanted to have
The
contact with
response to
Fotis.
a Melfort
Yes.
question.
So between 2017 to 2019, you had very little contact with Fotis.
Yes.
All right, you didn't go to Fort Jefferson.
No.
You didn't know who was living at Fort Jefferson.
Right, they have a very different theory of the case
No.
than I was presenting
Um,
yesterday.
You didn't talk to Fotis on the phone.
There might have been a few occasions they were going to a family systems therapy where I would do some drop-offs, but that was more controlled. So occasionally I would do that. But there was never really any like calls.
Other than those few times, you really had no interaction.
You are?
with him.
Ooh.
So I'm going to fast forward now to 2019, to May of 2019. You were still working for Jennifer.
Yeah.
And Jennifer was living in New Canaan.
Yes.
At some point, she moved to 69 Wells.
Yeah, she originally moved to 153 Chichester, which was in New Canaan. And I think it was a year she moved to 69 Wells Lane.
And when she was at 69 Wells, you were working, doing childcare?
Yes.
And you were helping organize the house?
Yes.
In May of
I'm
2019.
gonna pause for one moment, if
Was,
you don't mind.
were the Dulos kids and Jennifer living at 69?
Yeah.
What the hell does anything have to do with Michelle?
Any of this?
Any of it?
Nothing.
The entire day of testimony.
Well, okay, the entire day of testimony.
Yeah.
It puts the light into the fact that Michelle was with
Again, Dulos is womanizer.
most of the vacation
You got
time.
that.
Michelle was always there.
But she wasn't. That was part of what I watched this morning.
I that's how I take it.
Okay.
I mean, really, because I guess
Again, he's a womanizing jerk.
right. And you know, I see that. I see her in the picture a little bit. Do I see her all the way into the picture? Am I 100% there yet?
Does
No,
that get
I'm
into the
getting there.
conspiracy?
She was there the whole time. Yes, she was there the whole time. She was at the family vacations doing family like photos. How is that not putting her into the picture?
She's a side piece. Okay, fine. That's not a crime.
Well, it's not a crime, but but I'm sure there would, you know.
I don't know if they have anything. I don't know. This doesn't seem like, in my opinion.
But the other woman was a nanny. Of course, she's going to be there. She's taking care of the children.
Right. Like Giselle says, but who is this woman?
This woman happens to be the nanny of their children. She was watching the kids.
She was also a side piece.
And Michelle, how did she get in the picture? How did he meet her? Why was she there?
My point is, I agree with you.
Of course, the nanny could have had an affair with him also, but the nanny is not on trial.
Why is that?
Now you're asking.
Why are you going after my clients as opposed to your witness?
Well, that's a good question.
I would like the jury to consider that question.
I have said that all along. But all I'm saying is, when I see it, okay? I just
why is your witness here as opposed to being sitting there in the defendant's chair when my client is instead?
So you think the witness should have been interrogated by the state? You just told me that if they did that, they'd be shooting themselves with the
I told you why they didn't. It's because they already decided what the story was going to be. I didn't say that it was the right story. I'm saying they made a decision. They picked one person over another. My client's sitting here in the defendant's chair, and she's sitting up there on the witness stand, and they both have the exact same motivation.
Thank you, Mom. Yeah. With his first wife, he was doing the same thing with Jennifer. The defense allowed his past behavior by asking if Jennifer was a mistress. Did she answer the question, or was that question thrown out?
I don't think that question would have been allowed. I was probably not here for that.
So yeah, I see her in there.
Never come in. Because that is character evidence.
Okay, here, just before you go back.
Yeah.
I believe she was involved, but I can also believe that the nanny was also aware as to what happened to Jennifer. I agree with that.
Okay.
But the question at the end of the day is conspiracy. So
trial is.
Who did what?
That's all this trial is.
If my client is guilty of conspiracy,
then why isn't she? Why isn't she? That's a good question. And that's what I have always thought all along. If I was a state prosecutor, I would have I would want to question her. But
honestly, she seems easier to prove. She genuinely, in my mind, seems easier to prove as a conspirator than the current defendant.
You know, you could be at a murder crime and not have your DNA there.
Sure. Happens all the time.
If you were one careful SOB, you could do it and you could have pulled it off. You'd have to be.
I'm not going to go into specifics. But why do you think that I usually wear leather gloves?
Yeah, and also, you know, as wealthy as, well, I don't know if he was so wealthy, but he could have got access to that full body thing. You know what I'm talking about? Easily.
Yeah.
Easily. This, yeah.
I'm standing by my defense theory that going after
May of 2019
is actually a good
did
course of action.
Fotis have supervised visitation with the children?
Supervised, yes.
And that was on Wednesdays?
Wednesdays, and if it was agreed upon other days. For
Supervised.
That Memorial Day weekend, he was supposed to have a visit on Saturday, but that's because it was agreed on before. So there was some flexibility if the supervisor and Jennifer, they all agreed.
All right, and you're talking about the Saturday of Memorial Day weekend?
That's funny.
So the Wednesday before it, let's go to the Wednesday before it, that was May 22nd?
Yep.
And did Fotis have scheduled visitation with the kids on that Wednesday?
Yes.
And it was through a court-ordered supervisor?
Yes.
And that court-ordered supervisor would be present when Fotis met with the children?
Yes.
And spent time with them? And that had been happening for many weeks prior?
Yes.
That Wednesday, May 22nd, Fotis had a supervised visitation with the kids?
Yes.
And it ended up being at 69 Wells?
Not the whole visit.
But part of it was at 69 Wells?
Part of it.
And Jennifer had agreed to your understanding to allow him to
And
be
then
on,
Fox,
outside in the
my opinion,
backyard at
you're
69
right.
Wells?
I think I was illegally entered into evidence.
You didn't want to be there?
No.
And you weren't there while Fotis was there?
No.
So you didn't see Fotis interact with the kids that night?
No.
And you didn't see Fotis interact with the supervisor that night?
No.
And you didn't see Fotis interact with Jennifer that night?
No.
So that's Wednesday, May 22nd. Thursday, May 23rd, you worked a regular schedule?
Yes.
You were in the house?
Yes.
And I think you had mentioned that that Thursday you had emptied out paper towels into the pantry?
Yeah, the evening before I left that Thursday.
And there were several of them?
12.
There's a package of 12?
Yeah, it was the big packs.
Is there more than one pantry in the kitchen, or is there just one main pantry?
One main pantry.
And is that the pantry where food is also stored?
Yes.
And the kids' water bottles?
Yep.
And there's no other pantry, just that one?
There's like cabinets and stuff, but the food pantry was just that pantry, yeah.
Okay, and the paper towels went in that pantry?
Yep.
All right.
Paper towels is important here, I'll tell
Now,
you
May
what.
24th is that Friday before Memorial Day.
Here, I actually.
You had
I'm gonna pause
indicated
this.
that,
Why are the paper towels that much of a big deal between the two sides?
Well, because it started out with 12, and when she got back the next day, it was 2. So it's probably a part of the cleanup of the murder. Unless the kids, like she said, had such good spills, they could have to use that. So
That is literally evidence of nothing.
well,
Because there happened to be more paper towels one day rather than the other.
could be when you have 5 kids, don't you think so? Have you ever taken care of children? How messy they can be?
I have a dog.
Oh my God.
I lived
That's
in a
a
house.
lot of paper towels. That's right.
I don't have a dog, but I lived in a house.
Do you think for any minute that the kids would go through that many paper towels?
Yes.
I did. Well, yeah, they could, but I don't think 10.
But again, we're talking about the roll of paper towels
Yeah,
that
more
just
rolls
stayed
were missing.
on the rack at one point
I
and then
love our
showed off the
arguments.
rack when they actually took the evidentiary photos.
Exactly. Dogs aren't kids. Giselle, and you guys in the chat room.
They had
Have you kids ever had to use
a
10
4,
rolls?
5, or 6-year-old.
They love paper towels. I know they get a little crazy over paper towels because I have seen it when I was a nanny. Trust me. I had one little girl decided that she was going to design her outfit with toilet paper.
One roll of paper towels, and we're talking about 10 sheets.
What?
We're not talking about 10 rolls. We're not talking about 10 rolls of paper towels here. We're talking about one roll and there being 10 sheets that weren't there beforehand or were there beforehand and weren't then.
We are talking about 10 rolls.
That's not what she said.
Okay, chat. Did she said 10 rolls or 10 sheets?
I mean, you and I, first of all, let's be honest. You and I have gone to a Walmart or a grocery store. Where are you getting 10 rolls of paper towels?
You can get a full pack with 12 paper towels. I've done it before.
Okay. That's not what was shown in the pantry or on the counter.
And she said 2 was left.
Yeah. So there were 2 left out of a bag. That's not what I saw in that photo.
What?
That's not what I saw in the photo when they took the picture of the pantry.
Fotis had scheduled visitation with
That's
the
not
kids
what I
for that
saw.
weekend.
That's Saturday.
Okay, did he also have it for Sunday?
I don't remember.
All right. And that would have been
that her
for the
associate is writing notes.
by agreement.
What?
I guarantee you her associate is writing notes right now.
I'm writing notes.
That Friday, you got to 69 Wells at about, did you say 11 a.m.?
Sure, Walmart.
Yeah,
Yeah.
around there. I don't know exact.
And you didn't expect Jennifer to be home
No.
because she had plans to be in New York.
Yep.
All right.
And you understood that she had doctor's appointments in New York.
Yes.
And you were going to meet her in New York later in the afternoon
Yes, I was gonna meet her at her mom's.
after you picked the kids up from school.
Yes,
That Friday, they had a half day
they had a half day.
because of the Memorial Day weekend.
I think so. I don't really know.
And you went to the house before you picked up the kids.
Yes.
I think you testified that you went in through the garage,
Yes.
through the middle bay of the garage.
Yes.
Do you remember when you got there that there are 3 garage bays?
Yep.
All 3 of them were closed?
Yes.
And you remember that?
Yes.
And you used the keypad to get in that morning? And that keypad is only for the middle bay?
Yes.
All right, and when you opened it, you saw that the Range Rover
Did you not
was
have a
parked
garage
in the middle
door
bay?
opener?
Yes.
And that was not what you were expecting?
Yes.
Because you had expected that Jennifer was going to take
This is
the
Northeast America.
Suburban?
Field trip
No,
to the house.
She was gonna take the Range Rover and the
Okay.
Suburban was gonna be left.
Okay.
Found
So
out
you
how many.
saw the Range Rover there and that wasn't what you expected because you expected that would have been gone by that time of the day.
Yes.
Oh, I love comic relief.
Sorry, I gotta pause this again for a second.
yeah, pause.
This is stupid. This is so stupid. First of all, does anybody in the chat have a garage door opener that only opens the one door of 3 of the garage, or does the garage door opener open the garage?
We have a garage door opener that opens my side of the garage and my husband's side of the garage with 2.
Okay. So you have a separate keypad that opens one side of the garage as opposed to the other.
Right. We have like a little push thing that you push either the side of our car or the side of where our truck is.
That is mind-blowing to me in New York.
Really?
Yes. Because the garage door opener opens the garage. We don't usually have 3 Sally ports in every garage.
Well, when we have 2, so one is programmed with one, and the other one is programmed to the other one. Why? Is it going to have one garage door open? Is it going to open all of them?
Yeah, just open all of them, go in, park your car, and then close all of them.
So yeah, I mean, yeah. Oh, okay. So
that's the way that Northeast garages tend to work.
Well, this is us Midwesterners.
Yeah, but you're not this case is not in the Midwest.
No, it's you guys are Easterners. You guys do things a little differently than we do.
So that the idea of having separate garage door openers for each door of the garage, even though it's all one building.
Oh, okay, so you're not used to it, so you're not accustomed to it.
So it tends not to be true.
What?
That they would have separate openers.
Maybe it's a different house, John. Is everybody in the East Coast follow the same rule of garage?
I'm not saying that it's false.
New England is different. You know, you
I'm
guys
not saying
are
it's
you
false.
guys are totally in a different world than we are.
I'm not saying that.
Can you imagine the culture shock at what I had when I went to New York?
Nancy, I'm not saying that they're wrong. I'm
No,
not saying
they're
that
not wrong at all. As a northerner,
what I am saying is that it's less likely than not.
okay, so as a northerner,
Definition of it starts with an R. I get the term. Can you remind me of it?
Term of what?
It starts with an R, ends with a second word is a D. Somewhere.
Yes, I did. I was from Nebraska.
Words. That sounds like reasonable doubt about the accuracy of her statement. I'm not. Please tell me I'm not crazy, guys.
You're not crazy.
I am.
Normally, so there's 3 bays and the Range Rover was in the middle bay.
Yes.
Does Jennifer park the Suburban in the left bay?
Yes, on the left side.
Okay, she always does that. That's
Poor
just-
Nancy had a
Yes,
culture
yeah.
shock when she went to
Even if
New
she's running in
York.
for 5 minutes.
It's always out.
And she
out.
was from
It was
Nebraska.
impossible to park in the other one because of the other
Right.
stuff that was in that bay. It wouldn't have fit.
Just
for the third
stop
bay.
The kids stuff.
The kids stuff.
Got it.
But Nancy, you got a Connecticut jury.
And you had indicated when you walked through the garage.
It
that
doesn't
first
make
time when you
sense
were
to
walking
the average
through, you were
person
going inside.
from
Were you going
Connecticut.
inside just to straighten up before you pick the kids up?
Yeah, I had the sandwiches with
But
me.
I got
so put them
along
in the
so
fridge,
well with
and
New
then,
York.
yeah, I usually go before I pick up
I
the kids to
love
straighten
New
up.
York.
And you didn't notice anything unusual in the garage when you first
Get
went
most of my
through?
stupid jokes.
Other than the Range Rover
Oh.
being there, no.
You weren't
All
really
that money,
looking
that's
for
not
anything.
the
I wasn't
road
looking.
that I remember
Did you
seeing.
go, when you
Unless
walked
I
in, did
am
you go to the
mistaken.
right?
And they were
of
playing
the
that
Range Rover or to
property
the
when I
left?
You guys
Do
were
you
too
remember
busy to look
get
at
up to
logic.
The
Gotta give you
the
that.
garage door leading into the kitchen or the mudroom.
Yeah, so
That
I
would make
always
more
go to the
sense.
right because usually the Suburban's
What?
there, so it's kind of just habit
That
to
would
go
make more
on the
sense
side
if
that's
it
empty
were
that
the
leads
other
through
house.
the door into the mudroom.
And that door was unlocked,
Yes.
and it's usually unlocked.
Midwesterners take their time
So
to
that wasn't
process.
unusual.
No, that wasn't unusual.
So when you went inside, you had said that you saw Jennifer's purse
Oh, I love
in the house on the floor.
those. I really do. No,
It
what
was
I
in the
go on
doorway
with
between
you
the
guys?
mudroom and the kitchen.
And usually
That
she
sounds
has it
like
on
an
the
attached
counter or she
garage.
takes it with her.
Except
that
for the
was
garage. We
on the
just
floor, and
went
that was
wrong
an
with the
unusual thing.
garage.
Yes.
But you didn't go through it
You
at the
guys
time.
don't get it.
No, I didn't go through it.
The house was huge. The garage and
Did
the
Jennifer usually bring her purse with her when she was traveling?
Traveling like to New York?
Traveling
just in
anywhere.
general.
Yeah.
Oh, come on, Giselle,
It depended,
please.
like, she
You're
would
from
al-
New
she would
Jersey
take
all
her
your
wallet
life.
and phone
You
sometimes.
never lived in the
She
Midwest
would
where
leave
there's
her
only
bag
3
somewhere
people in
else.
a block.
It just wouldn't really be on the floor.
So that
I've never claimed to live in the.
Having the bag on the floor was unusual, yeah.
When you live in the boondocks like I do right now, and the kid goes to New York, yeah, there's going to be a shock.
And you saw, when you walked in, there was an uneaten granola bar on the counter.
Yeah, it was like still in its packaging.
Right, you put that away.
Yes.
And then there was a mug of
That's
tea.
that's the thing, Nancy, is you don't.
And it was full.
We don't have detached garages.
Okay,
You
we
washed that
don't.
mug.
Okay.
The mug wasn't, the tea wasn't hot. It was semi-warm.
It was semi-warm.
And
And
about
you
what
don't
time
say
was
pop, you say soda.
Like close to 11.
I had an ex-boyfriend who said I had to ditch the pop and say
After you
soda.
washed the mug, you noticed that there were no more paper towel rolls.
Put the pop in the
So you went
sack.
and
He goes,
replaced
and some guy goes, oh, you
those,
want to pop in the sack?
that roll of paper towels.
I just went to go get a new one in the pantry.
Do you recall there being a paper towel holder on the island in the kitchen?
Yes, it was right next to the sink.
And is that
I know
what
you
you
guys
did? You
say soda.
replaced the roll that was on there, the used up roll, and replaced it with a new roll?
Yes.
Soda pop is what. Oh, no, if you really think we're weird, know what a Southerner says.
And then you left to pick up the kids?
And they say Coke for everything.
You went back through the garage?
They do.
Yeah, I went through the mudroom,
I
out
went
the
to
middle
I went to
bay,
the Southern, I'm like,
closed the door, and got
what do you mean, what kind of Coke?
And then you picked up 4 of the kids?
Yep.
And brought them back?
I brought the 4 back to the house.
The 4 kids, you went
Okay,
back
if
through
you
the
guys,
garage?
anybody from
Yes,
the
we always went
south
through
of
the
this
garage.
chat room,
When
I'm
you
really
left to
sorry.
pick the kids up, did you
I
shut the garage door?
apologize.
Yes.
It's the
And then
language
you
barrier. I'm not
entered,
even listening.
again, you entered the keypad?
Yes.
And you went back in?
Yes.
Do you recall if the 4 children went to the right of the Range Rover and walked into the house that way with you?
Like lollipop,
I don't
lollipop.
I
But
don't
all
remember.
5 of you from school went back into the house?
Oh, I get
Yes.
like
And you
that
didn't,
at the end of the
there was
day.
nothing unusual at that point in the garage?
No, we just went right into the mudroom.
This is actually good line of questioning. I know we've been talking.
And again, you
about
weren't
it,
looking for anything at that point?
Yeah, that's correct.
but this is a good line of questioning.
Okay.
Because it suggests that
The court side, forget about.
At some
our
point,
copy
did you
of the
notice that
dogs.
there's I guess, another mudroom door? leading
suggests
to
that
the
she did
outside?
not notice any sort
Did
of
you notice
blood on
that
the
that
floor or
door was
anything
unlocked?
unusual.
Yes.
That's
Will you,
unusual,
will you
right?
pause
That
us
was
for 2
unusual, yes.
seconds
It's usually
and
locked,
talk about,
Usually locked.
especially that time of day?
Yes. The
With
only
our-
time it was unlocked was
okay, John, let's talk about this. And you said this is a good line of questioning, and I'm screwing it up because we're not really listening.
Well, I'm listening in the background and seeing where they're going. I think what they're basically saying is that we're getting to the 911 call where
Okay.
she was missing, where she was missing. And what they're going through is that she did not particularly notice any blood on the ground or any sort of damage. Everything seemed pretty normal, except for the fact that she didn't happen to show up.
Right. And then I think that she also noticed that she had a routine. She drank her tea and she ate her granola bar, and she didn't do it that morning too. Maybe she was in a hurry.
We might be getting there. We did not get there yet because
Okay. All right. So I'm going to keep my mouth shut.
we just got out of her taking the kids back home
Okay.
and then walking through the garage into the home.
Okay.
And she is eliciting that the witness did not notice any blood on the ground.
Okay. And the only time, like what this says here, the only time when it's unlocked is when the kids are home.
Right. So it might have been unlocked. Maybe something else was going on. Anything could
Okay.
have been going
I'm
on.
going to keep my mouth shut and let's proceed. Thank you, John.
But I think that's the point that they're making is that she did not notice blood.
was when the kids were playing outside because it was right directly towards the backyard. But other than that, that door was always locked.
So you eat lunch there?
Yes.
And then you
So
brought the kids.
when would the husband
to
have had an opportunity if
Yes.
she
Everybody
there
went back through the garage?
to
So it was the 5 of you went.
abscond
And
with
myself and 4 of the kids.
his wife.
And then did you shut the garage door when you left?
Yes.
At some point during the evening, you became very concerned and you called the police.
I did.
And you were giving them information, not just then, but over the next couple of days, you were
timeline
talking to
doesn't
them and
work.
cooperating with them.
Yes.
During that time, when you were talking to the police, Fotis was reaching out to you. He was texting you.
Yes.
Ooh.
Can you pull up states 12?
We can have cereal for dinner.
What's that?
The timeline's a
Is that the
problem.
first page of it? Can you go to the next page? That's not what it is. I think it's, may I have one moment, please?
Okay. So he was texting her all the time when she was talking to the police.
Yep. That's what's being presented.
That puts her into the equation.
How many times have I told you I would like to point the finger at her?
You have told me that, sir.
These are your communications with Fotis, right?
Yes.
He was reaching out to you while you were talking to the police.
Yes.
And is this the first time he communicated with you? I can't see on top what time it says.
Okay, I'm gonna.
The first,
no.
I had a phone call with him before that.
Okay. Bob, can you scroll down? Keep scrolling. Keep scrolling. Maybe the next page. Okay. Can you see where it says, "Good morning, GM, Lauren, any news?"
Yep.
All right. And you had said to him, called them at 2:30 and 5:30. No news. They just told me they're still searching.
Yes.
And then Fotis texted to you, I spoke to an officer at 1 a.m. as well. What did you take that text to mean from Fotis?
I spoke to an officer at 1 a.m. as well. I read it as he called them, as I did, to speak to them.
And you spoke to the police and told them that you were talking to Fotis or communicating with Fotis, right?
Yes.
And did you learn that Fotis, in fact, was not cooperating with the police afterwards?
No.
You did not learn that?
Can you repeat that?
Did you, it was poorly worded.
Sorry?
Did you learn that Fotis, in fact, was not cooperating with the police?
At that moment?
After
that moment?
Yes.
And days, yeah, we learned that he was not cooperating.
Okay, even though Fotis told you he spoke with an officer?
Yes.
Thank you.
Okay.
He was also texting you on Sunday because it sounds like he was asking you how things were doing.
Yes.
And he actually showed up in New York.
He did.
He drove down in his car.
Yeah, he drove, I believe, in his Suburban.
And that was where the children were staying?
Yes.
You were there?
I was there.
And it was an apartment?
Yes.
There's a bellman downstairs?
Yep.
Did he demand to see the children?
Yes.
Saying they were abducted?
Yes.
You'd said that Fotis water skied a lot.
He did.
Very competitively.
Yeah.
But that he was competitive with everything.
Yeah.
He was also a runner. You've seen him run before.
Yeah.
One moment, please.
Originally, why they were in New York for, because she was on, they had appointments in New York. The kids.
That's
They all-
not what the witness testified to.
Really? Why were they in New York?
No, they just, the witness only said they happened to New York on a regular basis with their parents live,
Is there a redirect?
Yes, Your Honor.
or the grandparents.
Kids went to the grandparents. Okay. So yeah, I stand correct.
Good afternoon.
Because she was missing.
Ms. Almeida, you were asked some questions on cross-examination regarding
State
travels. Do you recall those?
Yep.
Yes.
And I believe you were asked whether or not you understood what he was away for, whether it was vacation or business. Do you recall that question?
Yes.
Now, in the time that you worked for Group, you indicated that you had an opportunity to work on different projects for the company. Is that correct?
This is outside the scope.
What states did Group develop?
Please object.
Connecticut, and I knew that they built a house in Rhode Island.
A singular house in Rhode Island.
Yes.
This is outside the scope.
You were asked some questions about the Miami Ski Club on cross-examination. Do you recall that?
Yes.
When did you first meet the defendant, Michelle Troconis?
It was at the ski club shortly after we got to Miami. I don't remember the exact day.
In March of 2017?
Yes, March of 2017.
May I ask the defense call up defense I-4?
Okay. It's going to be ski tickets.
Apologize, I should have given you the heads up.
ski tickets.
Ms. Almeida, do you recall being asked on cross-examination whether or not you took that photograph?
Yes.
Just direct your attention to the date, October 17th, 2016. Assuming that that date and time is attributed to that photograph, could you have taken that photograph?
No.
Thank you, sir.
So she didn't take the photograph in 2016?
That'd be 2018.
Okay, 2018. Okay. Who took it?
You were asked on cross-examination whether or not the defendant
I'd love
had
to
moved
have the
to
answer.
Colorado. Do you recall that question?
Yes.
Where did the defendant move?
Farmington, Connecticut.
Where in Farmington, Connecticut did the defendant move?
4 Jefferson Crossing.
How long after Jennifer moved out of the house did the defendant move into 4 Jefferson Crossing?
From what I was aware, a few months
Objection, Your
after.
Honor.
Oh, grounds,
Basis of knowledge.
so foundation. Well,
Yes.
Good job, Judge.
Well, I think it's fair follow-up to the cross-examination, Judge.
No, Your Honor.
the response, as the court understood the response, is from what she understands. And so court does not know the fount of that understanding.
Good for you.
And so the court is going to sustain the objection.
Thank you, Judge.
How did you become aware that the defendant had moved into 4 Jefferson Crossing?
Jennifer hired a private investigator and had pictures.
And when was that?
I don't know the exact time.
Approximately.
It was like a few months, maybe up to 6 months after the divorce started.
I just wanted to clarify, you were asked on cross-examination whether or not you'd ever been on vacation alone with Mr. Dulos. Do you recall that question?
Just so I agree with
Have
you
you ever been on
100%.
vacation
I
alone?
love how this judge actually
With the kids,
reads things.
never myself and Fotis.
Right.
This
That's
is
what
why
I'm
I
getting at. There
really agree with
was
all.
never just the two of you, correct?
No.
Yeah, this is a good judge. I like him too.
He's very thoughtful and he's very articulate with how he presents his rulings. And you do not get that a lot.
And he thinks
And
about
you
it.
were asked some questions on cross-examination regarding Mr. Dulos's arrival in New York on Sunday, May 26th. Do you recall that?
Yes.
Could you just indicate to the jury what he was claiming?
He was claiming that we kidnapped his kids and that he was demanding the bellman to let him up to get his kids, which we already instructed the bellman not to let him up because at that point in time, he didn't have custody of the kids.
These poor
If I could just
kids.
have a moment, Judge.
These poor children.
I don't really like her, but I find her relatively credible.
Yeah. So you think she knew all about the
Sorry,
murder?
if I could just have one moment.
Yes.
If a murder occurred, yes.
The alleged murder?
I think she knows everything that happened. She should be the witness that
Did those children ever reside with their father after May 24th, 2019?
She should be the witness at what?
that blows your socks off.
Yeah.
And she's
Was
not.
there a scheduled visit for Sunday, May 26th, 2019?
I'm not sure.
Thank you. Nothing
One
further.
moment, Mr. Honor.
I'll pause. I think they're going to take a break. Here's the problem that I have with her. Is I think she knows that Dulos intended to kill his wife. I don't know what part, if any significant part, she had in it, but I think she knows. Here's my theory of what happened, and I could be totally wrong about this, but here's my theory. I said it last night, I'll say it again. I'm pretty close on this one, I think. Dulos wanted his wife out of the picture because he was sleeping around with a bunch of different women. One of whom was this person in front of us, the nanny. One of whom was also the defendant. So, is there a conspiracy to get rid of the wife? Probably. But can you pin who the co-conspirator is on one or the other? And I still think you can't. I don't know. You can tell me what your thoughts are. I think that they both have equal motive to engage in bad activity. I don't think this woman's innocent. I don't think this woman's innocent, but I think that they found that the current defendant, Michelle, is an easier co-conspirator than she is.
You don't think she was involved? Giselle? I think she was.
I don't think that there's... You don't think she was involved at all?
Yeah.
I think that the state basically decided we have a guy that's a philanderer who offed himself.
Mm-hmm.
There are 3 women in his orbit. One is presumed deceased, and the other 2 are still around. Which is the easier one to point the finger at? I think that's basically the state's case in a nutshell. Am I totally off base?
No.
And I haven't even heard the state's case that one of them's the easier story than the other.
Mm-hmm.
So right now, as far as I'm concerned, I think she conspired with, or I can make the argument that she conspired with the dude to off this woman.
Maybe.
I don't know.
Maybe she.
I can't prove it, but can the state prove otherwise?
Oh, wait a minute, you guys. I got something here. maybe she set her up for this, Michelle.
Maybe, but that's not exactly.
That's not it. No, it was just an off the cuff thought.
No, it's okay.
I mean, I'm just.
Honestly, she looks more guilty than Michelle does. I think she was aware and also involved to the point that she was in an intimate relationship with him, but not had a hand in Jennifer's alleged murder. Fair. That's not a bad way to put it. My question then to you is, if we take everything that you just said as true, how does that put suspicion on my client who's actually sitting there and facing potentially life in prison or death?
That's a good question.
If I take everything you said as true.
That's right. How do you point it on Michelle instead of her?
Right. If anything, that's what creates reasonable doubt. All right, let's
Oh, hold on.
Yeah.
Like a boom boom?
A throuple?
Yeah.
Is that possible as well? Sure. Fine. Screw it. I'm gonna throw anything as reasonable doubt against the wall. See what sticks. But it doesn't. That's probably.
Oh my gosh! What if they were?
I don't think that's where the defense is going, but you know,
anything possible.
You can make the argument. Well, John, I also can say that I agree with Michelle. The point is, what is anything that she has actually testified to point the finger at my client? And you gotta keep hitting that home, and I don't think that they did that as effectively as I might have hoped. Fine.
What is this?
It's really easy to Monday morning quarterback other attorneys, and I'm not trying to say that they're doing a poor job. I'm just saying that having the benefit of 10 minutes of hindsight and thinking it through, maybe I would have presented the argument differently. That's all. I really am not trying to shit talk them, because I actually think this defense is doing a very good job.
Mm-hmm.
Which is, in my experience doing the YouTube stuff, kind of rare.
You think the defense is doing a good job?
I genuinely do.
You think the state is failing?
I think the state has a tough case, and they're doing as best as they possibly can, given what they have to work with.
The state's going to have a rough time.
And I think they know they have a rough time walking into it, and I think that's why
they're having a very rough time.
Yeah.
I sure love apples.
And I will say, as a practical matter, I think that the state has a fairly defense-oriented judge.
You missed that.
Which is rare, and it's maybe not what their office is used to.
Oh, they're done with this witness.
Yeah.
Okay, guys, who's going to be the next one? The friend.
Does the state intend to call another witness?
Yes, Judge. Just
Laura.
Before we do, may we approach with a brief sidebar?
Yes.
I'm interested to see what the sidebar is about, because I think that they're going to try to limit so her friend
what is the purpose of her testimony? And how is that not just blatant hearsay and cumulative? I think that's what they're sidebarring about. I could be wrong about that. As
You think they're sidebarring about the next witness?
That's what they asked for. Was
Well, yeah, they
sidebar
are.
witness in scope of her testimony. And so I think that the defense, if they're doing it properly, in my opinion, we shall see, is they're basically trying to take a second bite at the apple with a new person in the chair. And that's not fair. It's not right. It's not legal. And it should be excluded. So she probably should not be brought as a witness. So what does she have new that's interesting?
Oh, the friend?
Yeah. So what is
well,
new,
yeah,
what is
that's
new
true.
that she's going to present?
We already know her routine was disrupted. Routine of evidence. Is there such thing as routine of evidence?
It's are you talking about like cumulative evidence? If you say
What
the same thing over and over,
Yeah.
that's called cumulative evidence.
It's called what?
Cumulative.
Cumulative. Okay.
So if you say the same thing over and over, we don't allow it in because really you should just hear it once and whatever value it has its value.
Oh.
I think this is going to be cumulative. This is not on my end. This is Law and Crimes audio.
Out in patrol, where I work.
Who is it?
Shifts.
Oh, let me go
From
back
there,
and see if I can
I was
find
a
out
member
who
of the
this
special
is.
response team for about 10 years.
Be right back.
And then in about 2016, I was assigned to the investigation section.
And when you say special response,
It's not the witness that
It's special weapons and tactics. It's a team that's comprised for various events that could occur, barricade subjects. You receive special training in tactics and weapons use.
And the investigations division, what type of cases do you work on?
Investigations handles any involved investigation, burglaries, bank robberies,
Fox, I'm not
death investigations.
Question.
Any investigation that will be like a prolonged time that patrol typically wouldn't have the time to handle, it will get assigned to the investigation section.
And how long had you been working in investigations prior to May 24th, 2019?
I was assigned in October of 2016.
Were you working on May 24th, 2019?
I was.
And specifically the evening hours, I'll just call your attention to approximately 7 or 8 o'clock in the evening. Were you working a normal shift at that time?
I was not working my normal shift.
Okay, so I guess I'll ask the question, how did you end up becoming involved in this case?
Yes, so I had worked my normal shift, which was 8 a.m. to 4 p.m. during the Friday. And I was the on-call investigator. So I was contacted by Lieutenant Ogrins at about 8 p.m. that evening in regards to a missing persons report.
All right, that's what we got.
And were you initially, on behalf of the New Canaan Police Department, I guess, the lead investigator?
Initially, yes.
So when you received the call from the lieutenant, what was the next step that you took?
Lieutenant Ogrins contacted me initially to request if I could do a search of our license plate readers. I had access to that at the time to search for the license plate of the missing person's vehicle. So I started to do that and then was contacted a short time later to report that they had located the vehicle on Lapham Road, and then they requested my assistance.
And who was the missing person?
Jennifer Dulos.
You
After
actually
learning that the vehicle had been located on Lapham Road, what did you do next?
I then responded to police headquarters, obtained my gear, and then went to where the vehicle was located on Lapham Road.
Prior to responding to Lapham Road from police headquarters, did you request any assistance from any other detectives?
Yes, I requested assistance from Detective Sergeant Romano, who was newly assigned to the Detective Bureau. And part of the training process was he would get called out along with any of the on-call investigators. So I had called Detective Sergeant Romano to come in to assist.
How do
And
you
did he
not know
respond to Lapham Road separately from you, or together?
Yes, he did.
When you arrived at Lapham Road, what did you see?
I met with Officer Blank, and there was Jennifer's black Chevy Suburban that was parked on the side of the road.
And at the time of your arrival on Lapham Road, was there an active search of Waveney Park going on?
Yes, at that point, a canine from Wilton had been there to do an initial search of the area.
And Waveney Park, what type of park is that?
Waveney Park is a approximately 300-acre park in New Canaan that's comprised of various open spaces, sporting fields. There's what we call Waveney Castle, which is utilized for various.
Moonfox, Michelle is literally a defendant sitting there in court right now. We have no idea where Jennifer is, one way or the other. That's the one that is just missing. If I'm wrong, Nancy, please let me know.
I don't think you are wrong.
So that's where we're at.
She's just missed.
It's a large open area for the townspeople to utilize.
And approximately how long were you at Lapham Road for?
Approximately 10 minutes.
Did there come a point in time where you responded to 69 Wells Lane?
Yes, I did.
Approximately what time did you respond to 69 Wells Lane?
That was about 10:10 in the evening, 10:10 p.m.
And when you arrived at 69 Wells Lane, how did you approach the home?
So I was informed by Lieutenant Ladderette of some suspected blood that they had observed on a vehicle in the garage. So I met with Lieutenant Ladderette at 69 Wells Lane driveway.
And you're referring to him as Lieutenant Ladderette. In fact, he was a sergeant at the time, correct?
That is correct, yes. I apologize.
This is absolute textbook coaching.
Other than
notice how his testimony tracks perfectly with the guy that spoke
at that time
yesterday.
What did you do once you arrived?
Sergeant Ladderette at the time, he had directed me into the garage. There's a 3-bay garage with a vehicle in the center bay, and he pointed out what he had observed to be possible blood evidence on the vehicle.
And did you observe it as well?
I did.
This absolutely coached like shit.
So I had brought with me a large lantern spotlight, and when I utilized that to light up, to illuminate the side of the vehicle, you could see signs of wiping like a car that had been dirty, but then had been wiped.
A photo
as we walked around, noticed droplets of red color on the side and on the front.
Attorney McGinnis, just for clarity, could you inquire as to which vehicle
this was? Sorry.
Yes, sir. Which vehicle are we referring to?
There was a Land Rover that was parked in the center bay.
Ready to see the same photo?
Garage.
After observing the blood-like objects.
I'm sorry, I was just putting an order I made.
What did you do next?
So we continued to walk around the interior of the garage. Where we located
the same
some
photo
more
with the
suspected blood
family and all
evidence.
that good stuff.
And it was at that point then
No,
that
it's about the front of the car with the
we
rust
stepped
on
out
it.
of the garage and made the decision to
same
secure the
photo.
home.
Where did
I
you
don't
see
even
the
have to
additional
see
blood
the photo
evidence?
to know it's the same.
As we walked around
I stared at it for 3 years, 3 days. I mean, yeah, it seems like
Yes, you
3
will.
years.
There's an objection, sustained.
Where did you see the
I feel sorry for
additional
dirty
blood-like
people.
evidence?
There was a, what appeared to be a partial shoe impression on the concrete floor. There were 2 garbage cans inside the garage that upon further inspection, the left-hand portion of the lid had suspected blood on that. Those blood
This
droplets
is
had a
literally what
texture
we had the motion to
to them that
eliminate
was
this morning
consistent
about.
to a texture that you would see on a.
You're not a
kitchen
trade
level
expert in this. You don't know what the fuck you're talking
There was
about.
a suspected blood droplet on the rear, the driver's
They
side rear
literally did
of the
this
Land Rover.
in order for the state to say
And then some
suspected
areas on the
instead
concrete
of
floor that appeared to
blood.
have been blood evidence, suspected blood evidence that was had been wiped.
See? He
clean.
cut himself.
You mentioned the garbage can.
He literally just
Did
cut
you ever
himself.
open either of those?
I did. I opened up both
He said
garbage cans.
blood evidence
and
is suspected
did a
blood.
cursory look on the inside.
So he
and
knew
there
that
were,
would not be a lot of
typical,
evidence.
Household garbage garbage bags that were in either one.
Now, after your observations, was the decision made to apply for a search warrant?
Yes, at that point, we stepped out, we secured, we consulted with our supervisors at the time. And I had made the decision that the Connecticut State Police Major Crime should be contacted for us to assist in processing the scene.
And the state police, they will routinely assist
well, me too.
police departments like New Canaan with processing
And
crime scenes.
unfortunately,
requested,
I've
correct?
decided
That is correct.
over-
They have the resources, the manpower, and the knowledge and experience to do that.
And in New Canaan, you all work with the Western District, is that correct?
That's correct.
Now, as you were awaiting state police arrival, where were you?
We were in the driveway.
Was anyone allowed in the home?
No.
Approximately what time did the state police arrive?
Approximately between, I would say the hours of
Might have been one of the
1 a.m. to 2:30 a.m.
this year so far.
And did someone from the state police named Sergeant Al Bisson arrive?
That's correct, yes.
And what was Sergeant Bisson's role with the state police?
Sergeant
Your Honor,
Bisson,
I'm going to object. It's cumulative and this witness is only.
Yes, it is. Thank you.
Say what another person's role from a different department was.
Well, the question is, what was Sergeant Bisson's role with the state police? No, that's not the same as what did Sergeant Bisson do. So it's sustained.
Did you speak with Sergeant Bisson?
yes, I did.
And did Sergeant Bisson,
No,
on
no.
behalf of the state police, make any offers to you?
He
No.
did. Sergeant Bisson was the supervisor of the Western District Major
Okay.
Crime Band at the time. And he had offered his services and also offered if I needed any other investigators or detectives for assistance.
And when he's offering any other investigators and detectives, he's offering state police personnel, correct?
That's correct, yes.
After he offered you this additional assistance, did you ultimately accept it?
Yes, I did.
And so as the night continued,
Mhm.
the state police are arriving.
Yes.
Did you begin to receive information about a potential person of interest in the disappearance of Jennifer Dulos?
Yes, we had.
And who was that potential person of interest?
That was Fotis Dulos, her husband.
And who informed you of this information?
That was from
I
the
can literally rewrite this
initial officers
questioning
that had
so
taken
much easier.
the missing persons complaint, Officer Kelly Coughlin.
Oh my God.
And was Officer Coughlin working dispatch that night?
That's correct, yes.
Meaning that she's actually receiving 911 calls and things of that nature?
Yes.
Hey, folks, genuinely, I'm not trying to put myself up on a pedestal. It's really not that
And
difficult to write questioning ahead.
did you end up speaking with Mr. Dulos that night?
And it really annoys me when they don't do it properly.
Not that evening. I
No,
spoke with
you're
Mr.
right.
Dulos the following morning. Sergeant Ferenga had spoken with Fotis Dulos that evening.
Now, I want to direct your attention to.
No one ever thought
um,
turn us to be a part of evidence
morning.
or a big deal, right?
Was there a command post set up at the New Canaan Police Department?
Yes, it was.
It's because they're
And what
fighting
floor of
over
New
the
Canaan Police
luminol.
Department was that located?
That's right. The fighting
Yes,
on
second
aluminum,
floor
and I think
in the
turn us was
investigations
part of
office.
what the process.
And who was present at the command post in the early morning?
They were
hours?
throwing out their essential alternative.
Myself,
Oh,
New Canaan Sergeant Condos.
And yes, it
Sergeant
would light up under luminol.
Romano. New
Oh,
Canaan
really?
Sergeant Ferenga.
Yes,
Learn
because
something new every day.
because
Sergeant
sulfuric
Al
acid.
Bisson, Connecticut State Police. There was also Detective Chris Allegro, as well as several other.
Luminol is designed. Let me pause real quick.
And
luminol is designed originally in order to identify blood, which is basically what they're looking for is ferric acid. That is what happens when iron is mixed with oxygen. It creates several compounds. One is ferric oxide, the other is ferric oxide sulfide, because there's a certain amount of sulfur in the atmosphere. That was the point. That is also true of copper compounds. It's also true of just simple basic sulfur compounds. So any three of those would light up under luminol. And so they're saying, you don't know what the hell you're talking about.
Detective Allegro, what unit of the state police was he with?
Western District.
Lego, Detective Lego DeLugo.
Was he with the van or major crime?
Major crime detective.
I don't know why some idiot lawyer on YouTube
Now, at some
knows
point
more
in the
about
morning
this
of
than apparently
Saturday,
detectives
May
investigating using this
did you make
compound
contact
on a
with
regular
Mr. Dulos?
basis.
Yes, I did.
But you
How
know,
did you make contact with Mr. Dulos?
I had made a call to his cell phone.
Do you recall how you got his phone number?
That was delivered to me from previous coworkers that had already spoken with him.
And did you make any requests of Mr. Dulos during that call?
I had asked if he'd be willing to come down to the New Canaan Police Department to speak.
And did he agree to do so?
Yes, he did.
Did the two of you agree on a time?
Not a specific time. Fotis had stated that he was in a meeting and that it would take him approximately an hour and a half to travel from Farmington to New Canaan.
And from the moment that you were speaking to him, what would have been an hour and a half?
So that was at approximately 9:30 a.m. in the morning.
So
11.
he would have arrived at approximately 11 had he left.
Had he left at that time, yes.
Did, was it your intention to interview Mr. Dulos with any other detectives?
Yes. Detective Chris Allegro from Connecticut State Police Major Crime.
And did Mr. Dulos arrive at 11 a.m.?
No, he did not.
I want to direct your attention now to approximately 12:30. Were you contacted by anyone on Mr. Dulos's behalf?
Yes, so at approximately 12:30, I had noticed that I had a missed call on my work
I wish I was
cell
Tom.
phone.
Oh, that's funny.
And then I had also received an email from an attorney associated with Fotis.
And what was the attorney's
by
name?
the way, not for nothing,
Jacob Pride Tanker.
we are now almost
By
2.5 days into the state's evidence.
And we're arranging.
Have you heard a
Mr.
damn
Fry
thing
Tranker,
about Michelle?
For Mr. Dulos and he to come to the police department?
Yes.
No,
And did he indicate that he'd be?
not one word.
Yes, he did.
Was there an agreed upon time that they would
No.
arrive?
I mean,
Just that they would be down.
No,
possibly
not one
around
word about
If
Michelle.
you're trying to prove a
2:30.
case. Maybe talk about the
No, I wanna,
defendants that you're trying
direct
to
your attention now
potentially put to
to
death or in prison for the rest of their life.
Did you receive any notifications from the New Canaan Police Department front desk?
Yes, so.
Only
the
thing I
dispatcher at the
see in
time
this
had,
case is a dead
contacted
man
my
on
desk
trial.
to, informed me that there were two
Yeah.
persons in the lobby.
Dulos is a bad guy. Okay, he's dead. We can't do anything about
And,
that. He's
did you
already
go to the
dead.
lobby?
You can't make
Yes, I
him more dead.
Who, if anyone, did you go to the lobby with?
Right.
With
But we
Detective
can't
Allegro.
throw his
And
coffin
when you
into
entered the
prison
lobby,
system.
who did you see?
So what are we doing here?
Could you
Exactly.
describe Mr. Dulos' physical appearance for the jury?
I can't make
Yes,
somebody
he was,
more dead.
Dressed, dark colored pants,
That's
shirt.
kind of permanent.
A sport blazer he was wearing.
And did you, Detective Allegro, and Mr. Dulos exchange pleasantries?
Yes,
Yeah.
we
Well, you're
introduced
absolutely right.
ourselves.
Was Mr. Prytranker
Can we continue this?
in the
trial?
lobby at the time that you exchanged
No, he was
pleasantries?
not.
Yeah, I mean, we're
Or
already
was
into
Mr.
it.
We had asked.
But
Mr.
and-
Yeah, I
Dulos
know.
if
We
Am I
he was
totally
available.
wrong
He had
in just
motions
being
to,
like, all right, yeah, the
outside
guy was a bad
of the police
dude.
department,
He
and
decided
there was
to
an individual
leave.
outside while
He
going back and
actually
forth on a
probably
cell phone.
could have saved
And he
the state a
posted that was
lot
his
of
attorney.
money and time.
When you say
Because
he's
that's
outside,
what he did.
the lobby of the new.
But we
King
now
Facility
want to
have
put somebody else in.
windows or.
Yes, there's
What do you
windows
mean?
and there's
Not
the
with an
door
attitude you
is
can,
glass,
Nancy?
so you can see outside to the parking lot.
What does that mean?
No, what I'm saying is, no, of course not. We're gonna keep moving on.
Oh, of
and
course
we're
we
gonna
keep moving
through
on.
it.
I was kidding.
But you have a guy who already basically did the maximum that the state could do. And it's like, oh shit. Well, fuck, what do we do now? He's already killed himself. The best we can do is kill him. Do we find some random chick to put to death as well? I guess so. But yeah. All right.
Oh no,
cool.
we're in for this. I mean, seriously, mommy.
Honest to God, this is my thought process. Is it's literally like they're like, okay, screw it. Well, we put all this effort into the investigation. He already killed himself, so why don't we find someone else to kill and see if we can make that stick? Am I totally off base?
No. No.
Like, that's
Guided
kind
Honda
of where I'm
documents
at.
simple, by the
No.
way. You can buy your next new or pre-owned vehicle.
I just on you gotta. What?
Hang on. No, it's because this was the end of the trial.
We can always.
No, give me a second. I'll find it.
You do once you arrive. And I'm just going to ask if you could just please take the cell phone out and hold it up for the jury.
What?
It's because the actual testimony ended for today.
And what type of cellular phone is that?
This is an Apple iPhone
Do you know the model?
X.
You can put it back.
I mean, at least they're letting him handle the evidence go through some other things that I've seen in other jurisdictions.
And is this the cellular phone that was taken off of Mr. Dulos or taken from Mr. Dulos? Was a search warrant subsequently sought for Mr. Dulos' cellular phone?
That is correct, yes.
And you can't, they're prosecuting Dulos, but he's already dead.
How did
Exactly!
law enforcement get information off of the cell phone? In other words, do you guys
He's
do
already dead.
visual inspection of the phone?
You
Do
can't
guys do a download?
double
of the phone?
dead
What's that
him.
look like?
No, it's done through a.
Well, what about her cell
forensic,
phone?
digital examiner that would
Yeah,
do
no.
That would conduct a.
What about where
download,
she
of
was?
the,
What
Where
about
is-
the
where is
bands
the-
and the
where-
phone?
Do you know
Well,
a forensic examiner
Nancy,
by the name of
where is the
Michael Clark?
relevant
Yes, I do.
objection?
Is Michael Clark affiliated with any police
What does
departments
this
here in
have to do with
Connecticut?
He's a
Michelle?
detective with the Fairfield.
It doesn't.
Did you take this cellular phone that's been entered into evidence as State's Exhibit 17 to Michael Clark?
Oh,
Why
God.
did you
I'm
take it
having
to
a
Detective
coffee
Clark?
snap.
Detective Clark had forensic software and hardware that was available, and he was also available to process on 26.
So you took it to him on Sunday, the next day?
Correct, the next day.
The next day.
And were you present?
What the hell
for
happened in
Detective
24
Clark's,
hours?
Your turn.
Download or extraction of the cellular phone?
I was.
And as the
I'm
phone
trying to do
was
better. I'm gonna mute myself.
being downloaded, were you able to
Adam.
see some of the information that was being
Sorry.
downloaded?
So yes, after the
I just
extraction was complete
snap.
and was uploaded into the software that then parses
Oh,
the
you
data so
guys.
that you can
Oh, I'm sorry.
see the data. You were then able to begin to
You guys
look at
forgive me?
some of the data.
This
that
is
was-
a
that was
disaster.
Did you snap
And I
without
want to
seeing
direct
it?
your attention now specifically
Yeah, I
to
was trying to
location
do
data.
nice. I was
There's
trying
the
to do
location
good by
data that
you.
was
Oh,
parsed
and I
that you
was
were able to
horrible.
That's correct, yes.
And can you just explain
We're
to the jury
prosecuting a dead guy.
the location data that you observed?
Except for
that
the
was of
fact,
interest to you?
no,
Sure.
I'm going to pause this, and I know I shouldn't. I know this is going to cause all sorts of problems, but we are prosecuting a dead guy, but there is a human being, and everybody, please, I genuinely want you to think about this. Honest to God, imagine you're that human being sitting there at the defense table, being charged by the state with a capital offense, and you have to sit there and watch as nobody talks about your case at all or what your involvement may or may not have been because they're prosecuting the dude that decided to self-delete.
Mm-hmm.
How screwed up is that?
Very.
All right. I had to say something about it.
Of course. It's true.
We
Everything you
assume
say is
information
true.
Concerning that, this is not only hearsay, but it's violation of the best evidence rule. to
I
have
found
him
the dead
testify
person
as to what he
guilty.
Saw on an extraction.
Fine. He's guilty as sin. He's already dead.
Well,
What the fuck does that have to do with
the
me?
testimony so far is that the cell phone was taken
Life
to Detective Clark, who forensically downloaded it.
Get that corpse in that jail
And this
cell right
detective
now.
observed location data.
I didn't.
And the question
Nothing
now
of this is
what
proving that I killed
essentially
anyone.
else was observed that was of interest.
No, what of the location data was of.
I'm sorry, like that actually makes me mad.
Sourcing from what was actually the download, not something else.
Well, there has to be a foundation that Detective Patton can read extracted data from a cell phone.
Yes, Judge.
It's not written out in narrative
Oh,
paragraph
Judge
form,
Slay.
so there has to be a foundation for that.
They laid no
Detective
foundation.
Patton.
Again,
So the objection as it is sustained.
Yes, Judge.
They didn't lay a foundation. They just presented it right.
Detective Patton, when
Here's a
you
cell
are,
phone, right?
when a phone is being downloaded, can you just explain to the members of the jury what the data looks like?
So when it's parsed into the
all right.
software.
I'm
it's
going
grouped
to pause
into
this because we have a
categories so that you
handful of
can
folks
easily
I
search,
know really
such
are
as pictures
Google
will be
scholars,
grouped in.
and I would like to answer each of these.
Okay.
So we'll
All right.
start with Wombat Mommy. If you can pull up her comment. So how about they're convicting him of her murder to prove she is dead? No, that doesn't prove she's dead. There is literally nothing that has been presented that proves she's actually dead. If you can prove that somebody that decided to off themselves had a really, really good motive to take somebody else out first, that's awesome. Good for you. Congratulations. That doesn't prove she's actually dead. To put it this way, Nancy, if you really, really, really wanted me dead, and that could be proved beyond a reasonable doubt, by far, you really wanted me dead, and I just don't show up a couple times, nobody sees me again,
does that actually prove that I'm dead?
No.
So, no, that
No
proves
body.
nothing.
No body, no proof.
Yeah, no body, no proof. Now, if by difference, the blood spatter analysis actually related to a circumstance that was plausible, which I'm still not convinced, but some people may be, and that might be the best that they have. Okay, now we have a different conversation where you really, really want me dead, and we have proof that you came to my house and my blood was being dragged into what appeared to be an SUV. Okay, now we have an argument. We don't have anything here. I'm not even sure that the state can prove she's dead. Can you?
No, no body, no crime.
I mean, there are plenty of ways to prove a crime without a body.
Well, yeah, that's true. That's true. That's just.
And that was the example that I was trying to give.
So no body, and there's no evidence of where the body could be found. There's really, how come they're not talking about the surveillance cameras throughout the whole entire Stamford of what these bags actually were?
I haven't the slightest idea.
And why aren't they talking about the alibi that they found between Michelle and Fotis?
All right. So what was the other one? Giselle, I think, brought up, can I just say it's kind of effed up? If her only evidence of this crime is that she was smashing him, then that's unfair. Honestly, I think that every sick thought that our perverted audience might have is probably true. I mean, and that's not any disrespect to you.
Yeah.
I think about a lot of things that I probably ought not say on YouTube.
Nancy is a hot mommy.
But here's the issue: is you have three
yeah,
elements.
that's
You have
right.
3 elements that you have to
That
prove.
was hot back in my day.
I believe that. You have 3 elements that you need to prove. You have to prove that somebody is dead. Somebody made them dead. And somebody who made them dead did it without.
Oh, honey, don't worry about it. I'm headed to my vodka after this.
If you don't have those 3, then we're done with the legal analysis. And I don't know how the state has proven today at all, whatsoever, bar none, regardless of the people that have testified today or yesterday.
Oh, God.
Go back to those 3. Have you proved someone is dead?
No.
Have you proved somebody caused somebody to be dead?
No.
Have you proved that they caused that person to be dead illegally?
No.
So we're done with the analysis.
We're finished. We're capiche.
I mean, what? Who the hell are we trying?
John, we're thinking 6 weeks of this
Location
bullshit.
data will be grouped into location
Oh,
data.
God.
I know, you're the one
Text
dragging
messages
me
will be
into
grouped
it.
Into text
Oh,
messages.
I know, but you still love
so
me.
you can
I'm gonna say
navigate
this
through the
same thing
information
every
you're
day.
getting from the phone.
Every single day, I'm gonna say these are the 3 elements.
And Celebrite is a software company that
Well, why don't you drag me into one?
has created.
Because I quit.
To download cellular phones.
Correct.
You have not quit.
And so when you were reviewing the location
I
data,
quit.
what type
Look
of
at me,
data
I'm
were you
back.
looking at?
We were focused on the date of
Lord.
interest is
Every single day, I'm going to go through these 3 elements
How does
and
the
I'm going to
location
ask
data
you,
come up
did
on
the
the
state prove any of them?
it's sorted by date.
Well, you know I'm going to say
But
no.
I guess
Are you
what I'm getting at
really?
is the location data itself.
Yes.
Is it latitude, longitude?
Oh, I bet
Latitude and
you are.
longitude, and then the software will also give you a map.
I'm going to do it because that is what the law is.
Did you really quit
Correct,
doing
and it's displayed on a
I'm here.
map similar to what you would see on like Google
Quit.
Maps on a phone. It shows you an actual,
It's in our
you know,
freaking blood now.
not a satellite image, but a
Dang.
default
I
image of
should
a
have
map.
been a lawyer when I was younger.
So was there any location data of interest to you that you observed on the phone?
You would have been, and
Your
you
Honor,
probably
this is just a
could
yes or
still
no, I
be
object.
a fantastic attorney.
Thanks. Because you know why? Because I think of the weird
The
stuff.
witness may answer that.
That'd be like, at the time,
Is
my
there
last
any,
name was
um,
Walsh.
Location data of interest that you observed. on the phone?
Walsh.
Yes.
Where the heck does she
What was
come
that
up with
location
that
data?
theory?
Ground.
I don't know, but we gotta
You're
look
saying
into it.
foundation,
Oh.
not.
The Celts are,
I can say that.
the Celts are pretty good at law.
And it's not the best.
And then they'll
evidence.
laugh
My
at the same
understanding is
time
they
when I
have this
present
data,
things.
they can produce it, but this witness simply can't say any more than you or I can say, oh, well. the
Like with
computer
this Manny,
produced
I'm
this, and now
sorry.
I see certain things.
As,
So
I don't know.
We are literally
Court's
watching
view is this, if
an excellent
witness
eliminate
has
conversation
testified that
quietly
what
while
is seen is a
drifting
date
ourselves.
and a map, then the witness can testify what he saw on the map.
Oh, she had journals?
That is the witness's personal knowledge as
at
to
this,
what he
John.
saw on the map.
She had journals.
So overruled.
You may answer the question.
So we observed that there was
Now, they
a
cannot
route
bring
that
that
was
in.
taken to Albany Avenue in Hartford
Huh.
on the evening of May 24th.
I can explain why
Approximately
later.
what time that route was
I
taken?
thought they have in the
7 p.m.
past.
Where had the phone been in the morning?
Okay, I
according to
understand
the-
is Thomas
Could I just
Haddon
have
is
a
the
running
lead
objection
investigator
to all of this?
at the new Canaan
Well, again, the court
PD.
thinks the objection is well taken. If there's a map, then that map is either a point in time or
No.
it's a map where you're looking at the course of a route over an extended period of time. So the question, what else
Keep it out.
suggests to this court
Keep it
that
out. Keep it out. Keep it out, Judge.
what this officer observed is not simply a point in
Observed.
time on the map. So there has to be a foundation as to how he would determine where the device had been hours earlier.
I like this judge.
I do too.
How did you determine
Right.
where the device had been hours earlier?
Through the location data of the phone.
And so.
That's not a good
please
answer.
Explain to the members of the jury how you're able to do that.
Well, again, I'm going to object. He testified he didn't do it, and it's not even his program. So I think this is the wrong the wrong witness for that aspect.
Excellent
He
objection.
didn't object to the general explanation of what he brought and
Excellent
thought someone
objection.
would do, but now for asking him to interpret the data is where I object. I couldn't cross-examine this witness about specifics without actually having those documents through the witness who produced. I may not require that person. I'm just saying. that's
Excellent
a
objection.
person.
Right, well, it would appear that the question the court would have is, how does this mapping of a device work such that you can follow it over the course of a number of hours?
Because I just trust the people that made it.
Yeah,
Try to ask the judge this question. How does the mapping work so that you can follow it over a number of hours?
I'm not an expert witness in the behind the scenes of how the software was developed and
Then
how
the
they
objection should be
gathered
sustained.
the information to then present it. But my understanding is
Well,
that
then I'm going to object to his then lay understanding.
Well, then the question is, how do you come to the conclusion as to Albany Avenue other than, well, the court does not even know what the answer is to other than.
Excellent.
How did you come to the conclusion that the device was on Albany Avenue based on the forensic download?
You can answer that question.
because the phone captures location data when it's being utilized.
We have no idea how.
And the software will parse that and easily show the location data in a chronological
Yeah,
order.
I know how
And
it
you can
works.
follow that
No,
through and tab through each location, and it will
But it
then
can't prove
update
that
you
it does.
and show you the location that the phone was in on that particular date and time.
So the court understands the testimony to be that the forensic download will show a date.
This is all, again, in
Then
front of the jury.
Perhaps longitude, latitude at a certain time.
And these are not the kind of
But it won't
conversations
say
that should be had in
phone
front
is
of the
on
jury.
Albany Avenue.
Is that correct?
That's correct.
So how do you determine where the phone is at that point?
By either
It's
inputting
that's
the
not a
Latin
conversation
long
that we
into a
should
mapping
have had in front of
software.
the jury.
But Cellebrite also gives you the option that you can also see that. They pre-map it for you. So you can actually see on another screen the location.
And based on your observations,
No.
the latitude and longitude showing the phone near Albany Avenue, did
Thanks.
you alert any other law enforcement personnel to that information?
Oh
Yes,
my God.
I had reached out to the detectives that were back at New Canaan Police Department and elsewhere of the phone.
No.
Just have them
Stop,
around?
stop talking.
I have nothing additional.
There you go, everybody. We love him.
Okay. I'm here. I said I was gonna be.
This is why we get viewers, because of that. They come for that.
I'm sitting there saying stop talking.
So I take it, I'm not going to ask you a lot about that. I take it you are not an expert then in either the Cellebrite input
Then why
or
is he
reading
here?
the data in its raw form, correct?
So I am.
Then why do you ask him about it?
And
Yeah,
certifications in
why is he here
Cellebrite,
then?
Cellebrite certified operator and Cellebrite physical
I'm
analyzer.
not an expert, but here I am.
Did you have that in 2019?
You're the
You didn't want to do this yourself?
witness.
Thanks for
At that time, I
playing.
did not have the experience.
Oh, that's what I'm talking about.
Him
In
trying to
2019, you did
recover
not
you.
have the
I
experience.
started with the
Oh,
technical
for the love
investigation
of-
in 2018.
You started in 2018,
Don't worry,
but
Mom.
this
I
happened
mean,
in
he's gonna blame me
2019.
on
Are you
this
saying,
one.
though, you do not yet have sufficient experience to be
Correct.
able to interpret it, right?
Correct.
So it's more like if somebody prints
This
something
is your
out, I could
witness.
look at some data and then try and
Oh my God.
follow the instructions and
Oh, wait a minute,
punch
wait
it
a minute.
in
Hold it,
and
hold
make
it, hold it.
true
Are we
locations,
still
basically, right?
You're not coming up with the
justifying
location.
our objective?
No, this is the rehab by the state of their own witness.
Okay. This is the defense right now.
No,
This is the state.
this is the state.
No.
Yeah.
And they're
The
doing this in
software
front
does
of the
Software
jury.
does it. Okay, fair enough. So let me move away
So,
from that
I'm
for a moment.
totally
gonna ask you
confused
about
right
your
now.
earlier
What am I
testimony.
missing?
You said you went to Waveney Park. Is
Yeah,
that right?
that's the defense
On
lawyer.
Lapham
Thanks,
Road,
Mommy. I
Gateway.
was
On
thinking I was
Lapham
stupid there
Road-
for a
on
second.
Am I totally off?
Yeah, he is,
Yeah.
remember?
Okay, so
He's on,
they
he's
did
on the left
the,
side.
all right, so they did the quick eliminate, and now the defense is crossing.
So the
Okay.
quick eliminate is already done.
All right, now, okay.
Explain.
Road.
Sorry? Explain what?
So we already did the motion in front of the jury.
Yeah, so the state decided to question this guy. They
Matlock.
repeatedly objected.
Okay.
In my opinion, appropriately. The judge basically did the same crap that he pulled earlier today, where he's not going to call the game before the pitches are shot. Fine. Okay. That's the way that this judge works. That's the way this judge works. Fine. They then did a motion to eliminate to ask for a motion to strike or for a curative instruction that when the jury goes to deliberate, they consider X, Y, and Z as not being expert testimony. He ultimately determined, in my opinion, in error, that they can hear the testimony and it can be considered evidence subject to the cross-examination of this gentleman now. Am I about right?
Okay.
Nancy, I need you to give me a date on the timeline because I've been trying to actually find a job for the last hour and a half.
You're trying to find a job?
Yeah, don't worry about it. But am I about right?
Yeah. It's still kind of wishy-washy to me.
I'm not sure if this is cross or if this is a voir dire for expert purposes.
That's what I'm trying to figure out. Are they
I'm
trying
not
to
clear
figure
about
out if he is a legitimate witness? Are they trying to impeach this witness?
No, he's a legitimate witness. The issue is that he entered into expert testimony.
Okay, so he is not really
And the
familiar
question is
with the
he
mapping of
actually a
device
witness?
of the cell phone.
Is he actually an expert?
No, because he did say he was not an expert on the mapping of the device on how the cell phone worked. So we are talking about Fotis cell phone.
Right, but here's the problem is I think the judge was mistaken in my opinion. He said that he could be found as an expert witness subject to voir dire.
Subject to what?
Voir dire.
Oh, well, I gotta write that down.
So you can have somebody who is a lay witness but happens to have expertise in a field.
Oh, is this a friend of the courts?
No, that is voir dire literally means see it before you taste it. Somewhere,
I
something
spell
like
that real quick.
But I think that the point is the defense has the opportunity to ask him questions to see if he actually is an expert in the field on the stuff that he's talking about.
Okay.
And the judge is saying, here's your opportunity to ask those questions.
All right.
Voir dire just literally means before the teeth. It goes back to the long history of law being French.
Voir dire.
Yep.
Jason to Waveney Park, correct? And you said something about seeing Officer Blank there, right?
Yes.
And you also said you observed a canine dog, police dog, in the area of that
I did
car.
not observe the dog.
You did not. Then you just heard about it?
I was informed that there had been a dog there, yes.
Oh, so were you also informed that there were other canine dogs that had been dispatched from state police or from other police departments to also search?
Correct.
So you were, and so as at that time, the chief investigator on this investigation, you're aware that Officer Blank then went into the woods with one of those canine units, correct?
Correct.
You know that they followed a scent to the Talmadge Hill Metro North station, correct?
Correct.
And that's where they lost the scent, right?
Correct.
You testified that either late on the night of May 24th or early in the morning of May 25th that Mr. Dulos had a telephone conversation with Sergeant Ferenga. Is that correct?
That's correct, yes.
Now, he's no longer, he's higher up now than a sergeant,
Correct.
right? But at the time, he was a sergeant,
At the time, he was
right?
sergeant.
A uniformed officer?
He was in the detective bureau.
He was in the detective bureau at the time.
Correct.
And he received a call from Fotis Dulos. Is that right?
He had made the phone call.
He made the call.
Correct.
And he spoke to Mr. Dulos for some time that night, didn't he?
I don't know how long, but he did speak with Mr. Dulos. Yes.
And earlier than that, Mr. Dulos had actually called the New Canaan Police Department and spoke to
So
dispatcher.
everybody
that
is
was Officer
watching.
Coughlin,
This is
correct?
outside of.
And that was shortly after, as I understand it, a Farmington police officer had notified him that his wife was missing, right?
Correct.
And that conversation went on for a little bit of time, didn't it?
I wasn't there. I don't know how long I was.
Again, you were informed of that by, who was it, Officer Coughlin?
Yes.
And you were also informed about the longer conversation that Mr. Dulos had with Sergeant Ferenga, right?
Yes. I don't know how long the conversation was, but yes.
But you were made aware of it that night, is that
Correct.
correct? Thank you. Is that a yes?
Yes.
No further questions. Thank you.
Oh no, this wasn't in front of the jury. So this was not
Was-
what at all.
Oh,
Detective, you may step.
This was testimonial.
so they're trying to qualify him as a witness. They're trying to
Makes
see the
sense to
truth,
conclude
right?
Today's proceeding.
No, I don't think so.
Attorney Manning.
That
again,
they
do you
actually
have your-
lost that.
Court is not asking who, but do you have your lineup ready for tomorrow?
Yes, Judge. Could we have a quick sidebar about scheduling?
Right. Well, the court remembers what we discussed. So.
Yeah. I want to make sure that.
I like him.
Jury was aware.
Okay. This
I like
will inform the
him too.
jury tomorrow. Okay. Ladies and gentlemen, that concludes today's proceeding. Thank you for your attention.
And if folks are
We ask
familiar,
that you
the heat is
be ready
very
tomorrow at 10
rare.
o'clock. Please do not
And
discuss.
Nancy can attest to that.
What?
I very rarely like a judge.
No, you do very rude. No, that's true.
And
Very
I like this gentleman.
Yeah, this is early. Yeah, this is really totally early. We wait. You may change your mind again. You change your mind twice on this guy.
That's okay.
That's all right. You're entitled.
I like this judge. I think that he's very thoughtful in how he. What I like the best about him is that he gives the reasoning and thought process behind
Yeah, I do
his
too.
rulings,
And he educates you so that you can really actually learn something.
or fight against them.
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
I mean, if you don't like what he ultimately decides, he gives you enough room that you can make an argument on the opposition.
But the thing is, this has to be hard on him.
I don't think this is an easy. Hey, look, let's
It's not an easy case.
as a practical matter. Is it ever easy to have the spotlight on you as a judge? I mean,
No.
look, we're a couple dozen folks on YouTube. There are many larger YouTube channels that are covering every moment of this guy's life. That's not particularly pleasant.
No, not at all.
And, I don't envy that.
No. Mm-mm. So what did we learn today?
Not that much, in my opinion. What are your thoughts?
I think there's a couple of things that I like to address that we learned.
All right,
I would say, huh?
fire away.
Okay, so I have learned through Lauren, the nanny, a few things.
Okay.
I have
I'm
learned.
not gonna guess at your minds. Just let me know, and I will tell you my thoughts one way or the other.
I know you will. I count on it. Okay, let me finish. Okay. All right. I learned from Lauren that Michelle was on their vacation, with them a lot. You can't deny that. I have learned that. And through her testimony, first of all, the relationship with Lauren and with Fotis has changed in my view.
Okay.
First of all, I think the relationship was probably on a friendly basis. Okay. With me so far. And the relationship just progressively just gotten to the point where he started to be pretty I don't want to say violent, but he started to be a little more aggressive with her. And then he probably, what mommy has said, which I really agree, that he he realized that Lauren and his wife, Jennifer, were pretty close.
Okay.
And that was bothering him. And how Michelle comes into the picture, I think it's too early to really see the whole picture yet. I really do. I'm going to reserve anything about Michelle. I'm not going to say anything until I see other things. But with Michelle is in the picture. I see her in there. And the reason why is that photo that was taken of Fotis with his two kids and with her daughter.
And you fell into the trap that the state was hoping that you would.
No, I'm not finished yet.
It's okay, but I'm saving that to
no. And my question is, who took the picture of the photo? And am I falling in the trap of them? Sure. I you know me, I have that.
Who was the witness? Who was the witness on the stand when the state asked, "Do you recognize this photo?"
The nanny.
Yeah.
Now, okay, so Michelle was in the picture.
A lot of wind out of your sails.
Okay, but I have more here. Okay.
I'm not saying you don't have more. I'm just saying.
Okay.
What makes it good is you're on the prosecutor's side by nature. I'm more on the defense side by nature.
I know. I have that prosecution mind.
But
I would have been a good one. I know I would have been.
Introducing it through her.
I just do. Okay. So Michelle and Lauren, I'm suspecting that they are both connected. I'm writing this down with Fotis.
That could be true. I don't know.
How? I don't know.
I haven't the slightest idea either.
So she did say that her and Lauren did socialize, right?
Yes, multiple times.
Multiple times. So are you going to tell me
she also said that she socialized with Jennifer multiple times?
Yeah. So she is, yes. So we're also putting Lauren with Michelle, and then she also socialized with Jennifer and with Fotis. So here we have the nanny. Okay. Socialize. I personally never socialized with my peoples, the people I worked with their friends. I had my own little set of party animals. But, I mean, seriously, But here I'm saying is Lauren with the Fotis. God, I hate that name. And Jennifer and Michelle. Now, and then you asked the question, okay? You asked the question with me, why is my client on the stand and and Michelle or Lauren is not on the stand?
Yeah.
Okay. Fire away.
Your argument.
Huh?
You think you win that argument? All right.
Do I think I won the argument? I don't. Well, I'm not a trained attorney or anything, but.
Ladies and gentlemen of the jury.
Oh boy, here we go, kids.
Over the course of a 4-year investigation, the state, which has the power to call down both the state police, which they've told you about, both the FBI and the CIA, all of whom they've already told you about, to investigate this case and try to determine who might be the individual responsible for the unfortunate disappearance of my client's ex-wife.
Your client's
my client's girlfriend's ex-wife.
So the deaf person is your
Hey,
client?
let's just say fucking Michelle Dulos and call it a day.
Right.
All right, so they had all of that authority that they could bring down from high. As much authority as they have under our Constitution. You know what I didn't have? Any of that. What I had was my client, Michelle Troconis, whatever the fuck her name is, I don't care. We're just
You're
gonna go
close
with
to
that.
Troconis, yeah.
I had her family's meager means to try and figure out what the hell happened. And so they're going to tell you a story that they created from God's great ends, an infinite enemy from the sky, that there is no way that I, as a friend to my clients with much less resources, has any ability to deal with. So maybe they are going to win, but I'm hoping that you find people look at this with some honesty in your heart and come up with a different solution. Maybe you don't. Maybe you do.
All right, I got a rebuttal.
Yeah, fire away. Tell me if that's not a hell of a fucking
All right,
defense.
the defense is asking you to find Michelle Troconis not guilty, where we do have some evidence that does approve that. For instance, we have a surveillance camera with her in the car driving to all these locations and dumping off garbage. There's that part, ladies and gentlemen. And yet the defense could say they were doing errands, they want to have more time with each other. Really? So do you think that Michelle Troconis was driving the truck around town in Stamford because she wants to be with him? Well, probably so, yes. But do you think anybody would have questioned what these sacks were and the trunk? The stink? Oh, you know? All right, so ladies and gentlemen, also we do have a little scribble of okay, I'm just going to assume this, the handwriting of Fotis wanting for them to have the alibi all figured out so they could be on the same page. And also we have all these vacations. Where was Jennifer during all this time? Who was really actually taking that picture? The defense wants you to believe that we have nothing when we have a lot to cover.
That's good. Ladies and gentlemen, the jury, I am only going to have one more opportunity to speak with you after today.
You could admit that was good.
I just did. Ladies and gentlemen of the jury, I'm only going to have one more opportunity to speak with you after today. Over the course of the next several weeks, you're going to hear from witnesses, and I'm not going to be able to speak with you directly. That's the way that our system works. It's the way that it always has worked. And it's what makes our system work. That ultimately you decide based on the evidence presented before you. What I'm going to submit to you is this. The other side, the state, is going to have one more opportunity to speak to you. I am not. until we start presenting evidence. And what I hope you understand, and what I hope the evidence will show to each and every one of you, is that my client, the state has not a drop of evidence to actually put her on trial. What they're going to do is they're going to spend weeks of your time putting on trial a man who decided to commit suicide. And I think that, as horrible as that genuinely is, I think that that is not a reason to keep a woman from 6 weeks of her life trying to put it back together after she lost her employer, her employer twice over, spent 2 years sitting there dealing with a nonsense case put together by the American media so she could not try and piece her life and her livelihood together again. I'm hoping that you won't re-victimize her like this prosecutor has. And I look forward to presenting you evidence appropriate in that circumstance.
Okay. Rebuttal. Here it is.
No, you get one more opening. I get to shut up at that point, and then the rest of the case is yours.
Ladies and gentlemen, who defines what a nonsense case is? How is that nonsense when we have a woman that's sitting there right now, had knowledge of what was going on? How could we say she didn't have knowledge? She was seen with him during vacation time. More than we saw with Jennifer with her husband. Then we see surveillance cameras. Like I said before, over and over again, evidence will prove that she was there with him, trying to dispose the bags of evidence. Do we really know what was in these evidence bags? That is remain to see what was really involved in those bags. Sure, we have doubt. Sure, there's holes in this case. But the thing is, who can say this is nonsense? Who can actually tell us that this case is nonsense? Well, we have a visual look of Michelle knowing what was happening. How could she not known what was happening when she was with him for that long, for those many times?
Yeah, you win.
Really? No!
You win. That was a better opening.
Was it good?
That's fantastic. Are you fucking kidding? Why would I say that you win if I
let's
can
bring you through the Helen. Yeah. Define what a nonsense case is. Oh, yeah. Yeah, that was brilliant of me.
You
because
win.
You were telling me it's nonsense. We don't know what a nonsense case is. Yeah, we have a lot of holes in this case. Boy, do I have a prosecution.
Would I have presented it differently if I had heard that first? Yeah, probably.
But it would give my colleagues, usually when I do things like that, here's what would happen in the real world if I was actually an attorney. No,
Honest to God, Nancy, you win
No.
on that one.
I know. Here's what would have happened. It would have given all my colleagues an idea. Hey, Walsh, let's roll this in. Oh yeah, yeah. Let me massage this a little bit. I think you're onto something. But the thing is,
What do you think?
why
what do you
is
think the associate
Michelle?
job is?
So why is Michelle on the stand and not Lauren? Okay, here's the reason why.
I actually think that Michelle is the better attorney.
Who is?
Not Michelle. Who's the one in the dark coat today? I think she's a much better attorney than the gentleman that was speaking yesterday.
Oh, yeah. Matlock? Yeah.
I actually think he's a much better attorney.
Matlock. Matlock is really good. I like the points he makes.
He's not bad. I'm not saying he's a bad lawyer by any stretch of the imagination.
Is Michelle going to testify? I hope not. Well, for a state, I do. I hope so. So
I
I know.
I would prefer that she didn't.
No, I would say, yeah, I would say for as if the defense team, I wouldn't want her to testify. It's just like putting the gun at her foot and let's shoot it.
Not necessarily, but
I don't know. Maybe she could. No, no. It seldom works.
usually it doesn't work.
Yeah.
And I don't know. I've always been difficult on that one because people want their cubs to testify, and I get that. I really
They want to have a chance to tell their story. And
But the answer is most of the time your story is not going to be the one that I need to tell.
I think that's it didn't work for Adelson. I mean, do I still think he's innocent? Yeah.
I actually think Edelson is innocent.
I just think he was stupid.
Yeah, I don't disagree with that at all.
I don't think he was 100% innocent.
Do I think that he did what the state said that he did? Probably. Does that mean that he needed to be sentenced to circumstances that he ultimately found himself under? Not necessarily. You can be guilty and still not necessarily be subject to the crimes the state imposes.
Well, the thing about it is with him, I mean, I think he deserves, a little bit of punishment because he was kind of like dumb to do what he did. And after the mother got convicted, it's like it kind of questioned my mind a little bit.
And I get that.
No,
I get that entirely.
But do I think he deserves life? No. Do I think he deserves something? Yeah, but not life. His ultimate guilty of everything. He was just stupid. He fell right into her hands.
Yeah, but here's the issue that I always find myself back on.
Yeah, like right after he got convicted, she went, yeah, they did that.
If you take a life, is the life not warranted? And in my opinion, and I will never say this on stream, if you take someone else's life, then your life is forfeit. So life for life is actually the law of the land.
Yeah, because he was responsible taking the life of that person.
Yeah.
He was.
He took a life. And so the only proportionate response is another life. And I don't like saying it, and I will never say it on a show because most people don't believe in that. But me personally, yeah, I believe if you take someone else's life, your life is forfeit. And I don't like saying it. I don't like even believing in it. But what else is fair?
Yeah, because his life is gone. So yeah. So anyway, should we do the last smoke of the day?
Yeah, we do last smoke.
Ask questions to either one of us.
I think you already canceled the no, it's still live. All right, let's do a last.
Oh my God, you were saying I was like sitting here like John, we're alive.
I thought you already want. I think you already canceled the live.
No, I didn't. Oh, I end the stream.
I think you did.
Oh, we didn't even say goodbye.
No, we didn't have an opportunity.
So I did all that closing for nothing. Nobody heard it.
Yeah, pretty much.
But was it that good?
It was fantastic.
So wait a minute. Who ended the stream? I didn't end the stream.
No, it's still running technically. So everything that we talked about is going to show up on your YouTube channel, but nobody can watch it right now. Or I could be totally backwards.